The clock was nearing midnight as a figure moved through the Place de la Concorde. Though wrapped in a fine fur coat, his frame was slight, giving an impression of something frail and insignificant. He had the sharp, watchful features of a rodent, the kind of man easily overlooked, never destined for greatness or attention. Yet this assumption would be a grave error, for this seemingly inconsequential man held a role of immense, shadowy influence. In a realm governed by vermin, he was their sovereign. Even now, an official residence awaited his return, though the business that drew him out tonight was of a nature his embassy would never formally acknowledge. His pale face was sharp in the moonlight, the thin nose slightly curved. His father, a Polish Jewish tailor, would have appreciated the night's work. He crossed the Seine, entering a shabbier district of Paris, and stopped before a tall, crumbling building. He climbed to a fourth-floor apartment where the door was opened instantly by a waiting woman. She offered no greeting, only helped remove his coat before leading him into a garishly furnished sitting room. A lamp, shaded with dingy pink fabric, cast a soft light that could not hide the girl's heavily painted face, nor the broad, unmistakably Mongolian structure of her features. Olga Demirov's profession and nationality were clear. "Everything is in order?" he asked. "Everything is in order, Boris Ivanovitch." He nodded, murmuring, "I believe I was not followed." But unease tinged his voice. He went to the window, cautiously pulling the curtain aside to peer down at the street. He jerked back suddenly. "Two men on the opposite sidewalk, it appears to me." He broke off, gnawing at his nails, a nervous habit. The Russian girl shook her head slowly, a calming gesture. "They were there before you arrived. All the same, I believe they are watching this house." "Perhaps," she admitted with indifference. "But so what? Even if they know, it will not be you they follow when you leave." A thin, cruel smile touched his lips. "True," he conceded. He pondered for a moment. "This cursed American? He can take care of himself as well as anyone. I suppose so." He returned to the window. "Tough-looking characters," he muttered with a low chuckle. "Probably known to the police. Well, I wish our thuggish friends good hunting." Olga Demirov shook her head. "If the American is the man they say, it will take more than a pair of cowardly street toughs to best him." She paused. "I wonder, what?" "Nothing. Only twice tonight a man with white hair passed along this street." "What of it?" "This. As he passed those two men, he dropped his glove. One retrieved it and handed it back. A rather tired old trick." "You mean the white-haired man is their employer?" "Something like that." The Russian man grew visibly alarmed and restless. "You are certain? The package is secure? It has not been disturbed?" "There has been entirely too much talk, a dangerous amount." He resumed gnawing his nails. "See for yourself." She knelt at the fireplace, skillfully shifting the coals. From among the crumpled newspaper balls in the very center, she retrieved an oblong parcel wrapped in grimy newsprint and handed it to him. "Clever," he said with an approving nod. "The rooms have been searched twice before. The mattress on my bed had been slashed open." "Just as I suspected," he murmured under his breath. "There has been entirely too much loose conversation. All that back and forth over the payment. It was a serious error in judgment." He had removed the outer newspaper wrapping, revealing a small parcel wrapped in plain brown paper. This inner package he carefully opened, inspected the contents with a practiced eye, and swiftly rewrapped it. As he finished, a sharp electric bell sounded from the hallway. "Our American contact is right on time," Olga remarked, glancing at the clock on the wall. She exited and returned a moment later, escorting a stranger into the room, a large, broad-shouldered man whose American origins were unmistakable. His sharp gaze swept over both of them. "Mr. Krasnine?" he inquired with polite formality. "I am he," Boris confirmed. "You must excuse the unusual setting for our meeting. Secrecy is paramount. I cannot afford to have my name associated with this transaction in any way." "Is that so?" the American replied, his tone courteous but detached. "I have your assurance, do I not, that no specifics of this arrangement will ever become public? That is a non-negotiable condition of the sale." The American gave a brief nod. "That point was already settled," he said dismissively. "Now, if you would, let's see the merchandise." "You have the payment in cash?"
"Yes,"
the other man answered, though he made no immediate move to produce it. After a brief, tense pause, Krasnine gestured toward the small parcel on the table. The American picked it up, unfolded the wrapping, and carried the contents to a nearby electric lamp for a meticulous inspection. Seemingly satisfied, he drew a thick leather wallet from his coat pocket and pulled out a stack of banknotes, which he handed to the Russian. Krasnine counted them with deliberate care. Satisfied? I thank you, sir. The amount is correct. Good, said the American. He casually slipped the brown paper parcel into his pocket, gave a slight bow to Olga, and nodded at Krasnine. Good evening. He exited, closing the door firmly behind him. The eyes of the two left in the room met. The man passed his tongue over his parched lips. Do you suppose he will even make it back to his hotel? He whispered hoarsely. By unspoken agreement, they both moved to the window. They were just in time to see the American step out onto the street below. He turned left and strode away at a brisk pace, never once looking back. Two shadows detached themselves from a nearby doorway and began to follow silently. Both the pursued and his pursuers were soon swallowed by the darkness. Olga Demirov finally broke the silence. He will get back safely, she stated flatly. You need not worry, or perhaps hope, depending on your inclination. What makes you so certain he'll be safe? Krasnine asked, genuinely curious. A man who has amassed the fortune he possesses is unlikely to be a fool, Olga replied coolly. A sudden sharp memory flashed in her mind, a glimpse of the man earlier that day, not in this shabby room, but standing calmly outside a bustling cafe, observing the street with an unnerving stillness. It was a detail of premeditation not in the original account. And speaking of money, she continued, her tone shifting to one of dry practicality. Yes, my share, Boris Ivanovich. With visible reluctance, Krasnine peeled off 2 of the notes and handed them over. She accepted them with a nod devoid of any sentiment and tucked them securely into the top of her stocking. That will do, she remarked with quiet satisfaction. He studied her face, intrigued. You feel no regret, Olga Vasilovna? Regret? For what? For parting with what was in your care. Most women, I find, become quite irrational over such objects. They develop a kind of fever for them. She considered this, her expression turning reflective. You're not wrong. Most women do have that particular madness. I do not. She paused, her gaze growing distant. I wonder now. Well, he prompted. The American will be safe from us, yes, I'm sure of that. But what comes after? What do you mean? He will give them to a woman, of course, Olga said thoughtfully, a trace of cynical amusement entering her voice. They always do. I can't help but wonder what delightful chaos will follow then. She gave herself a slight shake, as if dispelling the thought, and moved back to the window. Suddenly, she let out a soft exclamation and motioned for her companion to join her. Look, there he goes now, the other man, I mean. Together they peered down at the street. A slim, elegant figure was strolling along at a leisurely pace. He wore an opera hat and a flowing cloak. As he passed directly under a street lamp, the glow illuminated a striking mane of thick, snow-white hair. The Mystery of the Blue Train. Chapter 2. The Marquis. The man with the white hair continued on his way without haste, appearing utterly indifferent to the world around him. He turned right down a side street, then left onto another. Occasionally he hummed a quiet tune under his breath. Abruptly he froze, listening with sharp attention. A distinct sound had reached him, perhaps a tire blowing out, or possibly the report of a gun. For a moment, a strange, knowing smile touched his lips. Then he continued his unhurried walk. Rounding the next corner, he encountered a scene of mild commotion. An officer was jotting notes in a small book, while a handful of late-night pedestrians had gathered nearby. The white-haired man politely approached one of them. "Has there been some trouble?" "Yes, sir. A pair of street thugs tried to rob an older American gentleman." "Was he hurt?" "Not at all," the man replied with a chuckle. "The American had a revolver in his pocket. He fired a couple of warning shots so close to them that they turned and ran. The police, as usual, showed up after it was all over." "I see," the inquirer said, his tone utterly placid. Showing no further interest, he resumed his nighttime stroll. Soon he crossed the Seine, entering a more affluent quarter of the city. Roughly 20 minutes later, he paused before a particular building on a quiet, yet distinctly aristocratic street. The establishment was a shop, though a restrained and unassuming one. D. Papapoulos, dealer in antiques, was sufficiently well known that he required no flashy signage. Indeed, most of his business was conducted away from the public counter. Monsieur Papopoulos maintained a handsome apartment overlooking the Champs-Élysées, and one might reasonably expect to find him there at such an hour. Yet the white-haired man seemed confident as he pressed the discreetly placed bell after a swift glance up and down the deserted street. His confidence was justified. The door opened to reveal a man with gold rings in his ears and a swarthy complexion. "Good evening," the stranger said. "Is your master at home?" "The master is here, but he does not receive casual visitors at this time of night," the man growled. "I believe he will see me. Tell him his friend, the Marquis, has called." The servant opened the door wider to admit him. As he had spoken, the man who called himself the Marquis had shielded his face with one hand. By the time the servant returned to say that Monsieur Papopoulos would receive the visitor, a further alteration had occurred in the stranger's appearance. The servant, either remarkably unobservant or very well trained, showed no reaction to the small black satin mask that now concealed the visitor's features. Leading the way to a door at the hall's end, he opened it and announced respectfully, "The Marquis." The figure who rose to greet this unusual guest was imposing. There was something venerable, almost patriarchal, about Monsieur Papopoulos. His forehead was high and domed, his beard beautifully white. His manner carried a certain ecclesiastical benignity. "My dear friend," said Monsieur Papopoulos, his French rich and unctuous. "I must apologize for the late hour," the visitor began. "Not at all, not at all," Papopoulos assured him. "The night holds its own interest. You have had perhaps an eventful evening." "Not personally," replied the Marquis. "Not personally," Papopoulos repeated, nodding slowly. "No, of course not. And is there news?" He shot a sharp sideways glance at his guest, a look that was neither ecclesiastical nor benign in the slightest. "There is no news. The attempt was unsuccessful. I scarcely expected otherwise." "Quite so," said Papopoulos, with a dismissive wave of his hand. Anything crude, he let the phrase hang, expressing his profound distaste for crudity in any form. Indeed, there was nothing crude about Monsieur Papopoulos or the rare items he handled. He was well acquainted with many European courts, and kings addressed him as Demetrius in a familiar, friendly way. He was known for his impeccable discretion. This quality, paired with his distinguished bearing, had seen him navigate numerous delicate situations with grace. "The frontal approach," mused M. Papopoulos, shaking his head slowly. "It can work on occasion, but those occasions are rare indeed." His companion merely shrugged. "It is efficient," he remarked, "and to fail costs little, practically nothing. The alternative strategy, however, will not fail." "Ah," said M. Papopoulos, his gaze sharpening. The other man gave a slow, deliberate nod. "I have every faith in your celebrated reputation," the antiquities dealer stated. The gentleman known as the Marquis offered a faint, gracious smile. "I believe I can assure you," he murmured, "that your faith is not misplaced." "You possess unique advantages," said the other, a thread of envy in his tone. "I create them," the Marquis corrected softly. He stood, gathering the cloak he had tossed carelessly over a chair. "I shall keep you apprised through our established channels, M.C. Papopoulos. Ensure your own preparations proceed without the slightest complication." M. Papopoulos looked wounded. "My preparations are never complicated," he protested with dignity. The Marquis smiled again and, without another word of farewell, departed, shutting the door quietly behind him. For a moment the dealer remained in thought, stroking his impressive white beard before moving to an inner door. As he turned the handle, a young woman who had quite obviously been listening with her ear pressed to the keyhole stumbled unceremoniously into the room. M. Papopoulos showed neither shock nor irritation. This was evidently a common occurrence. "Well, Zia?" he inquired. "I didn't hear him leave," Zia explained. She was a striking young woman, statuesque and dark-eyed, her resemblance to the older man clearly marking them as father and daughter. "It's so frustrating," she continued with annoyance, "that you can't look through a keyhole and listen through it simultaneously." "A lifelong annoyance?" M. Papopoulos agreed with profound simplicity. "So that is the Marquis," Zia said thoughtfully. "Does he always wear a mask, father?" "Invariably." There was a pause. "It's about the rubies, I suppose?" Zia asked. Her father nodded. "What is your impression, my dear?" he inquired, a glint of amusement in his shrewd black eyes. "Of the Marquis? Yes, I think," said Zia slowly. "It is exceedingly uncommon to encounter an English gentleman of such breeding who speaks French with that degree of perfection." "Ah," said M. Papopoulos. So that is what you think. As was his habit, he committed to nothing, yet he regarded Zia with benign approval. I also thought, Zia added, that the shape of his head was rather unusual. Substantial, her father corrected. A trifle too substantial, but then a wig often creates that very effect. They exchanged a look, and a knowing smile passed between them. The Mystery of the Blue Train. Chapter 3. Heart of Fire. Rufus Van Alden pushed through the revolving doors of the Savoy Hotel and approached the reception desk. The clerk offered a respectful, familiar smile. "A pleasure to have you back with us, Mr. Van Alden," he said. The American millionaire gave a curt nod in return. "Everything in order?" he asked. "Yes, sir. Major Knighton is upstairs in the suite at this moment." Van Alden nodded again. "Any messages for me?" he inquired. "All correspondence has been sent up, Mr. Van Alden, although just a moment." He reached into a cubbyhole and produced a single letter. "This has only just arrived," he explained. Rufus Van Alden took the envelope. Seeing the handwriting, a woman's elegant, flowing script, his stern face underwent a sudden transformation. The harsh lines softened, and the tight set of his mouth relaxed into an unmistakable smile. He was, in that instant, a completely different man. He crossed the lobby toward the elevator, the letter held in his hand and that gentle smile still touching his lips. In the drawing room of his suite, a young man sat at a desk, sorting through correspondence with the practiced ease of a seasoned assistant. He rose quickly as Van Alden entered. "Good evening, Knighton." "Very glad to see you back, sir. Did you have an enjoyable trip?" "Tolerable," the millionaire replied, his tone flat. "Paris feels rather provincial these days, if you ask me. Nothing like the energy of New York." He glanced toward the window, a flicker of restless dissatisfaction crossing his features before his attention returned to the precious letter in his hand. He smiled to himself, a tight, knowing expression. "You generally manage that, I hear," the secretary replied with a laugh. "True enough," Van Alden agreed, his tone flat and factual, as if acknowledging the obvious. Shrugging off his thick coat, he moved to the desk. "Anything that can't wait?" "Nothing critical, sir. The usual correspondence, for the most part." "I'm still organizing it." Van Alden gave a short nod. He was not a man for unnecessary praise or criticism. His approach with staff was straightforward, a fair chance, followed by a swift dismissal for anyone who proved inadequate. His hiring choices were often unorthodox. He had met Knighton by chance 2 months prior at a ski lodge in Switzerland. He liked the man's demeanor, later checking his military record, which explained the slight limp. Knighton had been open about seeking employment, even hesitantly asking if the millionaire knew of any opportunities. Van Alden remembered, with a dry chuckle, the sheer disbelief on the young man's face when offered the position as his personal secretary. "But I have absolutely no commercial background," Knighton had protested. "That doesn't matter one bit," Van Alden had countered. "I have 3 other secretaries to handle the business end. I'll be in England for the next half year, and I need an Englishman who understands the social landscape and can manage those affairs." So far, his instinct had been right. Knighton was sharp, adaptable, and possessed a natural, easy charm. The secretary gestured to a small stack of letters set apart on the desk. "You might want to look at these first, sir. The one on top concerns the Colton merger." But Rufus Van Alden raised a hand to stop him. "I won't look at a single thing tonight," he stated firmly. "It can all keep until morning. Except for this." He looked down at the letter he still held, and that peculiar, softening smile touched his lips again. Richard Knighton offered a sympathetic smile. "From Mrs. Kettering. She telephoned both yesterday and today. She seems quite eager to speak with you, sir." "Is that so?" The smile vanished from the millionaire's face. He tore the envelope open and scanned the contents. As he read, his expression darkened, his mouth setting into the stern, uncompromising line familiar to the trading floors, his brows knitting together. Knighton tactfully turned his attention back to the desk, resuming his sorting. A low curse escaped Van Alden, and his clenched fist came down sharply on the wood. "I won't tolerate this," he muttered under his breath. "My poor girl, thank goodness she still has her father to stand by her." He paced the room for several minutes, his scowl deepening. Knighton remained diligently focused on his task. Abruptly, Van Alden stopped. He retrieved his overcoat from the chair. "Heading out again, sir?" "Yes, I'm going to see my daughter." "What if Colton's office calls?" "Tell them to get lost," said Van Alden. "Understood," the secretary replied, his tone neutral. Van Alden was already buttoning his coat. He jammed his hat onto his head and moved to the door, pausing with his hand on the knob. "You're a good man, Knighton," he said. "You don't fuss around me when I'm worked up." Knighton smiled slightly but said nothing. "Ruth is my only child," Van Alden continued, "and there isn't a soul alive who understands what she means to me." A warm, gentle smile briefly lit his features. He slipped a hand into his pocket. "Would you like to see something, Knighton?" He walked back to the secretary. From his pocket, he pulled a parcel wrapped in plain brown paper. He tossed the wrapping aside to reveal a large, worn red velvet case. In the center of the velvet case, a set of twisted initials sat beneath a small crown. He flicked the lid open, and his secretary drew a sharp, startled breath. Against the slightly faded white lining, the rubies burned with a deep, bloody light. "Good heavens, sir," Knighton whispered. "Can they possibly be genuine?" Van Alden gave a soft, dry chuckle. "I don't blame you for wondering. Among those stones are 3 of the largest rubies known to exist. They once adorned Catherine of Russia. That centerpiece is called the Heart of Fire. It's flawless, absolutely perfect." "But they must be worth an absolute fortune," the secretary murmured. His voice hushed. "A cool $500,000 at least," Van Alden replied with a casual shrug. "And that's without considering their historical value. And you simply carry them in your pocket like that?" Van Alden's amused laugh filled the quiet room. "I suppose I do. You see, they're a small gift for my Ruthie." A knowing smile touched Knighton's lips. "Now I understand Mrs. Kettering's urgent telephone calls earlier." But Van Alden shook his head, the earlier hardness returning to his expression. "You're mistaken. She has no idea about these stones. They're meant to be a surprise." He closed the case and began carefully rewrapping it. "It's a difficult truth, Knighton," he said, his voice dropping, "how little you can truly do for the people you love. I could buy a sizable piece of the world for Ruth if I thought it would help, but it wouldn't. I can drape these around her neck and give her a moment of delight, perhaps, but—" He trailed off, shaking his head slowly. When a woman finds no happiness in her own home, he left the thought unfinished, and the secretary gave a solemn, understanding nod. He was well acquainted with the reputation of the Honourable Derek Kettering. With a sigh, Van Alden slipped the parcel back into his coat pocket, gave Knighton a brief nod, and left the room. Chapter 4. On Curzon Street. The Honourable Mrs. Derek Kettering resided in a handsome house on Curzon Street. The butler who answered the door recognized Rufus Van Alden immediately, allowing himself a faint, respectful smile. He escorted the visitor upstairs to the spacious first-floor drawing-room. A woman seated by the window sprang to her feet with an exclamation. "Dad! This is a wonderful surprise. I've been calling Major Knighton all day trying to locate you, but he couldn't say precisely when you'd return." Ruth Kettering was 28. She was not classically beautiful, nor even conventionally pretty, but her coloring made her strikingly noticeable. Van Alden had been called Carrots in his youth, and Ruth had inherited his vivid, almost pure auburn hair. It was contrasted by remarkably dark eyes and very black lashes, an effect she knew how to accentuate. Tall and slender, she carried herself with grace. At first glance, one might think her face possessed the serene delicacy of a Raphael Madonna. Only upon closer inspection did one detect the same firm line of jaw and chin as her father's, hinting at a shared hardness and resolve. It suited the man but lent the woman a certain severity. From childhood, Ruth Van Alden had been accustomed to having her own way, and anyone who dared oppose her quickly learned that Rufus Van Alden's daughter did not yield. "Knighton mentioned you'd called," said Van Alden. "I only returned from Paris a short while ago. Now, what is all this concerning Derek?" Ruth's face flushed with anger. "It's intolerable. It has gone beyond all bounds," she cried. He pays no attention to anything I say." Her voice held a note of bewildered frustration as well as rage. "He'll listen to me," the millionaire stated grimly. Ruth continued, her words tumbling out. "I've scarcely seen him this past month. He's everywhere with that woman." "What woman?" "Mirelle. The dancer from the Parthenon, you know." Van Alden gave a curt nod. "I was down at Leconbray last week. I spoke with Lord Leconbray myself. He was very kind, entirely sympathetic. He said he'd have a firm word with Derek."
"Ah," said Van Alden. "What do you mean by Dad?" "Exactly what you think I mean, Ruthie. Poor old Leconbray is utterly useless. Of course he felt for you. Of course he tried to calm you. Having secured his son and heir a marriage to the daughter of one of America's wealthiest men, He naturally doesn't want to ruin the arrangement. But everyone knows he's already halfway to the grave, and anything he might say will carry very little weight with Derek.
Isn't there anything you can do, Dad? Pressed Ruth after a moment. Perhaps, said the millionaire. He paused thoughtfully before continuing. There are a few moves I could make, but only one will produce a lasting result. How much courage do you have, Ruthie? She looked at him, bewildered. He met her gaze steadily. I mean exactly that. Do you have the fortitude to tell everyone you made a mistake? There's only one path out of this situation, Ruthie. Accept the loss and begin again. You're suggesting. Divorce. Divorce. Van Alden gave a dry smile. You say that word, Ruth, as if it were completely foreign to you? And yet your friends are doing it constantly. Oh, I'm aware of that. But... She stopped, biting her lip. Her father nodded with understanding. I know, Ruth, you're like me, you hate to quit. But I've learned, and you must learn, that sometimes it's the only option. I could probably find ways to force Derek back to you, but it would amount to the same thing eventually. He's worthless, Ruth, rotten to the core. And I blame myself for ever allowing you to marry him. But you were so determined to have him, and he seemed sincere about changing his ways. And well, I had opposed you once before, honey. He didn't look at her as he spoke those last words. If he had, he might have seen the quick flush that rose to her cheeks. You did? She said in a hardened tone. I was too soft-hearted to do it again. I can't tell you how much I wish I had, though. You've lived a miserable sort of life these past few years, Ruth. It hasn't been very pleasant, agreed Mrs. Kettering. That's precisely why I'm telling you this has to end. He slammed his hand on the table. You might still have some lingering feeling for the man. Cut it out. Face reality. Derek Kettering married you for your money. That's the entire story. Get rid of him, Ruth. Ruth Kettering looked at the floor for a long while, then said without raising her head, What if he refuses to agree? Van Alden stared at her in surprise. He won't have a choice in the matter. She flushed and bit her lip again. No, of course not. I only meant, she halted. Her father studied her intently. What did you mean? I meant... She hesitated, choosing her words. He might not accept it quietly. The millionaire's jaw set grimly. You think he'll contest it? Let him try. But honestly, you're mistaken. He won't fight. Any lawyer he consults will tell him he doesn't have a leg to stand on. You don't think, she faltered. I mean, out of pure spite toward me, he might try to make things difficult. Her father looked at her, somewhat puzzled. Contest the case, you mean? He shook his head. Very unlikely. He would need some grounds to do so. Mrs. Kettering did not reply. Van Alden looked at her sharply. Come on, Ruth, out with it. Something's bothering you. What is it? Nothing. Nothing at all. But her voice lacked conviction. You're afraid of the publicity, is that it? Leave it to me. I'll handle the entire process so smoothly there will be no spectacle at all. Very well, Dad. If you truly believe it's the best course. Still have a soft spot for the fellow, Ruth, is that it? No. The word came with unmistakable force. Van Alden seemed satisfied. He patted his daughter on the shoulder. It will be all right, little girl. Don't you worry. Now, let's put all this aside. I brought you a present from Paris. For me? Something lovely. I hope you'll think so, said Van Alden, smiling. He took the small package from his coat pocket and handed it to her. She tore into the wrapping and clicked open the velvet box. A slow, breathy gasp escaped her. Ruth Kettering had always adored fine jewelry. Dad, this is incredible. Quite a cut above the usual, aren't they? The millionaire remarked, pleased with her reaction. You approve? Approve. They're in a league of their own. How on earth did you manage to find them? Van Alden allowed himself a smile. Ah, that's my little secret. A private transaction, naturally. They have a certain reputation. See that central stone? You might have heard of it. They call it the Heart of Fire. The Heart of Fire, Ruth echoed softly. She lifted the rubies from their case, holding them against her throat. As her father watched, his mind drifted through the shadowed histories of the women who had worn them before, the whispered heartbreaks, the quiet desperations, the green-eyed jealousies. Like all legendary gems, the Heart of Fire carried a legacy of sorrow and strife. Yet, cradled in Ruth's steady, modern hand, its ominous aura seemed to fade. With her calm, unflappable demeanor, this woman of the New World appeared untouched by such ancient dramas. She placed the stones back carefully, then sprang up to wrap her father in a tight embrace. Thank you, they're absolutely breathtaking. You always find the most extraordinary gifts. Glad you like them, Van Alden said, giving her shoulder a gentle pat. You're all I've got, you know. Will you stay for dinner, Dad? Better not. Weren't you planning to go out? I was, but it's nothing important. I can cancel. No, he insisted. Keep your plans. I've got plenty to handle tonight. I'll see you tomorrow. Maybe we can meet at Galbraith's if I call. Galbraith, Cuthbertson, Galbraith were his London lawyers. Of course, she agreed, then paused. All of this, it won't interfere with my trip to the Riviera, will it? When do you leave? The 14th? That'll be fine. These matters take time to arrange. By the way, Ruth, if I were you, I wouldn't take those rubies overseas. Leave them with the bank. She nodded. We wouldn't want you getting robbed and murdered over the Heart of Fire, Van Alden added with a chuckle. A playful smile touched her lips. And yet you carried it loose in your pocket. I did, but... He trailed off, a flicker of hesitation in his expression. What is it, Dad? Nothing, he said, shaking his head. Just remembering a little incident in Paris the night I bought them. An incident? Nothing dramatic. A couple of street thugs got too bold. I fired a warning shot and they scattered. That's all there was to it. She looked at him with admiration. You're a tough one, Dad. You better believe it. After a fond goodbye, he returned to the Savoy and issued quick instructions to his secretary, Knighton. Find a man named Goby. His details are in my private book. Have him here tomorrow at 9:30 sharp. Yes, sir. I also need to see Mr. Kettering. Track him down. Try his club. However you manage it. Arrange a meeting here for tomorrow around noon. Men of his habits aren't known for early mornings. The secretary acknowledged the orders with a nod. Later, as Van Alden sank into his prepared bath, the hot water easing his muscles, his thoughts drifted back to the conversation with his daughter. On the surface, he was satisfied. She had agreed to the divorce proposal more readily than he'd expected. Yet beneath her compliance, he sensed something strained, a faint, unnatural note in her manner that left him vaguely unsettled. He frowned into the steam, the unease lingering like a stubborn chill. Perhaps I'm letting my imagination run away with me, he murmured under his breath. But still, I'd wager she's holding something back. The Mystery of the Blue Train, Chapter 5, A Man with His Uses. Rufus Van Alden had just finished his usual light breakfast of black coffee and plain toast when Knighton stepped into the room. Mr. Goby is downstairs, sir. He's waiting to see you. The millionaire glanced at the clock on the wall. It was exactly 9:30. Fine, he said briskly. Send him up. A moment later, Mr. Goby appeared. He was a small, older man, dressed in worn clothes, with eyes that darted cautiously around the room, never quite settling on the person he was speaking to. Morning, Goby, said the millionaire. Have a seat. Thank you, Mr. Van Alden. Mr. Goby sat down, placed his hands on his knees, and stared intently at the steam radiator. I have a job for you. Yes, Mr. Van Alden. My daughter is married to Derek Kettering. You may already be aware of that, Mr. Goby shifted his gaze from the radiator to the top drawer of the desk, allowing a faint, modest smile to touch his lips. Mr. Goby was aware of a great many things, but he preferred never to acknowledge it outright. On my advice, she is preparing to file for divorce. That, naturally, is a matter for the lawyers, but for personal reasons, I require the most thorough and detailed information possible. Mr. Goby looked toward the ceiling moulding and murmured softly, Concerning Mr. Kettering? Concerning Mr. Kettering. Understood, sir. Mr. Goby got to his feet. When would you like it ready? Is it urgent, sir? I always consider things urgent, replied the millionaire. Mr. Goby offered a knowing smile to the opposite wall. Shall we say 2 o'clock this afternoon, sir? Perfect. Van Alden approved. Good morning, Goby. Good morning, Mr. Van Alden. That man is extremely valuable in his field, remarked the millionaire as Goby left and his secretary returned. He's a specialist. What exactly is his specialty? Information. Give him a day, and he could uncover the private affairs of the Archbishop of Canterbury for you. Sounds like a handy fellow to know, Knighton said with a smile. He has been useful to me on more than one occasion, Van Alden acknowledged. Now then, Knighton, I'm ready to begin. The next several hours were a whirlwind of efficiently handled business. It was noon when the telephone rang, and Van Alden was informed that Derek Kettering had arrived. Knighton looked toward his employer and interpreted the brief, silent nod. "Please show Mr. Kettering up." The secretary gathered his papers and left. He and the visitor passed each other in the doorway, with Derek Kettering stepping politely aside. Then Kettering entered, closing the door behind him. "Good morning. I understand you were quite eager to see me." That lazy voice, with its hint of playful mockery, stirred old memories in Van Alden. It held a charm. It had always held a charm. He studied his son-in-law closely. Derek Kettering was 34, slender, with a dark, narrow face that still retained a curiously youthful quality. "Come in," Van Alden said shortly. "Sit down." Kettering dropped casually into an armchair. He regarded his father-in-law with an air of tolerant amusement. "It's been a long time, sir," he remarked pleasantly. 2 years, I'd guess. Have you seen Ruth yet?" "I saw her last evening," said Van Alden. "Looking very well, isn't she?" Kettering said lightly. "I wasn't aware you'd had much chance to observe," Van Alden replied dryly. Derek Kettering raised his eyebrows. "Oh, we occasionally bump into each other at the same clubs, you know," he said with a casual wave of his hand. He then paused, as if recalling a specific, awkward encounter at the Gilded Cage just the previous week, a moment of strained pleasantries before Ruth had quickly turned away. "I won't waste time with pleasantries," Van Alden stated bluntly. "I have advised Ruth to file for divorce." Derek Kettering appeared unruffled. "How decisive," he murmured. "Do you mind if I smoke?" He lit a cigarette, exhaled a slow cloud of smoke, and added with an air of nonchalance, "And what did Ruth have to say about it?" "Ruth intends to follow my advice," her father stated. "Does she, now? Is that really all you have to say?" Van Alden demanded sharply. Kettering tapped his cigarette, letting the ash fall into the fireplace. "You know," he remarked with a casual tone, "I believe she's headed for a serious error in judgment." "From your perspective, I'm sure she is," Van Alden replied, his voice hard. "Let's not make this personal," Kettering said, waving a hand. "I'm not even considering myself right now. I'm thinking of Ruth. My father's health is failing. The doctors agree he hasn't long. If Ruth could just be patient for another year or two, I'll inherit the title. She could be the Lady of Leconbury Manor, which was, let's be honest, the primary attraction in our marriage." "I won't tolerate your insolence," Van Alden thundered. Derek Kettering merely smiled, unshaken. "It's an outdated notion, I agree. A title means little these days. Still, Leconbury is a magnificent estate, and our family name carries centuries of history. Wouldn't it be frustrating for her, after a divorce, to watch me remarry and install another woman as the mistress of the very home she wanted?" "I'm being perfectly serious," Van Alden stated. "So am I," Kettering countered. "My finances are in a precarious state. A divorce would leave me in a rather nasty predicament. And honestly, if she's endured 10 years, what's another 18 months? On my honor, my father cannot possibly last that long. It seems a shame for Ruth to miss out on the very things she pursued." "Are you implying my daughter married you for your title and social standing?" Derek Kettering let out a short, humorless laugh. "You don't honestly believe it was a grand romance, do you?" "I recall," Van Alden said slowly, "you expressed yourself quite differently in Paris a decade ago." "Did I? I suppose I did." Ruth was breathtaking then, like something from a stained glass window, all serene beauty and light. I had noble intentions, I remember, visions of reforming, settling into a proper domestic life, living up to some ideal with a devoted wife. His laugh turned sharper, more jarring. "But you don't buy that, I assume?" "I have absolutely no doubt you married Ruth for her fortune," Van Alden stated flatly. "And she married me for love?" Kettering asked, his tone thick with irony. "Certainly," Van Alden affirmed. Derek Kettering studied him for a long moment, then gave a thoughtful nod. "I see you genuinely believe that. I did too at the start. Let me assure you, my dear father-in-law, I was swiftly disillusioned." "I don't follow your meaning," said Van Alden. "Nor do I care." "You have treated Ruth abominably?" "Oh, I have," Kettering admitted airily. "But she's resilient. She's your daughter. Beneath that delicate exterior, she's harder than stone. You're known as a tough man, so I've heard, but Ruth surpasses you. You, at least, love someone more than yourself. Ruth never has, and I suspect she never will." "That's enough," Van Alden cut in. I asked you here to state my intentions clearly. My daughter deserves happiness, and you should remember that I am fully behind her." Derek Kettering rose and leaned against the mantel, discarding his cigarette. His voice dropped to a quiet, deliberate tone. "And what precisely do you mean by that?" "I mean," Van Alden said, "it would be unwise for you to contest the divorce." "I see," said Kettering. "Is that a threat?" "Interpret it as you wish," Van Alden replied. Kettering pulled a chair to the table and sat down, facing the millionaire directly. "And suppose," he said softly, "just for the sake of argument, that I did choose to defend it." Van Alden merely shrugged. "You'd have no grounds, you foolish boy. Consult your lawyers, they'll tell you plainly. Your behavior has been scandalous, the gossip of all London. Ruth has been making a fuss about Morel, I take it. Very short-sighted of her. I don't bother with her acquaintances." "What are you suggesting?" Van Alden asked sharply. Derek Kettering let out a sharp laugh. "It appears you don't have all the facts, sir," he remarked. "Your prejudice is perhaps understandable." He collected his hat and cane, moving toward the exit. "Offering advice isn't really my style." He paused to deliver a parting shot. "But in this particular situation, I would strongly recommend absolute honesty between a father and his daughter." He exited swiftly, closing the door just as the millionaire surged to his feet. "What in the world was he implying?" Van Alden muttered, sinking back into his chair. A wave of unease washed over him anew. There was an undercurrent here he hadn't fully grasped. The telephone sat within reach. He snatched it up and demanded his daughter's number. "Hello? Is this Mayfair 83-1907? Is Mrs. Kettering available? Out to lunch, you say? Any idea when she'll return? You don't know? Very well." No message. He slammed the receiver down, his irritation mounting. By 2 o'clock, he was pacing his room, anxiously awaiting Gobi. The man was shown in 10 minutes past the hour. "Well?" Van Alden barked impatiently. But the unassuming Mr. Gobi was not one to be rushed. He settled at the table, produced a worn pocketbook, and began to read from it in a flat, deliberate tone. The millionaire listened closely, his satisfaction growing with each detail. Gobi finished and fixed his gaze thoughtfully on the wastepaper basket. Van Alden grunted. "That seems conclusive. The case should proceed without a hitch. The hotel evidence is solid." "Cast iron," affirmed Mr. Gobi, his eyes narrowing slightly at a gilded armchair as if it offended him. "And financially, he's on very thin ice. He's attempting to secure a loan now, as we discussed. He's already leveraged nearly everything against his future inheritance. Once news of the divorce circulates, he won't be able to borrow a dime. More than that, his debts can be acquired and pressure applied from that direction. We have him, Gobi. We have him cornered completely." Van Alden's fist struck the table with a thud, his expression grimly triumphant. "The intelligence," Mr. Gobi said in his reedy voice, "appears satisfactory. I need to head over to Curzon Street now," said the millionaire. "I'm much obliged to you, Gobi. You deliver as promised." A faint, pleased smile touched the little man's lips. "Thank you, Mr. Van Alden. I endeavour to do my best." Van Alden did not go straight to Curzon Street. He detoured first to the city, where 2 brief meetings further bolstered his confidence. From there, he took the tube to Down Street. As he walked along Curzon Street, a figure emerged from number 160 and turned up the sidewalk toward him, forcing a brief pass on the narrow pavement. For an instant, the millionaire thought it might be Derek Kettering himself. The height and build was similar. But as they came face to face, he saw the man was a stranger, or was he? The face triggered a vague, unpleasant memory, a nagging sense of recognition that flitted just out of reach. He racked his brain fruitlessly, the connection maddeningly elusive. He continued on, shaking his head in annoyance. He despised being baffled. Ruth Kettering was clearly expecting him. She hurried to greet him at the door with a kiss. "Well, Dad, how are things progressing?" "Very well," said Van Alden, "but I have a couple of things to discuss with you, Ruth." He sensed an almost imperceptible shift in her demeanor. A cautious, watchful quality replaced the impulsive warmth of her greeting. She settled into a large armchair. "Well, Dad?" she asked. "What is it?" "I saw your husband this morning," Van Alden stated. "You saw Derek?" "I did." He had plenty to say, most of it sheer impertinence. Just as he was leaving, he said something I didn't quite grasp. He advised me to ensure there was perfect frankness between father and daughter. What did he mean by that, Ruthie? Mrs. Kettering shifted slightly in her chair. I don't know, Dad. How am I supposed to know? Ruth Kettering replied. You know perfectly well, Van Alden insisted. He mentioned having his own friends and not interfering with yours. What was he implying? I really don't understand, Ruth repeated. Van Alden took a seat, his expression hardening into a stern line. Let's be clear, Ruth. I'm not walking into this blind. I have a strong suspicion your husband intends to cause problems. He won't succeed. Of that I'm certain. I possess the resources to silence him permanently, but I need to know if it's necessary. What did he mean about your friends? Mrs. Kettering gave a slight shrug. I have many acquaintances, she said vaguely. I can't imagine what he meant. You do know, Van Alden pressed, his tone shifting to one he might use with a business rival. Let me be more direct. Who is the man? What man? The man Derek was hinting at. A particular friend of yours? Don't be alarmed, honey. I know there's nothing to it. But we must consider how everything might appear in a courtroom. These matters can be twisted. I need to know who he is and the exact nature of your friendship. Ruth remained silent, her hands twisting together nervously. Come now, honey, Van Alden said, softening his voice. You can trust your old dad. I wasn't too severe, was I, even back during that Paris incident? Good heavens! He stopped abruptly, a look of stunned realization crossing his face. That's who it was, he muttered to himself. I knew I recognized him. What are you talking about, Dad? I don't follow. The millionaire strode over and took her firmly by the wrist. Tell me the truth, Ruth. Have you been seeing that man again? What man? The one we had all that trouble over years ago. You know exactly who I mean. You mean, she hesitated. You mean Armand de la Roche? Armand de la Roche? Van Alden scoffed. I told you then the man was nothing but a con artist. You were deeply involved with him, but I freed you from his grasp. Yes, you did, Ruth said bitterly. And then I married Derek Kettering.
That was your choice, the millionaire retorted sharply. She merely shrugged. And now, Van Alden continued slowly, you've been seeing him again, after everything I warned you. He was here today. I saw him outside and couldn't place him immediately. Ruth Kettering regained her composure. I need to tell you something, Dad. You're wrong about Armand, about the Comte de la Roche.
I know there were some unfortunate incidents in his youth. He's confided in me about them, but he has always cared for me. It devastated him when you separated us in Paris, and now... She was cut off by her father's indignant snort. So you believe that nonsense? You, my own daughter, for heaven's sake. He threw up his hands in exasperation. How can women be so utterly foolish, he murmured. Derek Kettering left Van Alden's suite in such a hurry that he nearly ran into a woman passing through the corridor. He offered a quick apology, which she accepted with a calm, gracious smile before continuing on her way, leaving him with a lingering impression of a serene demeanor and striking grey eyes. Despite his outward coolness, the confrontation with his father-in-law had unsettled him more than he cared to admit. He lunched alone, lost in thought, and afterward, with a slight frown, made his way to the luxurious apartment of the woman known as Mirelle. A neatly dressed French attendant greeted him warmly. But please, come in, monsieur. Madame is resting. He was shown into the familiar, lavishly decorated room with its Eastern-inspired furnishings. Mirelle was reclining on a divan, surrounded by a small mountain of cushions in various shades of amber, which complemented her own ochre-toned complexion. The air held a trace of incense, a detail he hadn't noticed before, adding to the room's deliberately exotic atmosphere. The dancer was a stunning woman, her figure exquisitely formed. Beneath the mask of yellow makeup, her face held a gaunt, almost spectral beauty, and her orange-painted lips curved into an inviting smile for Derek Kettering. He gave her a quick kiss before dropping into a nearby chair. How have you been spending your day? I suppose you just woke up? Her orange mouth stretched into a wider grin. Not at all, she replied. I've been working. She gestured with a long, pale hand toward the piano, which was strewn with disorganized sheet music. Ambrose was here earlier. He played parts of his new opera for me. Kettering nodded absently, showing little interest in Claude Ambrose or his operatic adaptation of Ibsen's Peer Gynt. Morel shared his indifference, viewing the project merely as a perfect vehicle for her own performance as Anitra. It's a marvelous dance sequence, she murmured dreamily. I will pour all the passion of the desert into it. I shall be draped in jewels, Speaking of which, mon ami, I saw the most exquisite black pearl in a shop on Bond Street just yesterday. She paused, watching him expectantly. My dear, Kettering said with a sigh, talking about black pearls is pointless with me right now. At this particular moment, put it bluntly, my entire situation is about to go up in flames. She immediately caught the shift in his tone. Sitting up straight, her large dark eyes grew wide. What are you saying, Derek? What has happened? My most respected father-in-law, Kettering announced, is on the verge of losing his temper completely. What? To put it plainly, he is urging Ruth to divorce me. How absurd! Morel exclaimed. Why would she ever want to do that? Derek Kettering offered a wry grin. Primarily because of you, Sherry, he stated. Morel merely shrugged her shoulders. That is very foolish, she remarked in a practical tone. Extremely foolish, Derek agreed. So what will you do about it? Morel pressed. My dear, what can I do? On one side you have a man with limitless wealth. On the other, a man buried under limitless debt. There's no mystery about who will emerge victorious. These Americans are so peculiar, Morel commented. It isn't as if your wife is even in love with you. Be that as it may, said Derek. Where does that leave us? She looked at him questioningly. He moved closer and took both her hands in his. Will you stand by me? What do you mean, after everything? Yes, Kettering confirmed. Afterward, when all my creditors descend like a pack of wolves. I'm terribly fond of you, Morel. Are you going to abandon me? She gently pulled her hands free. You know I adore you, Derek. He detected the hint of evasion in her voice. So that's how it is, then. The rat prepares to flee the sinking ship. Oh, Derek, just say it, he demanded, his voice turning sharp. You're going to cast me aside, is that it? She gave another slight shrug. I am fond of you, mon ami. Truly I am. You are very charming, a handsome man, but this is not practical. You're a luxury only a rich man can afford, is that what you mean? If you wish to phrase it that way. She leaned back into the cushions, tilting her head back. Still, I am fond of you, Derek. He walked to the window and stood for a long while with his back to her, staring out at the city. After a moment, the dancer propped herself up on an elbow, studying him with curiosity. What are you thinking about, mon ami? He glanced over his shoulder with a peculiar mocking grin that sent a vague unease through her. As it happens, I was thinking of a woman, my dear. A woman, really. Morel latched onto something she could comprehend. You're thinking of another woman, is that it? Oh, don't trouble yourself. It's nothing but a mental portrait. Portrait of a lady with grey eyes. Morel's voice turned sharp. When did you meet her? Derek Kettering laughed, a sound tinged with irony and mockery. I literally bumped into the lady in a corridor at the Savoy Hotel. Well, what did she say? As far as I recall, I said, I beg your pardon, and she replied, it's quite all right, or something to that effect. And then what happened? The dancer persisted. Kettering simply shrugged his shoulders. And then, nothing. That was all. That was the end of that little episode. I haven't the faintest idea what you're talking about, the dancer declared. Portrait of a lady with grey eyes. Derek murmured thoughtfully. Probably for the best that I'll never cross paths with her again. Why on earth would that be? She might be bad luck for me. Women have a way of being just that. Morel slid swiftly from her chaise lounge and crossed over to him, draping one sinuous arm around his neck. You are being silly, Derek, she whispered. Very silly indeed. You are a handsome man, and I adore you, but I was not built for a life of poverty. No, absolutely not. Now listen to me. The solution is perfectly straightforward. You must reconcile with your wife. I'm afraid that's not exactly within the realm of possibility, Derek said dryly. How do you mean? I don't understand. Van Alden, my dear, is having none of it. He's the sort of man who makes a decision and stands by it. I've heard of him, the dancer nodded. He is enormously wealthy, isn't he? One of the richest men in America. Just the other day in Paris, he purchased the most magnificent ruby in the world. They call it the Heart of Fire. Kettering offered no reply. Morel continued, her voice dreamy. It is a spectacular stone, a jewel that ought to belong to a woman like me. I adore gems, Derek. They speak to my soul. Ah, to wear a ruby like the Heart of Fire. She sighed softly, then her tone turned brisk and practical once more. You don't understand such things, Derek. You're only a man. Van Alden will surely give those rubies to his daughter, I suppose. Is she his only child? Yes. Then when he dies, she will inherit everything. She will be an incredibly wealthy woman. She is an incredibly wealthy woman already, said Kettering dryly. He settled 2 million on her when she married. 2 million. But that is a fortune. And if she were to die suddenly, eh? Wouldn't all of that come to you? Under the current arrangements, Kettering said slowly, it would. As far as I'm aware, she hasn't made a will. Mon Dieu, said the dancer, if she were to die, what a neat solution that would be. There was a brief silence, and then Derek Kettering laughed out loud. I admire your direct, pragmatic thinking, Morel, but I'm afraid your desired outcome isn't very likely. My wife is in remarkably good health. Eh bien, said Morel. Accidents do happen. He looked at her sharply but said nothing. She went on, her voice taking on a sly, almost sarcastic edge. But you're right, my friend. We mustn't dwell on morbid fantasies. Let's be practical. See here, my little Derek. There must be no more talk of this divorce. Your wife must be persuaded to abandon the idea. And if she refuses? The dancer's eyes narrowed to slits. I believe she will comply, my friend. She strikes me as the type who would despise a public scandal. There are 1 or 2 rather juicy stories she would not want her society friends reading about in the newspapers. What are you implying? Kettering asked sharply. Morel laughed, throwing her head back. Parbleu, I'm referring to the gentleman who calls himself the Comte de la Roche. I know all about him. Remember, I am Parisian. He was her lover before she married you. Was he not? Kettering seized her by the shoulders. That is a damned lie, he said, his voice low and tense, and you will kindly remember that you are speaking of my wife. Morel was momentarily sobered. You English are so strange, she complained. All the same, I suppose you could be right. Americans can be so frigid, can't they? But you will allow me to say, my friend, that she was deeply in love with him before she married you. Her father intervened and sent the Comte packing, and the little mademoiselle, she cried so many tears. But she obeyed. Still, you must know as well as I do, Derek, that the situation is quite different now. She meets with him nearly every day, and on the 14th she is travelling to Paris to see him. How could you possibly know all this? Kettering demanded me. I have friends in Paris, my dear Derek, who are very close to the Comte. It is all arranged. She claims she is going to the Riviera, but in truth the Comte will meet her in Paris and, well, who can say what happens then? You have my word. Everything is settled, the voice insisted. Derek Kettering stood frozen. You understand, the dancer murmured, her tone silky. If you play this cleverly, she is entirely at your mercy. You could create significant complications for her. For God's sake, be quiet, Kettering shouted. Just shut your mouth. With a laugh, Morel threw herself back onto the divan. Kettering snatched up his hat and coat, storming out of the apartment and slamming the door with such force the frame rattled. Alone, the dancer remained on the couch, a soft, satisfied chuckle escaping her lips. She was quite pleased with her evening's work. Mrs. Samuel Harfield presents her compliments to Miss Catherine Gray and wishes to point out that, given the present circumstances, Miss Gray may not be fully aware. Writing fluently up to this point, Mrs. Harfield then came to a complete halt, stymied by the same obstacle that trips up so many, the awkward formality of writing in the third person. After a moment of frustrated silence, she crumpled the notepaper and began again. Dear Miss Gray, while we fully appreciate the adequate manner in which you discharged your duties to my cousin Emma, whose recent passing has of course been a severe blow to us all, I cannot but feel. Once more, Mrs. Harfield stopped. This attempt, too, was tossed into the wastebasket. It took 4 discarded drafts before she finally produced a letter that met her exacting standards. It was sealed, stamped, and addressed to Miss Catherine Gray of Little Crampton, St. Mary Mead, Kent. The following morning, it lay beside the lady's breakfast plate alongside a more official-looking letter in a long blue envelope. Catherine opened Mrs. Harfield's missive first. The finished product read, Dear Miss Gray, my husband and I wish to express our thanks for your services to my poor cousin, Emma. Her passing has been a great blow, though we were naturally aware her faculties had been failing for some time. I understand her final testamentary arrangements were of a most peculiar nature, and they would not, of course, hold up in any court of law. I have no doubt your own good sense has already led you to this conclusion. My husband always says these matters are best settled privately. We should be pleased to offer you a most glowing recommendation for a future position, and hope you will also accept a small token of our appreciation. Believe me, dear Miss Gray, yours cordially, Mary Ann Harfield. Catherine read the letter through, allowed a faint smile to touch her lips, and then read it a second time. Her expression, as she finally set it down, was one of distinct amusement. Then she took up the blue envelope. After a single swift reading, she placed it on the table and stared straight ahead, her gaze turning distant and reflective. This time, she did not smile. Indeed, it would have been difficult for any observer to decipher the emotions behind that calm, composed face. Catherine Grey was 33. She came from a respectable family, but her father had lost his fortune, forcing Catherine to seek employment from a young age. She had been just 23 when she arrived as a companion to the formidable Mrs. Harfield. It was widely known that the old woman was difficult. A parade of companions had come and gone with dizzying speed, arriving hopeful and departing in tears. Yet, from the moment Catherine Grey stepped into Little Crampton a decade ago, a perfect peace had descended. These things are a mystery. They say snake charmers are born, not made. Catherine was born with a gift for managing demanding old women, unruly dogs, and mischievous small boys, and she did it all without a hint of strain. At 23, she had been a quiet girl with remarkable eyes. At 33, she was a quiet woman, those same steady grey eyes gazing out at the world with an unshakable, serene composure. Catherine had always possessed a sharp sense of humour, a trait that remained with her even now. As she sat at the breakfast table, lost in thought, the doorbell rang with a vigorous, impatient knocking. Moments later, the young maid hurried into the room, slightly out of breath. "Dr. Harrison is here," she announced. The doctor, a large, energetic man in his middle years, bustled into the room with the same force he had used on the door. "Good morning, Miss Grey. Good morning, Doctor." "I came by early," he began without preamble, "before you might hear from one of those Harfield relations, a Mrs. Samuel, perfectly dreadful woman." Wordlessly, Catherine picked up the letter from the table and handed it to him. She watched, amused, as his bushy eyebrows drew together in a frown, his face expressing clear disapproval with every snort and grunt. He finally tossed the letter back down. "Outrageous," he declared. "Don't let it trouble you. They're speaking nonsense, Mrs. Harfield's mind was perfectly sound, and no one will say otherwise. They wouldn't have a case, and they know it. All this talk of legal action is just a bluff. This is their underhanded way of trying to pressure you. And listen, don't let them sweet-talk you either. Don't start imagining it's your duty to hand over the money or any such foolishness about conscience. The thought of having scruples hasn't actually crossed my mind," Catherine replied calmly. "These are distant relatives of her late husband. They never visited her or showed the slightest interest while she was alive." "You're a sensible person," the doctor said. "I know better than anyone how difficult these last 10 years have been for you. You're entirely entitled to whatever savings the old lady left behind." Catherine offered a thoughtful smile. "Such as they were," she echoed. "You have no idea of the amount, Doctor." "Well, I suppose enough to provide an income of 500 a year or so?" Catherine nodded. "That's what I thought," she said. "Now please read this." She handed him the letter from the long blue envelope. The doctor read it, and a sound of utter astonishment escaped him. "This can't be right," he muttered. "It's impossible. She was one of the original investors in Mortals. 40 years ago, her annual income must have been 8 or 10,000. I am certain she never spent more than 400 a year. She was always painfully frugal. I always believed she had to watch every penny, and all that time the income has been compounding. My dear, you are going to be an exceedingly wealthy woman." Catherine Grey nodded. "Yes," she said, her tone detached, as if observing the situation from a distance. "I am, well," said the doctor, preparing to leave. "You have my sincerest congratulations." He flicked the edge of Mrs. Samuel Harfield's letter with his thumb. "Pay no mind to that woman and her nasty note." "It isn't really a nasty letter," Miss Grey said with surprising tolerance. "Given the circumstances, I think it's a rather predictable thing to do." "Sometimes I have serious doubts about you," the doctor remarked. "Why is that?" "Because of the things you find perfectly predictable." Catherine laughed. Later, at lunch, Dr. Harrison shared the remarkable news with his wife. She was thrilled. "To think of old Mrs. Harfield having all that money. I'm so glad she left it to Catherine Grey. That young woman is a saint." The doctor made a face. "Saints, I've always thought, must have been rather difficult people. Catherine Grey is far too human to be a saint." "She's a saint with a sense of humour," his wife replied, her eyes twinkling, "and though you've probably never noticed, she is also extremely attractive." "Catherine Grey?" The doctor was genuinely surprised. "She has very nice eyes, I'll grant you that." "Oh, you men!" his wife exclaimed with a laugh blind as bats. "Catherine has all the potential to be a real beauty. All she needs is the right wardrobe. Clothes. What's wrong with what she wears now? She always looks perfectly fine. Mrs. Harrison let out a frustrated sigh just as the doctor stood to begin his rounds. Why don't you stop by and see her, Polly? He suggested. I intend to, Mrs. Harrison replied without hesitation. She made her visit around 3 that afternoon. My dear, I'm absolutely delighted for you, she said warmly, giving Catherine's hand a squeeze. And the whole village will feel the same. It's very kind of you to come and say so, Catherine answered. I was hoping you would, actually, because I wanted to ask after Johnny. Oh, Johnny, well. Johnny was Mrs. Harrison's youngest. In no time she was launched into a lengthy tale where Johnny's adenoids and tonsils played the starring roles. Catherine listened with practiced sympathy. Old habits are stubborn things. For a decade now, listening had been her primary occupation. My dear, have I ever told you about the naval ball in Portsmouth, when Lord Charles simply admired my gown? And calmly, kindly, Catherine would respond, I believe you may have, Mrs. Harfield, but the details escape me. Do tell it again. Then the old lady would be off, reliving every moment. Half of Catherine's mind would follow along, offering the expected comments at all the right pauses. Now, with that same familiar sense of being in 2 places at once, she listened to Mrs. Harrison. After a solid half-hour, the woman caught herself abruptly. I've been chattering on about myself this whole time, she exclaimed, and I came here to discuss you and your plans. I'm not sure I have any yet. My dear, you can't possibly intend to stay on here. Catherine smiled at the sheer horror in the other's tone. No, I believe I'd like to travel. I've never seen much of the world, you know. I should think not. It must have been a dreadful life for you, shut away in this house all these years. I'm not certain, said Catherine. In a way, it offered me a great deal of freedom. She heard the other woman's sharp intake of breath and flushed slightly. That must sound foolish, saying that. Obviously, I didn't have much freedom in the plain physical sense. I should think not, murmured Mrs. Harrison, recalling that Catherine had rarely been granted something as simple as a proper day off. But being anchored in one place can strangely give your mind room to wander. You're always free to think. I've always cherished that feeling of mental liberty. Mrs. Harrison shook her head. I'm afraid I can't quite grasp that. Oh, you might if you'd lived my life. Still, I do feel ready for a change. I want to see things happen. Not necessarily to me, I don't mean that. But to be near the action, exciting events, even if I'm just an observer. You know how it is, nothing ever really happens in St. Mary Mead. It certainly does not, agreed Mrs. Harrison with feeling. I shall go to London first, Catherine continued. I have to see the solicitors in any case. After that, I think I'll go abroad. How lovely. But naturally before anything else. Yes, I must buy some clothes. Exactly what I said to Arthur this morning, cried the doctor's wife. You know, Catherine, you could look positively stunning if you put your mind to it. Miss Grey laughed, a genuine, unaffected sound. Oh, I don't believe you could ever fashion a beauty out of me, she said honestly. But I shall thoroughly enjoy having some truly nice things to wear. I'm afraid I've been talking about myself an awful lot. Mrs. Harrison looked at her shrewdly. It must be quite a novel experience for you, she remarked dryly. Before leaving the village, Catherine went to say goodbye to old Miss Viner. Miss Viner was 2 years older than Mrs. Harfield, and her chief preoccupation was her triumphant success in outliving her departed friend. You wouldn't have thought I'd last longer than Jane Harfield, would you? She demanded of Catherine victoriously. We were at school together, she and I, and here we are, her gone and me still here. Who would have imagined it? You've always had brown bread for supper, haven't you? Murmured Catherine, the words coming automatically. My dear, I'm touched you recall that, the old lady replied. Indeed, had Jane Harfield taken a piece of brown bread each night and a small restorative with her meals, she might very well be with us still. She paused, her head nodding with a sense of victory, before a new thought struck her. And now they tell me you've come into a tidy sum? My, guard it wisely. Off to London for some amusement, I suppose. Don't go expecting a proposal, however. You aren't the sort men flock to, and let's be honest, you're not getting any younger. What is your age now? 33, Catherine answered. Well, Miss Viner said with a tone of mild reconsideration, I suppose that's not quite over the hill. You've naturally lost the bloom of youth, of course. I fear I have, Catherine replied, thoroughly amused. But you're a good, sensible girl, Miss Viner added kindly, and I'm certain many a fellow could do far worse than choose you over these flighty creatures one sees everywhere today, displaying more limb than was ever intended. Goodbye, my dear. I do hope you find enjoyment, though, remember. In this life, things are rarely as they appear. Buoyed, if somewhat wryly, by these predictions, Catherine made her exit. A good portion of the village turned out at the station to wish her farewell, including the young maid-of-all-work, Alice, who presented a rigid, wire-bound bouquet and wept without restraint. There aren't many like her. Alice sniffled after the train had pulled away. When Charlie left me for that girl from the creamery, no one could have been kinder than Miss Gray. She was particular about the brass and the dusting, right enough, but she always noticed if you'd put in an extra polish. I'd do anything for her, I would. A true lady, that's what she is. Thus did Catherine Gray leave St. Mary Mead. The Mystery of the Blue Train. Chapter 8. Lady Tamplin composes a letter. Well, murmured Lady Tamplin. Well, indeed. She set aside her copy of the Continental Daily Mail and gazed out at the shimmering blue of the Mediterranean. A spray of golden mimosa, dangling just above her, framed a rather charming portrait, a fair-haired, blue-eyed woman in an elegant negligee. While the gold of her hair and the rosy complexion owed something to artifice, the vivid blue of her eyes was entirely natural, and at 44, Lady Tamplin could still claim the title of a beauty. As charming as she appeared, for once her thoughts were not upon herself, or at least not upon her reflection. She was occupied with more pressing concerns. A familiar presence on the Riviera, Lady Tamplin's gatherings at the Villa Marguerite were rightly famed. She was a woman of vast experience, having navigated the waters of matrimony 4 times. Her first husband was a youthful indiscretion, seldom mentioned. He had obligingly died with admirable promptness. His widow then married a prosperous button manufacturer who, after 3 years of union, also departed for greener pastures, reportedly following a particularly convivial evening with friends. Next came Viscount Tamplin, who secured Rosalie firmly within the social sphere she coveted. She retained his title upon marrying for a 4th time, a venture undertaken purely for pleasure. Her current husband, Mr. Charles Evans, was a remarkably handsome man of 27, possessing delightful manners, a passion for sport, and a keen appreciation for life's finer things, though he possessed no money of his own. Generally, Lady Tamplin was exceedingly pleased with her lot, yet she harboured occasional faint anxieties regarding finances. The button magnate had left a substantial fortune, but, as Lady Tamplin was fond of observing what with one thing and another, one thing being the depreciation of stocks after the war, and another the lavish habits of the late Lord Tamplin, her means, while comfortable, were merely that, and for a woman of Rosalie Tamplin's temperament, mere comfort was a profoundly unsatisfactory state. On that crisp January morning, Lady Tamplin's blue eyes widened dramatically as she scanned the newspaper. A soft, non-committal well escaped her lips. The only other person on the sunlit balcony was her daughter, the Honourable Lennox Tamplin, a perpetual thorn in her side. Lennox possessed no tact whatsoever, looked older than her years, and her sardonic sense of humour was, to put it mildly, deeply uncomfortable. "Darling," Lady Tamplin began, "just imagine." "Imagine what?" With an agitated finger, Lady Tamplin pointed out a specific paragraph in the Daily Mail and passed the paper over. Lennox read it without a flicker of the excitement her mother displayed. She handed it back. "So what?" she asked flatly. "This is the oldest story in the book. Miserly old women die in quaint villages every day, leaving their millions to some devoted companion." "Yes, dear, I know," her mother replied patiently, "and I'm sure the amount is wildly exaggerated. Newspapers are so unreliable, but even if you slash the figure in half, it still hasn't been left to us," Lennox finished dryly.
"Not directly, no,"
Lady Tamplin conceded, a gleam entering her eyes.
"But this young woman, this Catherine Gray, is actually a cousin of mine, one of the Worcestershire Greys from the Edgeworth branch, my own flesh and blood. Can you believe it?"
"Aha!" Lennox said, her tone dripping with understanding. "And you were wondering what opportunities this might present for us?" Lennox completed, with that sideways smirk her mother always found so baffling and vaguely insulting.
"Oh, darling,"
Lady Tamplin murmured with a faint, practiced note of reproach. She was quite accustomed to her daughter's brutal honesty and what she privately termed Lennox's distressingly blunt way of phrasing things. "I was merely considering," Lady Tamplin continued, artfully knitting her penciled brows, "whether, oh, good morning, Chubby darling, off to play tennis? How lovely!" Chubby, thus hailed, offered a benign smile and a perfunctory, You look absolutely topping in that peach thing, my dear, before ambling past them and down the steps toward the court. The dear man, Lady Tamplin sighed, gazing after her husband with apparent affection. Now, where was I? Ah, yes, she mentally shuffled her social calculations back to the forefront. I was thinking, for heaven's sake, spit it out. That's the third time you've said that.
Well, dear,
Lady Tamplin pressed on, unruffled. It occurred to me that it would be the kindest thing if I wrote to dear Catherine and suggested she pay us a little visit here on the Riviera. She's undoubtedly quite out of her depth socially. Far better to be introduced by family, don't you think? It would be an advantage for her and naturally an advantage for us. And how much do you plan to convince her to contribute? Lennox inquired bluntly. Her mother shot her a pained look. We would, of course, need to arrive at a suitable financial understanding. What with the war, your poor father's affairs, and the general cost of things nowadays. And Chubby's current habits, Lennox added. He's a terribly expensive luxury, if you ask me. She was such a nice girl, as I recall. Lady Tamplin mused, drifting back into her own strategic reverie. Very quiet, never pushed herself forward. Not a beauty, and certainly not one of those dreadful man-hunters. So she'll probably leave Chubby alone, then, Lennox said. Lady Tamplin looked genuinely scandalized. Chubby would never. No, Lennox cut in. I don't suppose he would. He knows precisely which side his bread is buttered on, and it isn't the side with obscure cousins from Worcestershire. Darling, you do have such a coarse way of putting things. My apologies, Lennox said, entirely unapologetic, gathering the Daily Mail, her negligee vanity bag, and a handful of letters. Lady Tamplin rose. I shall write to dear Catherine immediately, she announced, and remind her of all our lovely times together at Edgeworth. A determined light shone in her eyes as she swept into the villa. Unlike some, correspondence flowed from her pen with effortless grace. She covered 4 sheets without a single pause or correction, and upon rereading her masterpiece, found not one word she wished to change. Catherine found the letter waiting for her the morning she reached London. What she truly made of its contents was her own affair. She tucked it into her bag and set off for her meeting with the late Mrs. Harfield's solicitors. The firm, long established in Lincoln's Inn Fields, had an air of quiet permanence. After a brief wait, she was shown into the office of the senior partner, a kindly, elderly gentleman with shrewd blue eyes and a paternal demeanour. They spoke for some time about the will and various legal formalities before Catherine, almost apologetically, produced Mrs. Samuel's letter. I suppose I ought to show you this, she said, though it's really rather absurd. He read it with a faint, knowing smile. A rather transparent effort, Miss Grey. I should hardly need to tell you that these individuals have no legitimate claim whatsoever on the estate. Should they attempt to contest the will, no court would entertain it. I imagined that was the case. Human nature is not always distinguished by its wisdom. Were I in Mrs. Samuel Harfield's position, I might have been more inclined to appeal to your generosity. That is actually something I wish to discuss, Catherine replied. I should like a certain sum to be made over to them. There is no obligation, he reminded her gently. I'm aware, and they will not receive it in the spirit you intend. They will likely view it as a payoff, though that won't stop them from accepting it. I can see that, but it cannot be helped. My advice, Miss Grey, would be to abandon the idea. Catherine shook her head. You're perfectly correct, I know, but I should like it done all the same. They will snatch the money and then vilify you more heartily afterward. Well, said Catherine, with a quiet resolve that surprised even her, let them, if it pleases them. We all have our peculiar forms of amusement. They were, after all, Mrs. Harfield's only relatives. They may have treated her as a poor relation and ignored her while she lived, but it feels unjust to leave them with absolutely nothing. She prevailed, though the lawyer remained unconvinced. Leaving the sombre offices, she stepped out into the London streets with a new and liberating sense of certainty. The future was hers to shape. Her first stop was the salon of a celebrated dressmaker. She was received by a slender, elderly Frenchwoman who moved with the abstracted grace of a duchess in a reverie. Catherine spoke with deliberate simplicity. I should like to place myself entirely in your hands. I have known nothing but economy all my life, and understand nothing of fashion. Now that circumstances have changed, I wish to be dressed properly. The Frenchwoman was delighted. Her artistic temperament, recently tried by a visit from a flamboyant South American heiress who had insisted on the most unsuitable styles, found a pleasing subject. She studied Catherine with keen, appraising eyes. But yes, it will be a pleasure. Mademoiselle has an excellent figure. For her, the simple line is best. She is also very English. Some would be offended if I said so, but not Mademoiselle, une belle Anglaise. There is no more delightful style. The dreamy demeanor fell away at once. She called out sharply to her models. Clothilde, Virginie, quickly, the light grey tailor and the autumn sigh evening gown. Marcel, the little mimosa crepe de chine suit. It proved a delightful morning. Marcel, Clothilde, and Virginie, faces etched with professional boredom, drifted past in the traditional mannequin's glide, all studied twists and turns. The Duchess stood beside Catherine, making notes in a small book. An excellent selection, mademoiselle. You have innate taste. These suits will be perfect if you are bound for the Riviera this winter, as I presume. Let me see the evening dress once more, Catherine requested, the pinkish mauve one. Virginie reappeared, circling slowly before her. Catherine admired the delicate blend of mauve, grey, and blue in the gown before her. This one is the loveliest, she remarked. What is its name? Soupier d'automne, yes. That is truly mademoiselle's dress, the attendant replied. Long after she had left the shop, the phrase echoed in Catherine's mind with a quiet melancholy. Soupier d'automne, autumn's sigh. It suited her perfectly. She had never truly known spring or summer, and now she never would. Something essential had slipped away, something that could never be returned. All those years of quiet duty in St. Mary Mead, while life itself seemed to stream past her window. I'm being foolish, she told herself firmly. What is it I even want? A month ago, I was perfectly content. From her handbag, she drew the letter received that morning from Lady Tamplin. Catherine was shrewd enough to read between the lines. This sudden warmth from a distant cousin was no accident. Lady Tamplin's affection was clearly tied to advantage, not affection. But then, Catherine reasoned, why shouldn't both sides benefit? I'll go, she decided aloud. She was walking along Piccadilly at that moment and turned into the travel agency to settle the matter then and there. A short wait followed. The gentleman ahead of her was also arranging a trip to the Riviera. It seemed everyone was heading there. For the first time, she would be doing what everyone did, a small rebellion that felt strangely significant. The man before her turned suddenly, and she stepped forward to take his place. As she spoke to the clerk, part of her mind wandered. That man's face, it tugged at her memory. Where had she seen him? Then it came to her, outside her room at the Savoy that very morning. They had nearly collided in the hallway. An odd coincidence running into him twice in one day. A faint unease made her glance over her shoulder. He was still in the doorway looking back at her. A cold tremor ran down her spine, a sudden, haunting sense of something dark and inevitable looming ahead. With an effort, she shook off the feeling she had never been one for vague forebodings and focused on the clerk's instructions. Derek Kettering seldom let his temper take control. His usual manner was one of relaxed indifference, a trait that had served him well in more than one difficult situation. Even now, after leaving Morel's apartment, his anger had cooled. He needed clarity. The predicament he faced was tighter than any before, complicated by new, unexpected factors he wasn't yet sure how to manage. He walked slowly, his brow furrowed, the easy charm he usually wore completely absent. Various paths unfolded in his mind. It might be said that Derek was sharper than he appeared. One option in particular stood out, a desperate measure for a desperate situation. He understood his father-in-law perfectly. In a clash between Derek Kettering and Rufus Van Alden, there could be only one outcome. Bitterly, Derek cursed the power of money under his breath. He made his way up St. James's Street, crossed Piccadilly and continued toward the Circus. Passing the offices of Thomas Cook and Sons, his steps slowed almost imperceptibly. He kept walking, turning the problem over, until finally he gave a short, decisive nod. He spun around so abruptly that he bumped into a pair of pedestrians behind him, then retraced his path. This time he did not pass the travel office. He walked inside. The travel office was quiet, allowing him to be served immediately. I need to travel to Nice next week. Can you provide the details? For which date, sir? The 14th. Which is the best train? That would be the one known as the Blue Train. It allows you to bypass the tedious customs inspection at Calais. Derek gave a brief nod. He was already well aware of this. The 14th, the clerk murmured, consulting a schedule. That is quite soon. The Blue Train is typically fully reserved. Check if any berths remain, Derek instructed. If there are none, He let the sentence hang, a peculiar smile touching his lips. The clerk stepped away briefly before returning. "You're in luck, sir. 3 berths are still available. I shall reserve one. The name?" "Pavitt," Derek replied, providing his Jermyn Street address. The clerk noted it down, offered a polite farewell, and turned to the next customer. Just then, a clear voice inquired, "I wish to go to Nice on the 14th. Is there a train called the Blue Train?" Derek turned sharply. A coincidence, an odd one. He recalled his own almost playful remark to Morel. Portrait of a lady with grey eyes. I doubt I'll ever see her again. Yet, here she was, and she intended to travel to the Riviera on the very same day. A brief chill passed through him. He had his superstitions. He had joked that this woman might bring misfortune. What if that proved true? From the doorway, he glanced back at her speaking with the clerk. His memory had served him correctly. She was undeniably a lady, not particularly young or strikingly beautiful, but possessing something, those grey eyes that seemed to perceive too much. Leaving the office, he felt an unmistakable apprehension toward her, a sense of looming fate. Back in his Jermyn Street rooms, he summoned his manservant. "Take this cheque, Pavitt. Cash it first thing tomorrow, then go to the cook's office on Piccadilly. They will have tickets reserved in your name. Pay for them and bring them here." "Very good, sir." Pavitt withdrew. Derek moved to a side table and gathered a stack of letters, all frustratingly familiar. Bills, both large and small, each pressing for payment. Their tone remained polite for now, but Derek knew how swiftly that courtesy would vanish if certain news became public. He sank moodily into a large leather chair. He was in a tight spot, a damned tight spot, and the avenues of escape looked far from promising. Pavitt reappeared with a discreet cough. "A gentleman to see you, sir, Major Knighton." "Knighton, is it?" Derek sat up, his frown giving way to sudden alertness. He muttered softly, almost to himself, "Knighton? I wonder what brings him here now." "Shall I show him in, sir?" His master nodded. When Knighton entered, he found a charming and genial host awaiting him. "It's good of you to call," Derek said smoothly. Knighton's nervousness was immediately apparent to Derek's keen eye. The secretary's errand was clearly distasteful to him. He responded mechanically to Derek's easy conversation, declined a drink, and his manner grew, if anything, more rigid. Derek feigned to notice at last. "Well," he said cheerfully, "what does my esteemed father-in-law require? I assume you're here on his business." Knighton did not return the smile. "I am, yes," he said carefully. I wish Mr. Van Olden had chosen another messenger." Derek raised his eyebrows in mock dismay. "Is it truly that bad? I assure you, Knighton, my skin is not so thin." "No," said Knighton, "but this matter," he hesitated. Derek studied him closely. "Go on out with it," he said, with an air of kindness. "I can imagine the errands from my dear father-in-law are not always pleasant." Knighton cleared his throat. He spoke with a deliberate formality, working to keep any hint of embarrassment from his voice. "I have been instructed by Mr. Van Olden to present you with a formal proposal." "A proposal?" For an instant, Derek could not conceal his astonishment. Knighton's opening was clearly not what he had anticipated. He extended a cigarette case toward the other man, took one for himself, and settled back into his chair. A faintly sardonic note colored his murmur. "A proposal? Now that does sound intriguing. Shall I proceed by all means? Forgive my surprise, but it strikes me that my esteemed father-in-law has undergone a rather significant change of heart since our little talk this morning. And yielding ground isn't exactly a trait one associates with the titans of finance, the so-called Napoleons of Wall Street. I believe it suggests he finds his position less formidable than he imagined." Knighton listened with polite detachment to the smooth, mocking tone, but his rather impassive features betrayed nothing. He waited until Derek had finished before speaking again, his voice quiet and measured. "I will outline the terms as concisely as possible." His gaze remained averted, his delivery clipped and factual. "The situation is straightforward, as you're aware. Mrs. Kettering is preparing to initiate divorce proceedings. Should you choose not to contest the case, you will receive the sum of £100,000 on the day the divorce is finalized." Derek, in the midst of lighting his cigarette, went perfectly still. "100,000, he said sharply. "Dollars? Pounds?" A profound silence filled the room for a full 2 minutes. Kettering's brow was furrowed in concentration. £100,000. It meant Mirelle. It meant the seamless continuation of his agreeable, untroubled existence. It also meant Van Alden knew something. The man never paid for nothing. He rose and moved to stand by the fireplace. "And in the event I decline this generous offer?" he inquired, his politeness cold and edged with irony. Knighton made a slight, apologetic gesture. "I assure you, Mr. Kettering," he said with earnest reluctance, "it is with the greatest personal discomfort that I deliver this message." "That's quite all right," said Kettering. "No need for distress, you're merely the messenger. Now then, I asked you a question. Will you answer it?" Knighton also stood. He spoke with even greater hesitation. "Should you refuse this proposition," he said, "Mr. Van Alden wished me to inform you, in plain language, that he intends to break you." Those were his precise words. Kettering's eyebrows lifted, but he maintained his air of light amusement. "Well, well," he said, "I suppose he's capable of it. I certainly wouldn't be able to mount much of a defense against one of America's millionaire giants. 100,000. When you're going to bribe a man, there's no point in doing it by halves. What if I told you that for 200,000 I'd comply with his wishes? What then?" "I would relay that message to Mr. Van Alden," Knighton replied, his tone unemotional. "Is that your answer?" "No," said Derek, a strange smile touching his lips. "Oddly enough, it is not. You can return to my father-in-law and tell him he can take himself and his bribes straight to hell." "Is that clear?" "Perfectly," said Knighton. He stood, hesitated, and then a flush crept into his cheeks. You will permit me to say, Mr. Kettering, that I am glad you answered as you did." Derek offered no reply. After the other man had left, he remained motionless for a minute or two, lost in thought. That curious smile returned. "And so that is that," he said, softly to the empty room. "The mystery of the blue train." Chapter 10. On the blue train. Dad! Ruth Kettering started violently. Her nerves were not entirely steady this morning. Impeccably dressed in a full-length mink coat and a small hat of Chinese lacquer red, she had been walking along the bustling platform at Victoria Station, absorbed in her own thoughts. Her father's sudden appearance and his hearty greeting had an effect he did not anticipate. "My goodness, Ruth, you nearly jumped out of your skin." "I didn't expect to see you, I suppose, Dad. You said goodbye to me last night and mentioned you had a board meeting this morning."
So I do,
said Van Alden. "But you mean more to me than any number of darn meetings. I just had to come see you one more time before you're gone for a while." "That's so thoughtful of you, Dad. I really wish you were coming along. What if I decided to join you?" He meant it as a joke, but the swift blush that rose to Ruth's cheeks caught him off guard. For an instant, he could have sworn he saw a flicker of panic in her eyes. She gave a small, uneasy laugh. "You had me going for a second there," she admitted. "Would you have wanted me to say yes?" "Absolutely," Ruth replied, her tone a touch too forceful. "Well, now," said Van Alden. "That's good to hear." "It's not actually for that long, Dad," Ruth went on. "You're planning to come out next month, remember?" "Ah," Van Alden said flatly.
Sometimes I think I should just march into one of those fancy clinics on Park Avenue and have some doctor order me to take a vacation for my health, effective immediately. "Don't be ridiculous," Ruth chided. "Next month is far nicer over there than it is now. Besides, you have a dozen things keeping you here. You can't possibly drop everything and leave." "I suppose you're right," Van Alden conceded with a sigh. "You'd better get settled on this train of yours, Ruth. Which one is your seat?" Ruth Kettering's gaze drifted along the length of the train. Near the door of one of the sleeper cars stood a slender, tall woman dressed in black, Ruth's maid. She stepped aside as her mistress approached. "I've placed your dressing case beneath your seat, madam, should you need it. Would you like me to leave the travel blankets, or will you require one?" "No, I won't need one. You should go find your own seat now, Mason." "Very well, madam." The maid left. Van Alden followed Ruth into the car. She located her seat, and he arranged a stack of periodicals and papers on the table before her. The seat facing hers was already occupied. The American cast a brief, indifferent glance at the other passenger, registering little more than intelligent grey eyes and a smart travelling outfit. He made a bit more small talk with Ruth, the sort of aimless chatter typical of train station goodbyes. As the warning whistles sounded, he checked his watch. "I'd better get off this thing. Goodbye, honey. Don't fret about a thing back here." "Oh, Dad!" He turned back sharply.
There was something in Ruth's voice, a raw, desperate note, utterly foreign to her usual composure, that startled him. It was nearly a cry of anguish. She had made a sudden, involuntary movement toward him, but in the next breath she had regained her self-control. "See you next month," she said brightly. Moments later the train began to move. Ruth sat perfectly still, biting her lower lip, fighting back unfamiliar tears. A crushing sense of isolation washed over her. A wild, irrational urge seized her to leap from the moving train and run back before it was too late. She, always so poised and certain, felt for the first time utterly adrift, like a leaf caught in a gale. If her father knew the truth, what would he think? It was insanity. Pure, utter madness. For the first time in her life, she was completely overpowered by feeling, carried away to the point of doing something she herself knew was profoundly foolish and rash. She was enough her father's daughter to recognize her own imprudence, and sufficiently clear-headed to judge her actions harshly. Yet she was his daughter in another way too. She possessed that same unyielding resolve to obtain what she desired, and once her mind was set, nothing could deter her. She had been willful from infancy. The very conditions of her life had nurtured that stubborn independence. It drove her forward now, relentlessly. The decision was made. She had to see it through. She lifted her head, and her eyes met those of the woman sitting across from her. A strange notion struck her that this stranger had somehow glimpsed her inner turmoil. In those calm grey eyes she thought she saw comprehension and, yes, a trace of pity. The impression lasted only a moment. Both women's faces settled into identical masks of polite, detached reserve. Mrs. Kettering picked up a magazine, while Catherine Grey gazed out the window at a monotonous stretch of dreary suburban streets. Ruth found it impossible to concentrate on the printed page. A flood of anxieties against her will began to overwhelm her. How utterly foolish she had been. What a complete fool she was. She was usually so composed and self-reliant, but once that control shattered, it vanished entirely, and now it felt far too late. Or was it? She desperately wished for someone to confide in, someone whose advice she could trust. This was a new and unsettling desire for her. She had always prided herself on relying solely on her own judgment. Yet now, something was profoundly wrong. It was pure panic. Ruth Kettering, entirely and absolutely, was gripped by fear. She stole a discreet glance at the woman seated opposite. If only she knew someone like that, someone kind, steady, and understanding. That was the sort of person you could talk to, but of course you couldn't possibly unburden yourself to a perfect stranger. A faint, ironic smile touched her lips at the very notion. She lifted the magazine again. She simply had to get a hold of herself. She had reasoned all this through already. She had made her choice freely. What genuine happiness had her life contained until this moment? Why shouldn't I finally seek my own happiness? She thought, with restless defiance. No one will ever know. It seemed only moments before they arrived at Dover. Ruth was a good sailor, but she hated the cold and was relieved to retreat to the private cabin she had reserved by wire. Though she would never admit it aloud, Ruth possessed a streak of superstition. She was the type of person who found meaning in coincidences. After disembarking at Calais and settling into a double compartment on the blue train with her maid, she made her way to the dining car. She experienced a small jolt of surprise when she was seated at a small table, facing the very same woman who had been opposite her in the Pullman carriage. A slight, acknowledging smile passed between them. "This is quite a coincidence," remarked Mrs. Kettering. "I know," Catherine agreed. "It's odd how things happen sometimes." A waiter from the Compagnie Internationale des Wagons Lits appeared with his characteristic speed, placing 2 bowls of soup before them. By the time the omelette arrived, they were conversing comfortably. It will be absolute heaven to finally reach the sunshine. Ruth sighed, a genuine longing in her voice. "I imagine it will feel wonderful." "Do you know the Riviera well?" "Not at all. This is my first visit." "Really? You probably go every year, I expect." "Almost always. January and February in London are simply dreadful. I've always lived in the countryside. Those months aren't much better there, mostly just mud and grey skies." "What made you decide to travel so suddenly?" "Money," Catherine said frankly. "For 10 years I worked as a paid companion with just enough of my own to afford sturdy walking shoes. Now I've been left what feels like a fortune to me, though I suppose it wouldn't seem that way to you." "I wonder why you say that it wouldn't seem so to me." Catherine laughed. "I don't really know. I suppose we form impressions without even realizing it. I had mentally placed you among the world's very wealthy. It was just a feeling. I'm probably wrong." No, said Ruth, her tone turning unexpectedly solemn. You're not wrong. She leaned forward slightly, her earlier restlessness returning. I wish you would tell me what other impressions you formed about me. Ruth continued, gently overriding the other woman's polite hesitation. Oh, please, don't be conventional. I truly want to know. As we left Victoria, I looked across at you, and I had the strangest feeling that you somehow understood what was going through my mind. I can assure you I'm no mind reader, Catherine said with a soft smile. No, but please tell me what you thought. Ruth's eagerness was so intense and sincere that it was disarming. I'll tell you if you like, Catherine conceded, but you mustn't think me impertinent. I had a feeling you were deeply troubled, and my heart went out to you. You're correct. Absolutely correct. I'm in a dreadful state. I wish I could explain, if you'll allow me. Oh dear, Catherine reflected silently. The world is remarkably similar no matter where you go. People were always confiding in me back in St. Mary Mead, and it's no different here. Honestly, I'm not in the mood to hear anyone's troubles. Out loud, she answered courteously. Please, go ahead. They were concluding their lunch. Ruth hastily finished her coffee, stood up, and seemingly unaware that Catherine hadn't touched hers, said, Come to my compartment. They entered 2 adjoining single compartments. In the second, a slender maid Catherine had noticed earlier at Victoria Station sat rigidly on the seat, clutching a large scarlet leather case marked with the initials RVK. Mrs. Kettering closed the connecting door and sank onto the seat. Catherine sat beside her. I'm in a terrible predicament and don't know what to do. There's a man I care for deeply. We were in love when we were young, and we were torn apart in a cruel and unjust way. Now we've found each other again. I see. I'm going to meet him now. Oh, I'm sure you think this is all wrong, but you don't understand the situation. My husband is impossible. His treatment of me has been shameful. Yes, Catherine said again. What weighs on me so heavily is that I've deceived my father. He was the one who saw me off at Victoria today. He wants me to divorce my husband, and of course he has no idea that I'm going to meet this other man. He would think it incredibly foolish. Well, don't you think it is? I suppose so. Ruth Kettering looked down at her hands. They were trembling violently. But I can't back out now. Why ever not? Everything is arranged. It would crush him. I wouldn't be so sure, Catherine said with sturdy practicality. Hearts are often more resilient than we think. He'll believe I have no courage, no strength of purpose. What you're planning strikes me as profoundly unwise, Catherine stated. I believe you sense that yourself. Ruth buried her face in her hands. I don't know, I just don't. Ever since leaving Victoria, I've had this awful premonition of something looming just ahead that I can't avoid. She gripped Catherine's hand convulsively. You must think I'm insane talking like this, but I tell you I know something dreadful is going to happen. Don't dwell on it, Catherine urged. Try to gather your strength. You could send your father a telegram from Paris if you wish, and he would come to you immediately. The other woman brightened slightly. Yes, I could do that, dear old Dad. It's strange. I never realized until today how very much I love him. She sat up straight and dried her eyes with a handkerchief. I've been very foolish. Thank you so much for listening. I don't know why I slipped into such a strange, hysterical state. She stood up. I'm quite all right now. I suppose I just needed someone to talk to. I can't imagine now why I was making such an utter spectacle of myself. Catherine also rose. I'm very glad you're feeling better, she said, striving to keep her tone as conventionally polite as possible. She was all too familiar with the awkwardness that follows intimate revelations. She added tactfully, I should be getting back to my own compartment. She stepped into the corridor just as the maid was emerging from the next door. The maid glanced past Catherine over her shoulder, and an expression of intense surprise flashed across her face. Catherine turned as well, but by then whoever had caught the maid's attention had already withdrawn into their compartment, leaving the corridor empty. Catherine walked along it to return to her own place, which was located in the next coach. As she walked past the last compartment, the door swung open and a woman peered out briefly before pulling it shut with a sharp snap. It was a face Catherine wouldn't soon forget, one she would recognize instantly when they crossed paths again. Beautiful, with an oval shape and dark complexion. It was heavily and rather strangely made up. Catherine had the nagging sense she'd seen that face somewhere before. She returned to her own compartment without further incident and sat for a while, turning over the strange confidence that had just been shared with her. She wondered casually who the woman in the mink coat really was, and how her personal drama might eventually play out. If I've kept someone from making a complete fool of herself, I suppose that's a good deed, she mused. But then again, who's to say? A woman like that, so stubborn and self-centered her whole life, might actually benefit from throwing caution to the wind for once. Oh well, I doubt our paths will cross again. She certainly won't want to see me after this. That's the trouble with letting people unburden themselves to you. They usually regret it afterward. She hoped they wouldn't be seated together at dinner. With a touch of humor, she reflected how awkward that would be for both of them. Leaning back against the cushion, she felt weary and oddly low-spirited. They had reached Paris, and the slow stop-and-go journey around the Cincha was tedious beyond words. When they finally pulled into the Gare de Lyon, she was grateful to step out and pace the platform. The crisp, cold air felt wonderfully refreshing after the stuffy, overheated train. She noticed with a faint smile that her mink-coated acquaintance had solved the potential dinner dilemma in her own practical way. A dinner basket was being passed through the window to her maid. Once the train started moving again and the clanging dinner bell announced the meal, Catherine headed to the dining car, feeling distinctly relieved. Her dinner companion tonight was entirely different, a small, distinctly foreign-looking man with a meticulously waxed mustache and an egg-shaped head tilted slightly to one side. Catherine had brought a book with her, and she caught the little man's eyes twinkling with amusement as he glanced at it. "I see, madame, you are reading a detective novel," he observed. "You enjoy such stories." "They pass the time," Catherine admitted. The little man nodded as if he understood perfectly. "They sell very well, so I am told." "But why do you think that is, mademoiselle? As a student of human nature, I ask you. Why should that be?" Catherine found herself more and more entertained. "Maybe they let you imagine living a more thrilling life," she offered. He nodded gravely. "Yes, there may be something in that. Of course, we know such things don't actually happen in real life," Catherine began, but he cut in sharply. "Sometimes they do, mademoiselle. Sometimes I myself, such things have happened to me." She gave him a quick, curious look. "Who knows," he went on, "you might find yourself in the middle of an adventure one day. Life is all chance." "I really don't think that's likely," said Catherine. "Nothing exciting ever happens to me." He leaned forward, his voice dropping slightly. "But would you like it to?" The question took her by surprise, and she drew a sharp breath. "It is only my fancy, perhaps," said the little man, deftly polishing a fork with his napkin. "But I think you have a quiet yearning for something more. Eh bien, in my experience, I have observed one thing. All one wants, one gets. Who knows?" His face crinkled into a comical expression. "You may end up with more than you bargained for." "Is that a prophecy?" asked Catherine, smiling as she rose from the table. The little man shook his head. "I never make prophecies," he declared with mock solemnity. "It is true I have a habit of being right, but I do not boast about it. Good night, mademoiselle. May you sleep well." Catherine made her way back through the train, amused and curiously cheered by her odd little neighbor. Catherine walked by her friend's open compartment and noticed the conductor preparing the berth. The woman in the mink coat stood silently, gazing out the window. Through the connecting door, Catherine saw the second compartment was unoccupied, its floor cluttered with luggage and folded blankets. The maid was nowhere to be seen. Feeling weary, Catherine retired to her own freshly made bed and turned off the light around 9:30. She awoke abruptly some time later, disoriented in the dark. A glance at her wristwatch revealed it had stopped, and a creeping sense of dread began to tighten around her. This unease grew until she could no longer lie still. Wrapping herself in a dressing gown, she slipped into the corridor. The train was silent, wrapped in the deep slumber of the night. She lowered the window and sat for several minutes, letting the cool air wash over her, but it did nothing to soothe her nerves. Deciding to find the conductor to ask the correct time, she walked to the end of the car, only to find his small folding seat empty. After a moment's hesitation, she moved into the next carriage. Peering down the dim, lengthy corridor, she was startled to see a man standing with his hand on the door of what she believed was the mink-clad lady's compartment. He lingered there, his back to her, posture radiating hesitation. Then he turned slowly, and with a cold jolt of recognition, Catherine knew him. He was the same man she had seen twice before, once in the corridor of the Savoy Hotel and once at the travel agency. He opened the compartment door, slipped inside, and pulled it shut behind him. A wild thought crossed Catherine's mind. Was this the mysterious man the other woman was travelling to meet? She immediately dismissed the idea as pure fancy. She had likely mistaken the door. She returned to her own carriage, and just 5 minutes later, the train began to slow. The long, mournful sigh of the air brakes filled the air, and soon they had stopped at the station in Lyon. The next morning, Catherine awoke to a cabin flooded with brilliant sunlight. She went to breakfast early and saw none of her acquaintances from the previous day. Upon returning to her compartment, she found it restored to its daytime arrangement by the conductor, a sombre man with a drooping moustache. "Madame is fortunate," he remarked. "The sun is shining. It is always such a disappointment for passengers to arrive on a grey morning." "I certainly would have been disappointed," Catherine agreed. The man made to leave, but paused. "We are running a little late, madame. I will inform you just before we reach Nice." Catherine nodded and sat by the window, utterly captivated by the sun-drenched scenery rolling past. The pale trees, the profound blue of the Mediterranean, the cheerful bursts of yellow mimosa, all of it was a delightful novelty after 14 consecutive drab English winters. When the train paused at Cannes, she stepped onto the platform to stretch her legs. Her curiosity about the lady in mink drew her eyes to the windows of that compartment. The blinds were still drawn tight, the only ones on the entire train to remain closed. A faint wonder stirred within her. Back on board, as she walked through the corridor, she noted those 2 compartments remained shuttered and silent. Their occupant was clearly not an early riser. Shortly after, the conductor approached to announce their impending arrival in Nice. Catherine gave him a tip. He thanked her, but seemed to linger, an odd, unresolved tension hanging about him. Catherine had initially dismissed the waiter's odd behavior as a simple matter of an insufficient tip, but now she was certain something was gravely wrong. The man's complexion had turned a sickly grey, his entire body trembled, and he looked utterly terrified. He was staring at her with an unnerving intensity. Suddenly, he blurted out, "Forgive me, madame, but are you planning to meet friends in Nice?" "Perhaps," Catherine replied coolly. "Why do you ask?" Instead of answering, the waiter merely shook his head, muttered something unintelligible, and hurried away. He didn't reappear until the train shuddered to a halt at the station, where he hastily passed her luggage through the window. Left standing on the platform, Catherine felt a wave of uncertainty, but it was soon broken by a fair-haired young man with an open, friendly face who approached her hesitantly. "Miss Grey, I presume?" Catherine confirmed her identity, and the young man's face lit up with a radiant smile. "I'm chubby Lady Tamplin's husband. She probably mentioned me, though she does forget things. Do you have your baggage ticket? I misplaced mine when I arrived this season, and the fuss they made was unbelievable. Typical French bureaucracy." After producing her ticket, Catherine was about to follow him when a soft, insistent voice spoke near her ear. "A moment of your time, madame, if you would be so kind." Turning, Catherine saw a man whose short stature was compensated for by an extravagant amount of gold braid on his uniform. He explained with a theatrical wave of his hands. "There are some formalities. Madame would perhaps be good enough to accompany me. Police regulations absurd, I know, but such is the procedure." Mr. Chubby Evans listened with confusion, his grasp of French being rather poor. "So typical of the French," he muttered with the irritation of a staunch Briton who had claimed a piece of the Riviera as his own and deeply resented the locals. "Always some new nonsense. They've never bothered people on the platform before. I suppose you'll have to go with him." Guided by the officer, Catherine was led not into the station proper, but toward a siding where a single carriage from the train had been shunted. He gestured for her to climb aboard, and leading her down the corridor, held open a compartment door. Inside sat an official with a pompous air, accompanied by a clerk who looked thoroughly bored. The official rose, bowed, and introduced himself. "You will pardon the intrusion, madame, but certain formalities must be observed. I trust you speak French. Adequately, I believe." Catherine responded in French. "Excellent. Please, be seated. I am Commissary Co. of the police." He puffed out his chest with self-importance, and Catherine made an effort to appear suitably impressed. "You wish to see my passport? Here it is." The commissary studied her intently before giving a soft grunt and accepting the document. "Thank you, madame. However, what I truly require is a bit of information." "Information," he nodded slowly. "Concerning a lady who shared your journey. You took luncheon with her yesterday." "I'm afraid I can tell you very little. We conversed during the meal, but she was a complete stranger to me. I had never seen her prior to that." "And yet," the commissary pressed sharply, You accompanied her back to her compartment and conversed for a considerable time afterward. That is correct, Catherine acknowledged. The commissary waited, his expression encouraging her to continue. Yes, madame. Well, monsieur, Catherine replied, her tone growing cool. Perhaps you could provide some impression of what was discussed? I could, said Catherine, her British sensibilities now thoroughly annoyed by what she perceived as impertinence from this foreign official. But at present I see no compelling reason to do so. No reason? The commissary exclaimed. Oh, but there is a reason, madame, I can assure you of that. Then perhaps you will tell me what it is. The commissary remained silent for a moment, thoughtfully rubbing his chin. Madame, he finally said, the reason is quite straightforward. The lady was discovered deceased in her compartment this morning. Dead? Catherine gasped. Was it her heart? No, the commissary replied, his tone reflective. No, it was not natural causes. She was murdered. Murdered! Catherine cried out. So you understand, madame, why we are so eager for any information we can obtain, he continued. But surely her maid would know something. The maid has vanished. Oh. Catherine fell silent, trying to collect her thoughts. Since the conductor observed you speaking with her in her compartment, he naturally reported it to the authorities. That is why we have detained you, madame, in the hope you might provide some insight. I truly am sorry, said Catherine. I don't even know her name. Her name is Kettering. We learned that from her passport and her luggage labels, if we... A knock sounded at the compartment door. M. Coe frowned and opened it just a few inches. What is it? He demanded. I cannot be disturbed. The round, egg-shaped head of the man Catherine had dined with appeared in the opening, a beaming smile on his face. My name, he announced, is Hercule Poirot. Not, stammered the commissary. Not the Hercule Poirot, the very same, said Mr. Poirot. I recall meeting you once, M. Coe, at the Sûreté in Paris, though you have doubtless forgotten. Not at all, monsieur. Not at all, the commissary declared heartily. Please come in. You are aware of this? Yes, I am aware, said Hercule Poirot. I came to see if I might offer any assistance. We would be honoured, the commissary replied promptly. Allow me to present you Mr. Poirot, too. He glanced at the passport still in his hand. To Mademoiselle Gray. Poirot offered a slight smile to Catherine. It is peculiar, is it not, he murmured, how my words have come true so swiftly. Mademoiselle, unfortunately, can tell us very little, said the commissary. I have been explaining, Catherine said, that this poor woman was a complete stranger to me. Poirot nodded. Yet she spoke with you, did she not? He asked, gently. You formed an impression, am I correct? Yes, Catherine answered thoughtfully. I suppose I did, and that impression was... Yes, mademoiselle. The commissary leaned forward eagerly. By all means, share your impressions with us. Catherine sat quietly, turning the entire encounter over in her mind. She felt a pang as if she were betraying a confidence, but with that ugly word murder echoing in her ears, she knew she could hold nothing back. Too much might depend on it. So, as precisely as she could, she recounted the conversation she had shared with the dead woman, word for word. That is interesting, said the commissary, glancing at Poirot. M. Poirot, whether it has any bearing on the crime. He left the thought unfinished. I suppose it couldn't have been suicide, Catherine ventured, though doubtfully. No, the commissary stated flatly. It could not be suicide. She was strangled with a piece of black cord. Oh, Catherine shivered involuntarily. M. Cos spread his hands in an apologetic gesture. It is not pleasant, no. I fear our train robbers here are more brutal than those in your country. It's horrible. Yes, yes, he soothed, his tone apologetic. But you possess great courage, mademoiselle. The moment I saw you, I said to myself, Mademoiselle has great courage. That is why I must ask you to do something further, something distressing, yet I assure you entirely necessary. Catherine looked at him with apprehension. He spread his hands again, apologetically. I must ask you, mademoiselle, to be so kind as to accompany me to the next compartment. Must I? Catherine asked, her voice low. The commissary cleared his throat meaningfully. We need a formal identification, and with her maid having vanished, you seem to be the person who spent the most time with her after she boarded. Of course, Catherine replied, her voice steady. If it's required, she stood, and Poirot offered a slight approving nod. Mademoiselle is very practical, he remarked. Might I join you, Monsieur Coe? By all means, my dear Poirot. They proceeded into the corridor where the commissary unlocked the compartment. The blind on the far window was partially raised, allowing a grey light to fall across the scene. The woman lay on the left-hand berth, the blankets drawn up, her posture so unnaturally peaceful she might have been sleeping. Her head was turned toward the wall, revealing only a sweep of rich auburn hair. With a careful touch, Monsieur Coase turned the body. Catherine stiffened, pressing her nails into her palms. The face was a ruin, brutally battered, almost beyond any semblance of humanity. Poirot inhaled sharply. "A curious addition," he muttered. "Was this done before she died or after?" "The doctor confirms it was after," said Caw. "Strange," Poirot murmured, his brow furrowed. He turned to Catherine, his tone softening. "Courage, mademoiselle. Look closely. Are you certain this is the woman you spoke with yesterday?" Summoning her resolve, Catherine studied the figure intently. Then she leaned forward and took the cold hand in hers. "I'm certain," she stated after a moment. "The face is unrecognizable, but her stature, her hair, are identical." She pointed to a tiny dark mole on the woman's wrist. "I noticed this yesterday while we were talking." "Good," Poirot said. "You are an excellent witness. The identity is settled, yet it remains a puzzle." He stared down at the body, perplexed. Monsieur Coe offered a theory with a shrug. The killer was likely overcome with fury. "Had she been beaten down, perhaps?" Poirot mused aloud. "But this was a strangling from behind. A quick choke, a faint gurgle, that would be all. And then, afterward, this savage destruction. Why? To prevent recognition. Or was it a hatred so profound he could not stop himself from delivering that final vicious blow even after life had gone?" The question hung in the still, cold air of the compartment. Catherine felt a chill that had nothing to do with the temperature, but Poirot immediately turned to her with a kind, almost paternal air. "You must forgive an old man's morbid speculations, mademoiselle. This is a harsh sight for you. For me, alas, it is a familiar story. One moment, please." He began a swift, methodical inspection. He noted the neatly folded clothes on the berth, the heavy fur coat hanging from a hook, the frivolous little red hat discarded on the luggage rack. Then he moved into the adjoining compartment, the one where Catherine had seen the maid. It was in disarray, the seat strewn with a pile of rugs, a hat box, and 2 suitcases. He spun to face Catherine. "You were in here yesterday? Do you see anything different? Anything gone?" Catherine's eyes swept both spaces carefully. "Yes," she said. "A case is missing. It was scarlet Morocco leather with the initials RVK. It could have been a large jewel case or a small dressing case. The maid was holding it when I saw her." "Ah!" Poirot's exclamation was sharp. "But surely," Catherine continued, a note of frustration creeping into her voice, "it's obvious, isn't it? The maid and the case are both gone. She must have taken it. You suggest the maid was the thief?" "No, mademoiselle," the commissary interjected. "There is a rather significant complication." "What is it?" "The maid never left Paris. She was left behind there." He looked to Poirot, whose expression had grown deeply thoughtful, as if this fact had twisted the entire puzzle into a new and more troubling shape. "I think you should hear the conductor's account directly," he said in a low, confidential tone. "It's quite revealing. Mademoiselle would no doubt be interested as well," Poirot suggested. "You have no objection, Monsieur le Commissaire?" "None," replied the commissary, though his tone suggested the opposite. "Certainly not, M." "Poirot, if you insist. Are you quite finished here?" "Nearly. One moment, please." Poirot had been examining the rugs. He lifted one toward the window, his fingers plucking something from the fabric. "What have you found?" M. Coase asked sharply. 4 reddish-brown hairs. Poirot leaned over the deceased woman. "Yes, they match Madame's." "What of it? Do you consider them significant?" Poirot let the rug fall back onto the seat. "What is significant? What is not? It is too early to say, yet we must record every small detail with care." They returned to the first compartment, and shortly the carriage conductor arrived for questioning. "Your name is Pierre Michel?" began the commissary. "Yes, Monsieur le Commissaire. Please repeat to this gentleman," he indicated Poirot, "the account you gave me of what occurred after leaving Paris." "Very well, Monsieur le Commissaire. After we departed the Gare de Lyon, I came to prepare the berths. I assumed Madame would be dining, but she had a supper basket in her compartment. She informed me she had been forced to leave her maid in Paris, so I only needed to make up one bed. She took her basket into the next compartment and remained there while I worked. When I finished, she stated she did not wish to be awakened early, as she preferred to sleep late. I assured her I understood, and she bade me good night. You did not enter that adjoining compartment yourself? No, monsieur. Then you did not notice whether a scarlet leather case was among the luggage there? I did not, monsieur. Would it have been possible for someone to hide in that compartment? The conductor considered. The door was partly open, he said. A man standing behind it would have been hidden from my view, but of course Madame would have seen him immediately when she entered. Precisely, said Poirot. Is there anything more you can tell us? That is all I remember, monsieur. And this morning? Poirot prompted. As Madame instructed, I did not disturb her. It was not until shortly before Cannes that I finally knocked. Receiving no answer, I opened the door. The lady seemed to be asleep in her bed. I took her shoulder to wake her, and then you discovered the tragedy. Poirot finished for him. Very good. I believe I have learned what I need. I hope, Monsieur le Commissaire, I am not considered negligent in any way, the man said anxiously. For such a thing to happen on the blue train? It is dreadful. Do not distress yourself, said the commissary. Every discretion will be observed, if only for the sake of the investigation. I see no evidence of negligence on your part. And Monsieur le Commissaire will convey this to the railway company? Yes, yes, of course, M. Coles replied impatiently. That will be all. The conductor left. According to the doctor, the commissary resumed. The lady was likely deceased before the train reached Lyon. So who is the killer? From the young lady's account, it appears she was expecting to meet this man she mentioned during her journey. Her decision to dismiss the maid is telling. Did this man board in Paris? Could she have hidden him in the adjoining compartment? If so, perhaps they argued, and in a sudden fury he killed her. That is one theory. The alternative, and in my opinion the more plausible scenario, is that her attacker was a thief already on the train. He could have slipped down the corridor unnoticed by the conductor, committed the murder, and escaped with the red leather case, which almost certainly held valuable jewellery. He most likely disembarked at Lyons, and we have already wired the station there for a complete description of anyone seen leaving. Of course, he might have continued on to Nice, Poirot suggested. The commissary conceded the point. He might have, but that would be an exceptionally bold move. After a brief, thoughtful pause, Poirot spoke again. In this second theory, you believe the man was merely a common robber? The commissary gave a non-committal shrug. That remains to be seen. We must locate the maid. If she has the red case, then the man the victim mentioned could be involved, and we are looking at a crime of passion. Personally, I lean toward the train robber theory. These criminals have grown quite audacious lately. Poirot then turned his attention directly to Catherine. And you, mademoiselle? You heard or saw nothing unusual during the night? Nothing at all, Catherine replied, with a nod from the commissary who took down her address at Lady Tamplin's villa. She was free to go. Poirot offered a slight bow. You will permit me to call on you again, mademoiselle? Or will your social calendar in Nice be too full? On the contrary, said Catherine, finding his manner oddly engaging. I expect to have a great deal of free time, and I would be pleased to see you. Excellent, Poirot replied with a friendly nod. Then we shall make this our own little detective story. We will investigate the affair together. To think you are right in the middle of it all? Exclaimed Lady Tamplin, her china blue eyes wide with a covetous thrill. My dear, how absolutely sensational. She emitted a delicate, sighing breath. A genuine murder, murmured Mr. Evans with palpable relish. Naturally, Chubby had no notion of any of this. Lady Tamplin continued. He simply couldn't fathom why the police required you. What a singular opportunity, I believe. Yes, I quite firmly believe something profitable could be made of this. A shrewd, calculating glint momentarily disrupted the innocent blue of her eyes, making Catherine shift uncomfortably in her seat. They were at the luncheon table, and Catherine surveyed the three faces, Lady Tamplin, buzzing with pragmatic schemes, Mr. Evans beaming with a childlike fascination, and Lennox, her dark face wearing a faint, crooked smile. Marvellous luck, Chubby said wistfully. I do wish I'd been with you, to see all the evidence and such. His tone was that of a boy denied a treat. Catherine remained quiet. The police had asked for no secrecy, so suppressing the basic facts from her hostess was impossible, though she rather wished it were not. Yes, said Lady Tamplin, emerging from her reverie. I really think something could be arranged. A cleverly written first-person account, an eyewitness report with a feminine touch, How I spoke with the doomed woman, never suspecting that sort of thing. You know. Rubbish, Lennox stated flatly. You've no idea. Lady Tamplin continued in a soft, persuasive voice. What newspapers will pay for a tasty morsel from someone of unimpeachable social standing? You might not wish to write it yourself, Catherine dear, but just give me the essential details. I can manage everything. Mr. de Havilland is a particular friend of mine. We have an understanding. He's a most charming man, not the usual reporter type. What do you think of the idea? I would strongly prefer not to do anything of the kind, Catherine replied bluntly. Lady Tamplin was visibly disconcerted by this outright refusal. She sighed and turned to the finer points of the story. A truly striking woman, you said. I'm curious who that might have been. You never caught her name. It was mentioned, Catherine confessed, but it slipped my mind. I was rather shaken at the time. I should think so, Mr. Evans chimed in. Must have been a nasty shock. Even if Catherine had recalled the name, she might have kept it to herself. Lady Tamplin's relentless questioning was beginning to grate on her. Lennox, perceptive in her own blunt way, noticed Catherine's discomfort and offered to show her to her room upstairs. Before leaving, Lennox remarked with dry kindness, Don't take Mother too seriously. She'd bargain for a better price at her own funeral if she saw an opening. Returning downstairs, Lennox found her mother and stepfather already dissecting their guest. Presentable, Lady Tamplin declared. Quite presentable. Her wardrobe is correct. That grey dress is the same design Gladys Cooper wore in Desert Bloom. But have you noticed her eyes? Mr. Evans interjected. Never mind her eyes, chubby, Lady Tamplin said sharply. We're discussing what actually matters. Oh, quite right, Mr. Evans murmured, retreating into silence. She doesn't strike me as particularly pliable, Lady Tamplin said, searching for the right word. She has all the hallmarks of a lady, as they say in novels, Lennox offered with a grin. Narrow-minded, Lady Tamplin sighed. I suppose it's inevitable given her background. You'll do your best to widen her horizons, I'm sure, Lennox said, the grin widening. But you'll have your work cut out for you. Just now, did you notice? She planted her feet, pinned back her ears, and wouldn't budge an inch. Well, Lady Tamplin said hopefully, she doesn't strike me as stingy. Some people, when they come into money, develop the most peculiar attachment to it. Oh, you'll have no trouble getting what you want from her, Lennox replied. And that's the main thing, isn't it? It's the whole reason she's here. She is my own cousin, Lady Tamplin stated with dignity. Cousin, eh? Said Mr. Evans, perking up again. Does that mean I call her Catherine? What you call her is of no importance whatsoever, chubby, Lady Tamplin said. Good, said Mr. Evans. Then I will. Do you think she plays tennis? He added hopefully. Certainly not, Lady Tamplin replied. She's been a companion, I told you. Companions don't play tennis or golf. They might manage a round of croquet, but my understanding is they spend most days winding wool and bathing small dogs. Good Lord, Mr. Evans exclaimed. Do they really? Lennox wandered back upstairs to Catherine's room. Need any help? She asked, her tone casual. When Catherine declined, Lennox sat on the foot of the bed and studied her guest thoughtfully. Why did you come? She finally asked. To us, I mean. We're not your sort, are we? Oh, I'm terribly eager to break into society. Don't be ridiculous, Lennox shot back, catching the faint smile. You know perfectly well what I mean. You're not at all what I expected. I must say you have some proper clothes. She sighed. Clothes are wasted on me. I was born without the knack for wearing them, a real pity, since I adore them. I adore them too, Catherine said, a new lightness in her voice, though loving them hasn't done me much good until now. What do you think of this one? The two fell into an enthusiastic discussion of various designs and silhouettes, the earlier tension melting away into shared appreciation. I like you, Lennox said abruptly. I actually came up here to warn you not to be taken in by Mother, but I think now that's unnecessary. You're terribly sincere and upright and all those odd, solid things, but you're not a fool. Oh, for heaven's sake. What now? Lady Tamplin's plaintive voice floated up from the hall. Lennox, Derek just telephoned. He wants to come for dinner tonight. Will that be suitable? We don't have anything awkward planned like pheasant, do we? After calling down a reassurance, Lennox came back into the room. Her face seemed brighter. The usual sullenness lifted. I'm so pleased Derek will be joining us, she remarked. You'll find him quite charming. Who is Derek? He's the son of Lord Leconbury, married to a wealthy American. Women tend to lose their heads over him. Why is that? Oh, the usual reasons: he's terribly handsome and has a rather wicked reputation. People find him utterly captivating. And you? Do you find him captivating? Sometimes, Lennox admitted. Other times, I imagine marrying a gentle country curate and tending to plants in a greenhouse. She paused, then added with a smile, An Irish curate would be ideal? Then I could go hunting as well. After a moment, she returned to the earlier subject. There's something unusual about Derek. That whole family has a wild streak. They're compulsive gamblers, you know. Generations ago, they would wager away their fortunes and their wives' jewels on reckless whims. Derek would have made a splendid highwayman, charming and bold with just the right dash of danger. She moved toward the door. Well, come down whenever you're ready. Alone, Catherine sank into reflection. She felt distinctly unsettled, almost out of place in her new surroundings. The shock of the discovery on the train, followed by her friend's casual reaction, had left her feeling raw. Her thoughts lingered on the murdered woman. While she had felt pity for Ruth, Catherine couldn't claim to have liked her. She had sensed a cold, relentless self-interest at the core of Ruth's character, which had pushed her away. She had been both amused and a little stung by how Ruth had dismissed her once she was no longer useful. Catherine was sure Ruth had reached some decision before her death, but now she wondered what it might have been. Whatever plans Ruth had made were rendered meaningless by a brutal crime, a shocking end to what had already been a tense journey. Then Catherine remembered a small detail she had nearly forgotten, something she perhaps should have mentioned to the police. Had she actually seen a man entering that particular compartment? She might easily have been mistaken. It could have been the neighboring one. And the man she recalled, whom she had seen twice before, once at the Savoy and once at the travel office, certainly didn't seem the type to be involved in a train robbery. No, she decided. It was better she had stayed silent. Speaking up might have caused unnecessary trouble. She joined the others on the sunlit terrace. Through the silvery branches of mimosa trees, she gazed at the deep blue of the Mediterranean. Half listening to Lady Tamplin's lively chatter, she felt a wave of relief. This was far better than quiet St. Mary Mead. That evening she wore the mauve-pink dress called Autumn Sigh, and after a brief approving glance in the mirror, went downstairs with uncharacteristic shyness. Most guests had arrived, and true to Lady Tamplin's parties, the noise level was already considerable. Chubby hurried over, handed her a cocktail, and guided her into the crowd. "Oh, Derek, here you are at last," Lady Tamplin exclaimed as the door opened. "Now we can finally eat. I'm absolutely famished." Catherine looked across the room and felt a jolt of recognition. So this was Derek. Strangely, she wasn't surprised. Somehow, she had always known she would one day meet the man she had encountered 3 times under such unusual circumstances. She thought she saw a flicker of recognition in his eyes as well. He hesitated mid-sentence to Lady Tamplin before continuing with what seemed like deliberate effort. They moved into the dining room, and Catherine found him seated beside her. He turned to her immediately, his smile bright and engaging. "I had a feeling our paths would cross again soon," he said, "though I certainly didn't imagine it would be here. It was inevitable, you see. Once at the Savoy, once at Cook's, never, twice without a third. Please don't tell me you don't recall me or never saw me. I absolutely insist you at least pretend you noticed." "Oh, I noticed," Catherine replied. "But this isn't the 3rd meeting. It's the 4th. I saw you on the blue train." "On the blue train?" Something shifted in his demeanor, a subtle hesitation she couldn't quite define. It was as if he'd been thrown off balance. Recovering, he asked with studied casualness, "What was all the commotion this morning? Someone passed away, didn't they?" "Yes," Catherine said slowly. "Someone passed away. One really shouldn't die on a train," Derek remarked with a flippant tone. "I understand it creates endless legal and international headaches, and it gives the railway a perfect excuse for running even later than usual. Mr. Kettering?" A stout American lady seated across from them leaned forward, addressing him with the deliberate cadence of her accent. "Mr. Kettering, I do believe you've forgotten me, and I always thought you were such a perfectly lovely man." Derek leaned in to respond, and Catherine sat nearly stunned. Kettering. That was the name, of course. She remembered it now. What a bitterly ironic situation. Here was the man she had seen entering his wife's apartment just last night, leaving her safe and sound, now sitting here completely unaware of the tragedy that had since unfolded. There was no doubt about it. He didn't know. A servant approached Derek, leaning in to murmur in his ear and hand him a note. With a brief apology to Lady Tamplin, he broke the seal. An expression of pure astonishment washed over his face as he read it. Then he looked toward his hostess. "This is utterly extraordinary. Listen, Rosalie, I'm afraid I have to leave. The prefect of police demands to see me immediately. I can't imagine what it's about." "Your sins have finally caught up with you," Lennox observed dryly. "They must have," Derek agreed. "Probably some ridiculous nonsense, but I suppose I must dash off to the prefecture. How dare the old man drag me away from dinner? It would have to be something deadly serious to justify that." He laughed lightly as he pushed back his chair and stood to leave the room. The Mystery of the Blue Train. Chapter 13. Van Alden receives a telegram. On the afternoon of February 15th, a dense yellow fog had settled over London. Rufus Van Alden was in his suite at the Savoy, using the gloomy atmospheric conditions as an excuse to work at double speed. His secretary, Knighton, was privately relieved. Lately, he had found it difficult to secure his employer's full concentration on pressing matters. Previous attempts to steer Van Alden's focus had been met with curt dismissals. Now, however, Van Alden seemed to be attacking his work with renewed, almost fierce energy, and the secretary was determined to make the most of it. With his usual tact, Knighton applied pressure so subtly that Van Alden remained unaware of the guidance. Yet beneath this sudden immersion in business, a single, nagging detail had taken root in the back of Van Alden's mind. It had been planted there by a chance, innocent remark from Knighton. The thought festered unnoticed at first, but it slowly pushed its way forward into his consciousness until, against his will, he could no longer ignore its persistence. He sat listening to Knighton with his customary air of sharp attention, but in truth, not a single word was penetrating. He nodded automatically, and the secretary moved on to another document. As Knighton shuffled the papers, his employer finally spoke. "Would you mind repeating that, Knighton, what you told me earlier?" For a moment, Knighton was confused. "Do you mean about this, sir?" He held up a detailed company report. "No," said Van Alden, his voice tight. "What you mentioned about seeing Ruth's maid in Paris. I can't make sense of it." "You must be wrong about that." "I'm certain I'm not, sir. I spoke with her myself." "Then go over it one more time." Knighton did as he was asked. "I had concluded the business with Barthelmess," he began, "and returned to the Ritz to collect my luggage before dinner and catching the 9 o'clock train from the Gare du Nord. At the front desk, I saw a woman I was absolutely convinced was Mrs. Kettering's maid. I approached her and inquired if Mrs. Kettering was a guest at the hotel." Right, Van Alden said impatiently. "Naturally. And she told you Ruth had proceeded to the Riviera, sending her to the Ritz to await further instructions?" "Precisely that, sir." "It's very strange," Van Alden murmured. "Deeply peculiar, unless the woman had been insolent or committed some similar offence. But in that case," Knighton countered, "surely Mrs. Kettering would have settled her wages and instructed her to return to England. She wouldn't have dispatched her to the Ritz." "No," the millionaire muttered. "You're correct about that." He started to say more, then stopped himself. He was fond of Knighton and valued his trust, but he could hardly delve into his daughter's private affairs with his secretary. Ruth's lack of openness had already stung him, and this accidental discovery did nothing to ease his growing unease. Why would Ruth dismiss her maid in Paris? What possible reason or motive could she have? He pondered the odd twist of fate for a moment. How could Ruth have possibly anticipated, except by the wildest stroke of luck, that the very first person her maid would encounter in Paris would be her father's secretary? Yet that was how life unfolded sometimes. That was how secrets began to unravel. He flinched inwardly at the thought. Was there, in fact, a secret waiting to be uncovered? He hated to even pose the question to himself, though he feared he already knew the answer. The answer, he felt sure, was Armand de la Roche. It was a bitter pill for Van Alden to swallow that his own daughter could be so easily deceived by such a man. Yet he had to concede she was in numerous company. Many other refined and intelligent women had fallen just as readily for the Count's charms. Men saw through him. Women, apparently, did not. He now searched for a phrase to dismiss any suspicion his secretary might be harboring. "Ruth is forever altering her plans at the last minute," he remarked with forced casualness. Then he added, striving for nonchalance, "The maid didn't offer any explanation for this sudden change." Knighton made sure his tone was perfectly even as he replied. "She mentioned, sir, that Mrs. Kettering had met a friend quite unexpectedly." "Did she, now?" The secretary's trained ear detected the tension beneath the seemingly offhand tone. "Oh, I see a man or a woman." "I believe she said a man, sir." Van Aldine gave a grim nod. His worst suspicions were being confirmed. He stood up and began pacing the room, a habit of his when distressed. His feelings finally overflowed. "There is one thing utterly impossible," he burst out, "and that is making a woman listen to reason. They seem to operate on a different wavelength entirely. People talk about woman's intuition. Why, it's common knowledge the world over that a woman is the easiest target for any smooth-talking rogue. Not 1 in 10 can spot a scoundrel when he's standing right in front of them. They're easy prey for any handsome fellow with a silver tongue. If I had my way—" He was cut off. A page boy entered with a telegram. Van Aldine snatched it and tore it open. His face turned a sickly shade of white. He gripped the back of a chair to steady himself and dismissed the boy with a wave. "What is it, sir?" Knighton rose, alarmed. "Ruth!" Van Aldine rasped. "Mrs. Kettering? Dead? A train accident?" Van Aldine shook his head, his voice hollow. "No. It appears she was robbed as well. The word was never spoken, but my daughter has been killed." "Dear God, sir!" Van Aldine's finger struck the telegram from the nice police. "I'm taking the first train out. Knighton, ever efficient, check the clock. The 5 o'clock from Victoria, sir." "Exactly. You'll accompany me. Inform Archer and Pack. Handle matters here. I must go to Curzon Street first." The telephone's sharp ring cut the air. Knighton lifted the receiver. "Yes? Who is calling?" He turned to Van Aldine. "It's Mr. Goby, sir." "Goby. I haven't time." "No, wait. We can manage. Send him up." Van Aldine was a man of formidable strength. Already that steely composure had returned. Few would have detected anything troubled in his greeting. "My time is short, Goby." "Is it important?" Mr. Goby cleared his throat. "Regarding Mr. Kettering's movements, sir, as you requested." "Go on, Mr. Kettering departed London for the Riviera yesterday morning." "What?" Something in the millionaire's tone seemed to startle the usually impassive Mr. Goby, who risked a fleeting glance upward. "Which train?" Van Aldine demanded. "The blue train, sir," Goby coughed again, addressing the mantelpiece clock. Mademoiselle Morel, the dancer from the Parthenon, was on the same train. "Words cannot express, monsieur, our profound shock and our deepest sympathy for you." M. Carriage, the examining magistrate, spoke with solemn courtesy. M. Cause, the commissary, murmured his agreement. Van Aldine dismissed the sentiments with an impatient wave. The scene was the magistrate's office in Nice. Besides the 3 men, a 4th person was present, who now interjected. "What M. Van Aldine requires," he said, "is action, immediate action." "Ah, yes," exclaimed the commissary. "Allow me to present M. Hercule Poirot. You will undoubtedly know his name. Though retired for some years, he remains the most celebrated detective alive." "A pleasure, M. Poirot," said Van Aldine, mechanically using a formal phrase he had long abandoned. "You have retired?" "Indeed, monsieur. Now I savour the pleasures of the world." The small man made a flourishing gesture. "M. Poirot was a passenger on the blue train," the commissary explained, "and has generously offered us the benefit of his vast experience." The millionaire studied Poirot intently. Then he said bluntly, "I am an exceedingly wealthy man, M. Poirot. They say the rich believe they can purchase anything. That is false. I am a powerful man in my own sphere, and one powerful man may ask a favor of another." Poirot gave a quick, appreciative nod. "Very eloquently put, Monsieur Van Aldine. I place myself entirely at your disposal." "Thank you," Van Aldine replied. "You have only to name your price, and you will find me more than generous. But now, gentlemen, to the matter at hand." "I intend," stated M. Carriage, "to question the maid, Ada Mason. I understand she is here." "Yes," confirmed Van Aldine. "We collected her in Paris during our journey. The news of her mistress's death distressed her greatly, but her account is clear." "Then let her be brought in," said M. Carriage. He pressed the bell on his desk. Moments later, Ada Mason entered. She was dressed with neat propriety in black, the redness at the tip of her nose the only hint of recent tears. Her grey travelling gloves had been replaced by ones of black suede. Her eyes swept the intimidating office with anxiety, and she seemed to draw a measure of comfort from the presence of her late mistress's father. The magistrate took pride in his courteous approach and worked to make her feel comfortable. He was assisted by Poirot, who translated with a friendly demeanour that put the Englishwoman at ease. Your full name is Ada Mason, correct? I was christened Ada Beatrice, sir, Mason replied with proper formality. Quite right, and we appreciate, Mason, that this has been a very trying experience. Oh, it truly has, sir. I've served several ladies and always aimed to give satisfaction, so I never imagined something like this happening in any position I've held. Of course not, said Monsieur Carrage. Naturally, I've read about such incidents, mostly in the Sunday papers, and I always understood those continental trains. She stopped herself abruptly, remembering the gentleman questioning her shared that nationality. Let's discuss the matter calmly. Monsieur Carrage continued. When you departed from London, was there any plan to stop in Paris? None at all, sir. We were to travel straight through to Nice. Had you accompanied your mistress abroad on previous occasions? No, sir. You see, I had only been in her employ for 2 months. Did she seem her usual self when the journey began? She was anxious and somewhat distressed, rather irritable and hard to please. Monsieur Carrage nodded. Now, Mason, when did you first learn you would be stopping in Paris? It was at the station they call the Gare de Lyon, sir. My mistress was about to step out for some air on the platform. She had just moved into the corridor when she gave a sudden exclamation and returned to her compartment with a gentleman. She closed the connecting door. So I neither saw nor heard anything until she opened it again and informed me she had altered her plans. She handed me some money and instructed me to disembark and proceed to the Ritz Hotel. She said they knew her there and would provide me a room. I was to wait until I received further instructions by wire. I barely had time to gather my things and jump from the train before it pulled away. It was all very rushed. While Mrs. Kettering was giving you these instructions, where was the gentleman? He remained in the adjoining compartment, sir, looking out the window. Can you describe him for us? Well, sir, I hardly caught a proper look. He had his back to me most of the time. He was a tall gentleman, dark-haired. That's really all I can say. He was dressed like any other gentleman in a dark blue overcoat and a grey hat. Was he a passenger on the train?
I don't believe so, sir. I assumed he had come to the station to see Mrs. Kettering during our passage, though of course he might have been a passenger. I never considered that. Mason seemed slightly flustered by the possibility. Ah, said Monsieur Carrage, smoothly shifting topics. Your mistress later asked the conductor not to wake her early. Would that have been typical behaviour for her? Oh, yes, sir. The mistress never took breakfast and she slept poorly at night, so she preferred to sleep late in the morning. Monsieur Carrage moved to another point. Among the luggage there was a scarlet morocco case, was there not? Your mistress's jewel case. Yes, sir. Did you take that case to the Ritz? Me? Take the mistress's jewel case to the Ritz? Oh, no, indeed, sir. Mason's tone was one of horror. You left it behind in the carriage? Yes, sir. Was your mistress travelling with many jewels to your knowledge? A considerable amount, sir. It made me rather uneasy at times, I must say, with all the dreadful stories one hears about thefts abroad. I know they were insured, but it still seemed a terrible risk. Why, the rubies alone, the mistress told me, were worth several £100,000. The rubies? What rubies? Van Alden interjected sharply. Mason turned toward him. I believe it was you who presented them to her, sir, not too long ago. My God, Van Alden exclaimed, his voice rising sharply. You cannot mean she had those rubies with her. I specifically instructed her to leave them at the bank. Mason offered another of her discreet, practiced coughs, a sound that spoke volumes about her late mistress's independent nature. It conveyed more clearly than any words could that Ruth Van Alden was a woman accustomed to following her own mind. Ruth must have been out of her senses. Van Alden muttered under his breath, a wave of bewildered frustration washing over him. What in the world could she have been thinking? M. Carrage, in turn, produced a cough of his own, one laden with implication. It successfully drew Van Alden's full attention. For the present, M. Carrage said, addressing Mason, I believe that will be sufficient. If you would proceed to the adjoining room, Mademoiselle the clerk will review the transcript with you for your signature. Once Mason had departed, escorted by the clerk, Van Alden turned immediately to the magistrate. Well? M. Carrage opened a desk drawer, extracted a single sheet of paper, and passed it across to the American. This was discovered within Madame's handbag. Cher ami, the letter began. I shall obey you. I will be cautious and discreet, all those tiresome things a lover despises.
Paris might indeed have been risky, but the Golden Isles feel a world away. You have my word that no whisper of this will escape. It is so like you, with your exquisite understanding, to take such an interest in my monograph on celebrated gems. To see and handle the legendary Heart of Fire rubies will be an unparalleled privilege for my research. I am dedicating an entire section to them. My dearest, soon I will compensate you for all those lost, lonely years. Yours, ever adoring Armand. Van Alden read the letter in a stony silence, his complexion darkening to an angry, mottled red. The observers noted the veins throbbing at his temples and his large hands tightening into unconscious fists. He returned the letter without uttering a word. M. Carrigy studied his desk with intense focus. M. Coase appeared fascinated by the ceiling, and M. Hercule Poirot was fastidiously flicking a nearly invisible speck from his sleeve. With impeccable tact, none of them looked directly at the stricken man. It fell to M. Carriage, mindful of his duty, to broach the difficult subject. "Perhaps, monsieur," he ventured softly, "you are acquainted with the identity of the person who penned this?" "Yes, I know him," Van Alden replied, his voice heavy. "Ah," the magistrate prompted. "A complete rogue who goes by the name of the Comte de la Roche." A silence followed, which Mem Poirot finally broke by leaning forward to meticulously straighten a ruler on the judge's desk, his eyes meeting Van Alden's. "Monsieur Van Alden, we are all acutely aware of the distress this must cause you. Yet I must insist this is not the moment for reservations. If justice is to be served, we require the full picture. If you pause to consider, you will see the undeniable truth in that." Van Alden remained quiet for a long moment, then gave a slow, almost grudging nod of assent. "You are correct, M. Poirot," he conceded. "As painful as it is, I have no right to withhold information." The commissary released a faint sigh of relief, and the examining magistrate settled back in his chair, adjusting his pince-nez. "Perhaps you would be so kind as to recount in your own words, M. Van Alden, everything you know concerning this individual. It started 11 or 12 years ago in Paris." Van Alden began, the memory clearly distasteful. "My daughter was just a girl then, filled with the foolish, romantic ideas that plague all young women. Without my knowledge, she formed an acquaintance with this so-called Comte de la Roche. You may have heard of him?" Both the commissary and Poirot nodded in acknowledgement. "He styles himself the Comte de la Roche," Van Alden continued, his tone dripping with scorn, "though I seriously doubt his entitlement to any such title." "You would not, indeed, locate his name within the Almanach de Gotha," the commissary agreed. "That is precisely what I ascertained," Van Alden confirmed grimly. The man was a handsome and persuasive rogue, with a dangerous charm that women found irresistible. Ruth became completely enamored with him, but I intervened decisively to end the relationship. He was nothing more than a common fraudster. "You are correct," replied the commissary. "The Comte de la Roche is well known to our department. We would have apprehended him long ago if it were feasible, but he is a slippery character. His schemes consistently involve ladies of considerable social standing. When he extracts money through deception or blackmail, well, naturally these women refuse to press charges. The prospect of public humiliation is too great, and he exerts a remarkable influence over them." "That is accurate," the millionaire affirmed grimly. "As I mentioned, I terminated the affair abruptly. I revealed his true character to Ruth, and she was forced to accept the truth. Roughly a year later, she met and married her current husband. I believed the matter was concluded, but just last week I was shocked to discover my daughter had rekindled her association with the Comte de la Roche. They had been meeting regularly in London and Paris. I cautioned her about the recklessness of this, especially since, at my urging, she was preparing to initiate divorce proceedings against her husband." "Intriguing," Poirot murmured softly, his gaze fixed on the ceiling. Van Alden gave him a sharp look before continuing. "I explained the sheer folly of continuing to see the Comte under such circumstances. I believed she understood my point." The examining magistrate cleared his throat politely. "Yet, according to this correspondence," he began, then hesitated. Van Alden's expression hardened. "I am aware there is no sense in avoiding the unpleasant truth. It appears evident that Ruth had arranged to meet de la Roche in Paris. However, following my warnings, she must have written to him proposing an alternative location." "The Isles d'Or," the commissary mused, "are situated just off the coast near Hyères, a secluded and picturesque spot." Van Alden nodded. "What on earth was she thinking?" he exclaimed with deep bitterness. All that nonsense about researching a book on jewels. He was clearly after the rubies from the very beginning. There exists a certain celebrated set of rubies, Poirot noted, once part of the Russian crown jewels. They are utterly unique and of almost incalculable value. Rumor suggests they recently came into the possession of an American gentleman. May we assume, monsieur, that you were the purchaser? I was, confirmed Van Alden. They became mine in Paris approximately 10 days ago. Forgive my asking, monsieur, but had you been negotiating for their acquisition over a period of time? A little more than 2 months. Why do you ask? Such information has a way of circulating, said Poirot. There is always a rather determined contingent tracking jewels of this caliber. A pain spasm crossed the other man's face. I recall, he said, his voice breaking, a careless joke I made to Ruth when I gave them to her. I told her not to wear them on the Riviera, as I could not afford to have her robbed and murdered for their sake. My God, the things one says, never dreaming they might become prophecy. A respectful silence followed, which Poirot broke with a methodical tone. Let us arrange the facts with order and precision. According to our present theory, the sequence is this. The Comte de la Roche learned of your purchase. Through a simple ruse, he persuaded Madame Kettering to bring the stones with her. He is, therefore, the man Mason observed on the train in Paris. The other 3 men nodded in agreement. Madame is startled to see him, but she handles the situation with immediate action. Mason is dispatched on an errand. A dinner basket is ordered for the compartment. The conductor confirmed he prepared the berth in the first compartment and never entered the second, meaning a man could easily have remained hidden. For the Comte, the concealment was perfect. No one on the train was aware of his presence except Madame herself, and he had been careful to keep his face turned from the maid. Her description would be limited to a tall, dark man, conveniently vague. They were alone as the train hurtled through the darkness. There would have been no struggle, no scream, because she believed the man with her was her lover. He turned to Van Alden. The end, monsieur, would have come in an instant. We need not dwell on that. The Comte simply takes the jewel case waiting for him. Soon after, the train slows for the station at Lyons. M. Carriage gave a nod of agreement. Exactly. The conductor steps down. It would be simple for our man to slip off the train unseen, then catch another heading back to Paris or wherever he wished. The crime would be written off as a common train robbery. If not for that letter discovered in Madame's handbag, the Comte's name would never have entered the conversation. It was a significant blunder on his part, not to search that bag, declared the commissary. No doubt he assumed she had destroyed the letter. Forgive me, monsieur, but keeping it was an indiscretion of the highest order. And yet Poirot murmured, it was an indiscretion the Comte might have anticipated. What do you mean? I mean, we are all in agreement on one point. The Comte de la Roche is an expert on one subject, women. How is it, knowing women as he does, that he failed to foresee Madame would hold on to that letter? Yes, yes, said the examining magistrate, though he sounded doubtful. There is something in what you say. But in such moments, you understand, a man is not thinking clearly. He does not reason with calm logic. Good heavens, if our criminals kept their heads and acted intelligently, how would we ever catch them? Poirot offered a faint, private smile. It appears a clear case, the other man continued, but proving it will be difficult. He is a slippery character, and unless the maid can pick him out from a lineup, which is highly unlikely, Poirot finished. True, true. The examining magistrate rubbed his chin. It is going to be challenging. If he did indeed commit the crime, Poirot began. Co cut in. If, you say if. Yes, monsieur le juge, I say if. The other man looked at him sharply. You are right, he conceded after a moment. We are moving too quickly. It is possible the Comte may provide an alibi. That would make us look rather foolish. Ah, but that, Poirot replied with a wave, is of no consequence whatsoever. Naturally, if he committed the crime, he will have an alibi. A man of the Comte's experience does not neglect to take precautions. No, I said if for a very different reason. And what was that? Poirot wagged an emphatic finger. The psychology. Eh? Said the commissary. The psychology is all wrong. The Comte is a scoundrel. Yes. The Comte is a swindler. Yes. The Comte preys upon women. Yes. He intends to steal Madame's jewels. Again, yes. But is he the kind of man to commit murder? I say no. A man of the Comte's type is invariably a coward. He avoids real risk. He plays things safe, underhanded, what the English call a low-down game. But murder, 100 times no. He shook his head, clearly dissatisfied. The examining magistrate, however, did not seem inclined to agree. The day always comes when such gentlemen lose their heads and go too far, he observed sagely. No doubt that is what happened here. Without wishing to disagree with you, M. Poirot. It was merely an opinion, Poirot hastened to explain. The case is, of course, in your hands, and you will proceed as you see fit. I am satisfied in my own mind that the Comte de la Roche is the man we need to apprehend, said M. Carriage. You agree with me, Monsieur le Commissaire? Entirely? And you, M. Van Alden? Yes, said the millionaire. Yes, the man is a complete scoundrel without question. I fear it will be challenging to apprehend him, the magistrate remarked, though we will certainly make every effort. Telegraphic orders will be dispatched immediately. Allow me to offer my assistance, Poirot interjected. There should be no challenge at all. Pardon? The others fixed their eyes on him. The small man returned their gaze with a radiant smile. It is my profession to be aware of certain facts, he clarified. The Count is a clever individual. He is currently residing at a leased property, the Villa Marina in Antibes. Everyone regarded Poirot with a new deference. The little detective had clearly made a significant point. The commissary gave a laugh that sounded somewhat forced. You are schooling us in our own duties, he exclaimed. Monsieur Poirot appears to be better informed than the police. Poirot looked contentedly toward the ceiling, affecting a falsely humble demeanor. What can I say? It is my particular pastime, he whispered, to be aware of things. I naturally have the leisure to pursue it. My schedule is not exactly overflowing with urgent business. Ah! Sighed the commissary, shaking his head with great solemnity. As for myself, he made a broad, weary gesture meant to illustrate the heavy responsibilities weighing upon him. Poirot turned abruptly to Van Alden. Do you concur with this assessment, monsieur? Are you convinced the Count de la Roche is the killer? Well, it certainly appears that way. Yes, I'm convinced. Something cautious in the reply made the examining magistrate study the American with curiosity. Van Alden seemed to sense the scrutiny and made a visible effort to shake off a private thought. What about my son-in-law? He inquired. Have you informed him of the news? I understand he is in Nice. Most assuredly, monsieur. The commissary paused, then added with great discretion. You are no doubt aware, Mems Van Alden, that M. Kettering was also a passenger on the blue train that evening. The millionaire gave a curt nod. I heard about it just before I departed London, he stated bluntly. He informs us, the commissary continued, that he had no knowledge his wife was travelling on that train. I'd wager he didn't, Van Alden said grimly. Running into her aboard would have given him a most unpleasant surprise. The three officials looked at him expectantly. I won't sugarcoat this, Van Alden declared with vehemence. No one understands what my poor daughter has endured. Derek Kettering was not travelling alone. He had a female companion with him. Indeed, Morel, the dancer. Mem. Carige and the commissary exchanged a glance and a nod, as if confirming a prior discussion. Mem Carige leaned back in his chair, steepled his fingers, and directed his gaze upward. Ah, he murmured once more. One did wonder. He cleared his throat. There have been whispers. The lady stated M. Coes is quite infamous. And also, Poirot added softly, remarkably costly. Van Alden's face had grown deeply flushed. He leaned forward and struck the table sharply with his fist. Let me be clear, he cried. My son-in-law is an absolute villain. He glared around the room, his eyes moving from one face to another. Oh, I know his type, he continued, a bitter edge to his voice. Handsome looks and a smooth, charming manner. It fooled me once. I suppose he pretended to be utterly heartbroken when you told him, assuming he didn't already know. Oh, it was a total shock to him. He was completely overcome. A consummate young hypocrite. Van Alden snapped, put on a fine show of profound grief, I imagine. Not precisely, said the commissary carefully. I would not characterize it quite like that, would you, M. Carrage? The magistrate brought his fingertips together and half closed his eyes, adopting a judicial air. Shock, confusion, horror. These elements, yes, he pronounced. Profound sorrow, no, I would not say that was present. Hercule Poirot spoke again. Permit me to ask M. Van Alden, does M. Kettering gain financially from his wife's death? He stands to gain to the amount of 2 million, Van Alden replied. Dollars? Pounds? I settled that exact sum on Ruth unconditionally when she married. She left no will and had no children, so the estate will pass to her husband. The husband she was preparing to divorce, Poirot murmured quietly. Yes, precisely. The commissary turned, his gaze sharpening. "Are you suggesting," he started. "I suggest nothing," Poirot replied. "I merely arrange the facts, that is all." Van Alden studied him, a flicker of interest now in his eyes. The little detective stood. "I believe I can be of no further service to you at this time," he said, with a polite nod toward the judge. "You will keep me informed as matters progress? It would be a kindness, of course, most certainly." Van Alden rose as well. "You have no further need of me presently." "Not at the moment, monsieur. We have what we require for now. Then I will walk a short distance with Mame Poirot if he has no objection." "Enchanted," Poirot said with another slight bow. Van Alden lit a thick cigar, having offered one to Poirot, who declined in favor of one of his own delicate cigarettes. The millionaire already seemed to have regained his usual composure, the strength of his character reasserting itself. They walked in silence for a moment before Van Alden spoke. "I assume, M. Poirot, that you are no longer actively practicing your profession." "That is correct, monsieur. I now enjoy the pleasures of retirement. And yet you are involving yourself in this police inquiry." "Monsieur, if a doctor is strolling down the street and witnesses an accident, does he say, 'I have retired, I shall continue my walk,' while someone lies bleeding before him? Had I been summoned by the police here in Nice, I would have refused. But this affair, it was thrust upon me. One might say the good God placed it in my path." "You were there on the scene," Van Alden said thoughtfully. "You examined the compartment." Poirot gave a slight nod. "And you no doubt observed details that were suggestive." "Perhaps," Poirot allowed. "I hope you see where I'm heading," Van Alden continued. "To me the case against this Comte de la Roche appears perfectly straightforward. But I am not a fool. I have been watching you for the past hour, and I sense that, for reasons of your own, you do not share that view." Poirot offered a modest shrug. "I may be mistaken. Which brings me to the favor I wish to ask. Will you take on this matter for me? Personally for you? That is my meaning." Poirot was silent for a brief moment. "You understand what you are requesting?" "I believe I do," Van Alden said. "Very well," Poirot replied, his tone shifting. "I accept, but in that case I must have completely frank answers to my questions. Naturally, that is understood." Poirot's manner became brisk, all business. "This matter of the divorce," he began. "It was you who advised your daughter to proceed?" "Yes. When?" "Roughly 10 days ago. She had written to me describing her husband's conduct. I advised her quite firmly that divorce was the only solution." "How exactly did she describe his conduct?" "He was being seen publicly with a rather notorious woman, the one we just discussed. Mirelle, the dancer." "Aha. And your daughter objected. Was she still deeply attached to her husband?" "I would not put it that way," Van Alden said, hesitating slightly. "It was less her heart that was wounded, more her pride. Would that be accurate?" "Yes, one might describe it so. I gather the marriage had not been a happy one from the start." "Derek Kettering is rotten through and through," Van Alden stated flatly. "He could never make any woman happy. He is, as you say in English, a bad lot. Correct?" Van Alden nodded. "Très bien. So you advised Madame to seek a divorce," she agreed. "You consulted your lawyers. When did M. Kettering learn what was happening?" "I summoned him myself, and outlined the course of action I intended to support." "And what?" Poirot asked softly. "Did he say to that?" Van Alden's expression darkened at the memory. He was downright insufferable. "Forgive my asking, sir, but did he mention the Count de la Roche by name?" "Not directly," the other man grumbled, clearly reluctant. "But he made it clear he knew about the situation." "Might I inquire about Mr. Kettering's financial standing at that time?" "How should I know that?" Van Alden shot back after a brief pause. "I assumed you would have looked into it." "You're absolutely right, I did. I found Kettering was practically bankrupt, and now he's come into £2 million. My word, life is full of surprises, isn't it?" Van Alden eyed him sharply. "What are you implying?" "I'm merely pondering the ironies of fate," Poirot said. "But let's return to the matter at hand. Surely Mr. Kettering wouldn't have allowed a divorce to proceed without putting up some kind of fight." Van Alden took a moment before responding. "I can't say for certain what his plans were. Did you have any further contact with him?" Another slight hesitation. "No." Poirot came to an abrupt stop, removed his hat, and extended his hand. "I must bid you good day, sir. I cannot be of assistance. What are you driving at?" Van Alden demanded, his temper flaring. "If you aren't honest with me, there's nothing I can do. I don't follow your meaning. I believe you do. You have my word, mister." "Van Alden, that discretion is assured." "Very well," the millionaire conceded. "I wasn't entirely truthful earlier. I did have further communication with my son-in-law. Go on." "To be precise, I sent my secretary, Major Knighton, to see him. The offer was £100,000 in cash if he allowed the divorce to go through uncontested." "A considerable sum," Poirot noted with appreciation. "And what was your son-in-law's reply?" "He told me in rather blunt terms where I could go," the millionaire stated plainly. "Ah," said Poirot, his expression unreadable as he mentally filed the information. "Mr. Kettering has informed the police that he neither saw nor spoke to his wife during the journey from England."
Are you inclined to believe that statement?
"Yes, I am," Van Alden replied. "He would have gone out of his way to avoid her, in my opinion." "Why is that?" "Because he had that woman with him, Mirelle." "Correct. How did you become aware of that?" "I had a man keeping an eye on him." "He reported that they both boarded that train." "I understand," said Poirot. "In that case, as you noted, he would be unlikely to seek out Mrs. Kettering." The little detective fell silent for a time, and Van Alden did not disturb his contemplation. "Have you visited the Riviera before, George?" Poirot asked his valet the following morning. George, a model of English reserve with an impassive face, replied, "Yes, sir. I was here 2 years ago while in the employ of Lord Edward Frampton. And today," Poirot mused, "you are here with Hercule Poirot. How one climbs the social ladder." The valet offered no response to this remark. After a respectful pause, he inquired, "The brown lounge suit, sir?" "There's a bit of a chill in the air today." "There's a grease spot on the waistcoat," Poirot objected. "A morsel of filet de sole à la Jeanette found its way there during my luncheon at the Ritz last Tuesday." "The spot has been attended to, sir," George said, a hint of reproach in his tone. "I have seen to its removal." "Very good," Poirot acknowledged. "I am quite satisfied with your service, Georges." "My pleasure, sir." A moment of silence hung in the air before Poirot mused, his voice taking on a distant quality. "Imagine, my dear Georges, if fate had placed you in the same social circle as your former employer, Lord Edward Frampton. Suppose you, without a penny to your name, had married a woman of immense fortune, only for her to decide with very sound reasons to divorce you. What course of action would you take?" "I would strive, sir," Georges answered thoughtfully, "to persuade her to reconsider, through gentle persuasion or by more forceful means." Georges appeared genuinely taken aback. "You must forgive me, sir, but a man of noble breeding would never conduct himself like some common ruffian from the docks. He would avoid any undignified behavior." "Would he truly not, Georges? I find myself questioning that. But perhaps you are correct." A sharp rap sounded at the door. Georges attended to it, opening it just a sliver. A hushed exchange followed before the valet returned, holding a small envelope. "A message for you, sir." Poirot accepted it. The note was from Commissary Coase of the police. "We are preparing to question the Count de la Roche. The examining magistrate requests your presence. Quickly, my suit, Georges. I must make haste." Precisely 15 minutes later, impeccably attired in a brown suit, Poirot entered the magistrate's chamber. Caw was already present, and both he and Magistrate Carragage greeted Poirot with formal courtesy. "The case is taking a rather disappointing turn," Caws murmured. "It seems the Count arrived in Nice the day prior to the murder. If that alibi holds, it would conveniently wrap up your investigation," Poirot remarked. Carragage cleared his throat. "We must not accept this account without the most rigorous inquiry," he stated firmly. He struck the bell on the table. Within moments, a tall, dark-haired man entered the room. He was dressed with exquisite care and carried an air of pronounced haughtiness. The Count looked so thoroughly aristocratic that one would never dare whisper the truth that his father had been a humble grain merchant in Nantes. Observing him, one might easily believe a long line of his ancestors had met their end by the guillotine during the Revolution. "I am here, gentlemen," the Count announced coldly. "Might I inquire as to the purpose of this summons?" "Please take a seat, Count," said the examining magistrate politely. "We are investigating the matter of Madame Kettering's death." "The death of Madame Kettering? I do not understand. You were, I believe, acquainted with the lady." "Naturally, I knew her. What relevance does that have?" Adjusting a monocle in his eye, he cast a frosty glance around the room, his gaze lingering longest on Poirot, who was regarding him with an expression of simple, almost naive admiration that greatly flattered the Count's ego. Carragage leaned back and cleared his throat once more. You may not be aware, Count, he paused for effect, that Madame Kettering was murdered. Murdered? Good heavens, how dreadful. The display of shock and sorrow was executed flawlessly. So perfectly, in fact, it seemed entirely genuine. Madame Kettering was strangled on the train between Paris and Lyon, Monsieur Carige continued, and her jewels were stolen. This is an outrage, the Count exclaimed with fervour. The police must act against these train bandits. No one is safe anymore. In the lady's handbag, the magistrate went on, we discovered a letter from you. It appeared she had arranged a meeting. The Count offered a graceful shrug, spreading his hands. What is the use of pretense among men of the world, he said candidly. I admit to the affair privately between us. You met her in Paris and intended to travel south with her, is that correct? Asked M. Carige. That was the initial plan, but at Madame's request, it was altered. I was supposed to meet her in Hyères. You did not, in fact, meet her on the train at the Gare de Lyon on the evening of the 14th. On the contrary, I arrived in Nice that very morning, so what you are suggesting is impossible. Quite so, replied M. Carige. In that case, perhaps you would be good enough to give me an account of your movements during the evening and night of the 14th. The Count considered for a moment. I had dinner in Monte Carlo at the Café de Paris. Later, I went to Le Sporting Club. I won a few thousand francs, he added with a casual shrug. I returned home around 1 in the morning. Forgive me, monsieur, but how did you return? In my own two-seater automobile? Was anyone with you? No one. Could you provide witnesses to confirm this? Undoubtedly, many of my acquaintances saw me there that evening. I dined alone. And your servant admitted you when you returned to your villa? I used my own key to let myself in. Ah, murmured the magistrate softly. He struck the bell on his table once more. The door opened to admit a messenger. Bring in the maid, Mason, instructed M. Carige. Ada Mason was ushered into the room. Mademoiselle, would you be so kind as to look at this gentleman? To the best of your recollection, was it he who entered your mistress's compartment in Paris? The woman studied the Count with a long, penetrating gaze, under which Poirot fancied the Count grew somewhat uneasy. I couldn't say for certain, sir, Mason finally replied. It might have been him, and then again it might not. Seeing as I only saw his back, it's difficult to be sure. I rather think it was the gentleman. But you are not positive? No, Mason said reluctantly. No, I am not positive. Have you seen this gentleman before in Curzon Street? Mason shook her head. I wouldn't likely see visitors to Curzon Street, she explained, unless they were staying in the house. Very well, that will be all, said the examining magistrate sharply, clearly disappointed. One moment, interjected Poirot. There is a question I would like to put to Mademoiselle, with your permission. By all means, M. Poirot. Poirot turned to the maid. What became of the railway tickets? The tickets, sir? Yes, the tickets from London to Nice. Did you or your mistress have them? The mistress had her own Pullman ticket, sir. The others were in my keeping. And what did you do with them? I handed them to the conductor on the French train, sir. He said it was the usual practice. I hope that was correct, sir. Oh, perfectly correct. A mere procedural detail. Both M. Coe and the examining magistrate looked at him with curiosity. Mason stood uncertainly for another moment before receiving a brief, dismissive nod from the magistrate. As she left, Poirot scribbled something on a scrap of paper and handed it to M. Carige, whose expression cleared as he read it. Well, gentlemen, the Count demanded haughtily, am I to be detained any longer? Assuredly not, M. Carige hastened to reply with considerable amiability. Everything concerning your own connection to this affair is now clarified. Naturally, in light of the letter from Madame, we were obliged to question you. The Count rose, retrieved his handsome walking stick from the corner, and offered a rather curt bow before leaving the room. And that is that, said M. Carige. You were quite right, Mess Poirot. Much better to let him believe he is above suspicion. 2 of my men will shadow him constantly, and we will simultaneously investigate the matter of his alibi. It strikes me as somewhat fluid. Possibly, Poirot agreed thoughtfully. I have asked M. Kettering to come here this morning, the magistrate continued, though I doubt we have much to ask him. Nevertheless, there are 1 or 2 suspicious circumstances. He paused, rubbing his nose. Such as? Inquired Poirot. Well, the magistrate coughed discreetly. This lady with whom he is reportedly travelling, Mademoiselle Morel. She is staying at one hotel, and he at another. An odd arrangement, don't you think, for a romantic rendezvous? It smacks more of careful planning than passion. That seems unusual to me, remarked Monsieur Coe. It appears, he continued, they were being cautious. Precisely, declared Monsieur Carrege with satisfaction. And what reason would they have for such caution? An overabundance of care is itself suspicious, is it not? Poirot observed. Exactly so. I believe, Poirot murmured, we might pose a few questions to Monsieur Kettering. The magistrate issued the order. Shortly after, Derek Kettering entered, his usual careless elegance intact. Good morning, the judge offered politely. Morning, Derek replied curtly. You summoned me. Has there been a development? Please, take a seat. Derek sat, tossing his hat and cane onto the table. Well, he pressed impatiently. We possess no new information as of yet, Monsieur Carrage stated carefully. How fascinating, Derek said dryly. Did you bring me here just to tell me that? Naturally, monsieur. We assumed you would wish to be kept apprised of the investigation's progress. The magistrate replied with some severity, even if that progress is currently negligible. We also wish to ask you several questions. Proceed. You are absolutely certain you neither saw nor spoke to your wife on the train? I've already answered that. I did not. You had your reasons, no doubt. Derek eyed him with suspicion. I did not know she was on the train, he explained, spacing his words with exaggerated care, as if addressing someone rather slow. That is your statement? Yes, Monsieur Carrage murmured. A frown darkened Derek's features. I'd like to understand what you're implying. Do you know what I think, Monsieur Carrage? What is that, monsieur? I think the French police are tremendously overrated. You must have some information on these train robbery gangs. It's outrageous that such a thing could occur on a luxury train and that the police seem powerless to address it. We are addressing it, monsieur. Have no fear. Madame Kettering, I understand, left no will, Poirot interjected suddenly. His fingertips were pressed together, and he was staring intently at the ceiling, a faint, almost imperceptible smile playing on his lips, as if he'd just recalled a private joke. I don't believe she ever made one, Kettering said. Why do you ask? It is a very handsome fortune you inherit, Poirot said, his eyes still fixed above. A remarkably handsome fortune. Though his gaze remained upward, he did not miss the dark flush that rose to Derek Kettering's face. What are you implying? And who are you? Poirot gently uncrossed his legs, lowered his gaze from the ceiling, and looked the young man directly in the eye. My name is Hercule Poirot, he said quietly. I am possibly the greatest detective in the world. You are quite sure you did not see or speak to your wife on that train? What are you driving at? Do you? Do you mean to suggest that I killed her? He let out a short, sharp laugh. I mustn't lose my temper. The idea is too palpably absurd. Why, if I had killed her, I would have had no need to steal her jewels, correct? That is true, Poirot murmured, adopting a somewhat crestfallen air. I did not consider that point. His tone, however, carried a subtle, almost sarcastic edge, as if humoring a child's flawed logic. If ever there was a clear case of murder and robbery, this is it, Derek Kettering asserted. Poor Ruth. Those damned rubies were her undoing. Word must have gotten out that she had them with her. Those stones have caused murder before, I believe. Poirot sat up abruptly in his chair. A very faint, keen light glimmered in his eyes. He looked extraordinarily like a sleek, well-fed cat that has just spotted a mouse. One more question, Monsieur Kettering, he said. Will you provide me with the date you last saw your wife? Let me think, Kettering reflected. A flicker of something, annoyance, calculation, crossing his face. It must have been, yes, over 3 weeks ago. I'm afraid I cannot give you the exact date. No matter, said Poirot dryly. That is all I wish to know. Well, said Derek Kettering impatiently. Is there anything else? He looked toward Monsieur Carrage. The latter sought a silent cue from Poirot and received it in a very slight, almost imperceptible shake of the head. No, Monsieur Kettering, he said politely. No, I do not think we need detain you any further. Good morning to you, Kettering replied, exiting the room and letting the door slam shut. The moment he was gone, Poirot turned sharply to the other man. Tell me, he demanded. Exactly. When did you discuss the rubies with Mr. Kettering? I have not discussed them at all, said Mr. Carrage, sounding offended. We only learned of their existence from Mr. Van Alden yesterday afternoon. Yet they were mentioned in the Count's letter, Poirot pressed. Of course I did not speak of that letter to Mr. Kettering. Carriage responded, his tone one of professional horror. That would have been profoundly indiscreet given the current situation. Poirot leaned in, tapping the tabletop for emphasis. Then how does he know about them? He asked quietly. His wife could not have told him. He hasn't seen her in weeks. It is improbable that Mr. Van Alden or his secretary brought them up, as their conversations with him followed entirely different lines. There has been no whisper of them in the press either. He stood, collecting his hat and cane, and yet he murmured to himself, "Our gentleman is fully informed. I wonder about that." Yes, I do wonder. Derek Kettering went directly to the Negresco, where he quickly downed 2 cocktails before gazing gloomily at the brilliant blue sea. He scanned the passers-by with disinterest, a dreary, poorly dressed bunch, utterly devoid of intrigue. One hardly saw anyone of note these days. He immediately revised this thought, however, as a woman took a seat at a nearby table. She wore a stunning ensemble of orange and black, with a hat that cast a shadow over her face. He ordered a 3rd drink, his eyes returning to the water, when a sudden familiar fragrance caught his attention. He looked up to find the woman in orange and black now standing beside him. As she smiled that insolent, seductive smile he knew all too well, he recognized her, Mirelle. "Derek," she murmured. "You're happy to see me?" "No." She settled into the chair across from him. "But welcome me then, you silly man," she teased. "This is a surprise," said Derek, his voice flat. "When did you leave London?" She gave a slight shrug. "A day or 2 ago." "And the Parthenon?" "I have, how do you say, given them the slip." "Have you?" "You're not very friendly, Derek." "Should I be?" Morel lit a cigarette, taking a long drag before speaking. "You think, perhaps, it is not wise to be seen together so soon?" Derek stared at her, then shrugged with deliberate indifference. "Are you having lunch here? But of course I'm lunching with you." "I'm terribly sorry," Derek said. "I have a very important prior engagement." "My God, you men are such children," the dancer exclaimed. "Ever since that day in London when you stormed out of my apartment, you have been sulking. It is unbelievable." "My dear," said Derek, "I haven't the faintest idea what you're talking about. We agreed in London that rats leave a sinking ship. There's nothing more to say." Despite his careless tone, his face was drawn and tense. Morel leaned forward suddenly, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. "You cannot fool me. I know what you have done for me." He looked at her sharply, caught by a strange undercurrent in her words. She nodded slowly. "Ah, do not worry, I am discreet. You were magnificent. You have a superb courage. But, all the same, it was I who planted the seed that day in London when I mentioned how accidents sometimes happen. Tell me, you are not in any danger? The police do not suspect you? What in the world?" "Hush!" She held up a slender hand adorned with a large emerald. "You are right. I should not speak of such things in so public a place. We will not speak of it again, but our troubles are over. Our life together will be marvelous, simply marvelous." Derek let out a sudden grating laugh that held no warmth. "So the rats come scurrying back, is that it? $2 million certainly changes the tune. Of course it does. I should have expected this." He laughed once more, the sound bitter. "You'll help me spend that fortune, won't you, Morel? No woman knows how better than you." Another harsh chuckle escaped him. "Quiet," the dancer hissed. "What is wrong with you, Derek? Look, people are beginning to stare. Me? I'll tell you what's wrong. I'm done with you, Morel. Do you understand? Finished?" Her reaction was not what he anticipated. She studied him for a long moment, then allowed a soft, knowing smile to touch her lips. "But you are such a child. You are hurt and angry, all because I am being practical. Did I not always tell you how I adored you?" She leaned closer, her voice dropping to a persuasive murmur. "But I know you, Derek. Look at me. It is Morel speaking to you. You cannot live without her, and you know it. I loved you before. I will love you 1,000 times more now. I will make life extraordinary for you, utterly extraordinary. There is no one like Morel." Her eyes held his, burning with intensity. She watched him pale and draw a sharp breath, and a contented smile curved her mouth. She knew her own power over men, the old familiar magic. "That is settled, then," she said softly, with a light laugh. "And now, Derek, will you take me to lunch?" "No." He inhaled sharply and stood up. "I am sorry, but as I said, I have another engagement. You are lunching with someone else?" "Nonsense. I don't believe you. I am lunching with that lady just over there." He strode abruptly across the terrace to where a woman in a white dress had just ascended the steps. Addressing her a little breathlessly, he said, "Miss Grey, would you do me the honor of having lunch with me? We met at Lady Templin's, if you recall." Catherine regarded him for a moment with those thoughtful grey eyes that seemed to see so much. "Thank you," she said after a slight pause. "I should like that very much." The Comte de la Roche had just finished his lunch, a leisurely meal of an herb omelette, a steak with béarnaise sauce, and a rum cake. Delicately wiping his fine black moustache with his napkin, the Comte rose from the table. He moved through the villa's salon, his appreciative gaze drifting over the art objects casually displayed. The Louis XV snuff-box, the satin shoe said to have been worn by Marie Antoinette. These historic trinkets were part of his carefully staged setting. To his elegant visitors he would explain they were heirlooms of his ancient family. Stepping out onto the terrace, he stared at the Mediterranean without truly seeing it. The beauty of the scenery was lost on him now. A carefully matured scheme had been abruptly ruined, and his plans required complete rethinking. Stretching out in a basket chair, a cigarette held between his slender fingers, the Comte pondered deeply. Soon his manservant, Hippolyte, brought out coffee and a selection of liqueurs. The Comte chose a very fine old brandy. As the servant turned to leave, the Comte stopped him with a slight gesture. Hippolyte stood at respectful attention. His face was not a pleasant one, but his impeccable manner did much to disguise the fact. He was the picture of dutiful service. "It is possible," the Comte began, "that over the next few days certain strangers may come to the house. They will try to strike up an acquaintance with you and with Marie. They will likely ask you various questions about me." "Yes, Monsieur le Comte." "Has this perhaps already occurred?" "No, Monsieur le Comte." "You are certain there have been no strangers about the place?" "There has been no one, Monsieur le Comte." "That is good," said the Comte dryly. "Nevertheless, they will come, I am sure of it. The world, it seems, is full of people who cannot leave a man to enjoy his brandy in peace." "They will have questions," the Comte said, his gaze fixed on the distant sea. Hippolyte stood ready, his expression one of attentive understanding. His master continued, speaking with deliberate care. "Recall, if you're asked, that I arrived on Tuesday morning, the 14th, not Wednesday. That detail is important. Of course, Monsieur le Comte. In matters involving a lady, discretion is everything. I trust you and Marie to remember that. You have our word, monsieur." "Good," the Comte murmured, dismissing him. Alone, he took a slow sip of his coffee, his thoughts churning. He frowned once, shook his head, then gave a slight decisive nod, only to be interrupted by Hippolyte's return. "A lady to see you, monsieur?" "A lady?" The Comte was genuinely puzzled. Visitors were not unusual at the Villa Marina, but at this hour? "She is, I believe, unfamiliar to you," Hippolyte offered quietly. Intrigued, the Comte instructed, "Show her out here, please." Moments later, a striking figure in vibrant orange and black stepped onto the terrace, the air around her heavy with the scent of tropical flowers. "Monsieur le Comte de la Roche, at your service," he replied with a bow. "You may call me Morel. Perhaps you have heard my name." Who has not admired Mademoiselle Morel's artistry? "A true delight," he said, his tone polished. She offered a brief, perfunctory smile. "Forgive my sudden visit." "Not at all. Please sit," he insisted, pulling a chair forward. Behind his courteous facade, he studied her keenly. The Comte prided himself on understanding women, though his experience rarely included those as sharp and ambitious as Morel. They were, in a way, kindred spirits, both hunters in their own right. He knew flattery would be wasted on her. She was a Parisian through and through, shrewd and direct. What he recognized immediately, however, was the simmering anger in her eyes. An angry woman, he reflected, often reveals more than she intends, and a calm observer might just turn that to his advantage. "Your visit honors my humble home. We share acquaintances in Paris," Morel began. "But I am here for another reason. Since arriving in Nice, I have heard your name mentioned in a rather different context." "Indeed," the Comte said softly. "I will be blunt," she continued, leaning forward. "They are saying in Nice, monsieur, that you are the one who killed the Englishwoman, Mrs. Kettering." "Me? A murderer? How utterly ridiculous," he replied, his voice deliberately languid, almost bored. He knew feigned indifference would provoke her further. "It is no joke," she insisted, her dark eyes flashing. "This is not mere gossip. It is the police who believe this." "The police?" The Comte sat up, suddenly alert. Morel gave a vigorous nod. "Exactly. I have friends in high places. The prefect himself. She left the sentence hanging with an expressive shrug. Who can resist confiding in a woman of such beauty? The Comte remarked smoothly. So the police suspect me. They are mistaken, of course. Naturally they are mistaken, he agreed, his tone light, but his mind already racing ahead. You claim that? Yet you are unaware of the facts. I am not. The Comte studied her with interest. Are you suggesting you know the identity of Madame Kettering's murderer? Morel gave a fierce nod. I do. Who was it? The Comte demanded. Her husband, she whispered, leaning closer, her voice trembling with a mix of fury and exhilaration. He is the one who ended her life. The Comte settled back into his chair, his expression unreadable. Mademoiselle, how can you be certain of this? How can I be certain? Morel leapt to her feet with a bitter laugh. He bragged about it in advance. He was finished, financially destroyed, his reputation in tatters. Only her death could rescue him. He confessed as much to me. He was on that very train, yet she remained oblivious.
Why do you suppose that was?
So he could slip into her compartment under cover of darkness. She squeezed her eyes shut. I can picture the entire horrible scene. The Comte cleared his throat gently. Possibly, he murmured. But if that were true, mademoiselle, why would he then bother to steal the jewels? The jewels, Morel breathed, her gaze turning distant and dreamy.
Ah, those rubies.
Her eyes glazed over, lost in a private vision. The Comte watched her, once again marveling at the hypnotic power gemstones seemed to hold over women. He steered her back to the matter at hand. What is it you wish me to do? Instantly, Morel became sharp and pragmatic again. It is perfectly straightforward. You will go to the authorities. You will inform them that Monsieur Kettering is guilty of this crime, and if they dismiss my claim, if they demand evidence. He watched her intently. Morel gave a soft, knowing laugh, tightening her vibrant wrap around her shoulders. Direct them to me, Monsieur le Comte, she said quietly. I will provide all the proof they require. With that, she swept out like a sudden storm, her mission declared. The Comte gazed after her, his eyebrows arched delicately. What a temper, he mused aloud. What fresh grievance has stirred her up now? She reveals her intentions far too openly. Does she genuinely believe Kettering killed his wife? She certainly wishes me to believe it. She would be delighted if the police believed it as well. A faint smile touched his lips. He had absolutely no intention of visiting the police. Other, more agreeable possibilities unfolded in his mind. Yet his expression soon sobered. According to Morel, he himself was under police suspicion. That could be true, or it could be pure invention. A woman of the dancer's passionate temperament was unlikely to be overly concerned with factual accuracy. On the other hand, she might have acquired genuine inside information. If that were the case, his mouth set in a hard line. Certain precautions would be necessary. He went inside and questioned his valet, Hippolyte, meticulously once more about any unfamiliar visitors. The servant was adamant that there had been none. The Comte proceeded to his bedroom and approached an antique bureau against the wall. Lowering the lid, his slender fingers found a hidden mechanism at the rear of a pigeonhole. A secret drawer slid open, revealing a small parcel wrapped in plain brown paper. The Comte retrieved it, weighing it thoughtfully in his palm for a long moment. With a slight wince, he plucked a single hair from his head and placed it precisely on the drawer's edge before closing it securely. Carrying the parcel, he descended and left the house for the garage, where a scarlet two-seater awaited. Within minutes, he was on the road to Monte Carlo. After passing a few hours at the casino, he wandered into the town before returning to his car and driving toward Menton. He had noted an unremarkable grey car trailing at a distance earlier that afternoon. He spotted it again now. A smile played on his lips. The road began a steady climb into the hills. The Comte pressed the accelerator firmly. The engine of the scarlet car responding with a surge. The small red automobile had been custom-crafted to the Count's exact specifications, boasting an engine far more potent than its unassuming exterior suggested. It surged forward. After a moment, he glanced in the rearview mirror and allowed himself a faint smile. The grey sedan was maintaining pursuit. Enveloped in a cloud of road dust, the vibrant little car raced onward. It was now moving at a perilous speed, yet the Count was a masterful driver. The route began a steep, winding descent, a relentless series of curves. Soon, the vehicle slowed its frantic pace and eventually halted before a small post office. The Count stepped out, opened the tool chest, retrieved a plain brown paper package, and hurried inside. Barely 2 minutes later, he was back on the road, heading once more toward Menton. By the time the grey car reached the town, the Count was leisurely enjoying a proper English afternoon tea on a hotel terrace. He later returned to Monte Carlo for dinner, finally arriving back at his villa just before 11. His valet, Hippolyte, emerged to greet him with a troubled expression. "Ah, Monsieur le Comte has returned. Monsieur le Comte did not, by chance, telephone for me earlier?" The Count shook his head. "And yet, at 3 o'clock, I received a message stating Monsieur le Comte required my presence at the Negresco Hotel in Nice." "Indeed?" said the Count, his tone light. "And you went?" "Naturally, monsieur. But at the Negresco they had no knowledge of your reservation. You had not been there." "Ah," said the Count, a knowing look in his eye. "I suppose at that hour Marie was out for her afternoon shopping." "That is correct, Monsieur le Comte." "Well then," the Count concluded with a dismissive wave, "it is of no consequence, a simple misunderstanding." He ascended the stairs, a private smile playing on his lips. Once inside his private chamber, he secured the bolt and cast a sharp, appraising glance around the room. Superficially, everything appeared in order. He methodically opened several drawers and cabinet doors. Then he gave a slow, satisfied nod. His possessions had been returned almost, but not perfectly, to their original positions. The evidence of an exceptionally thorough search was clear to his trained eye. He approached the writing desk and engaged a concealed mechanism. The secret drawer sprang open, but the single strand of hair he had placed there was gone. He nodded several times to himself. "They are remarkably efficient, our French police," he murmured under his breath, a thread of sarcasm weaving through his admiration. "Truly remarkable. It seems nothing escapes their notice." The next morning found Catherine and Lennox seated on the terrace of the Villa Marguerite. An unlikely friendship was beginning to form between them, bridging their difference in years. Without Lennox's presence, Catherine would have found the atmosphere at the villa utterly unbearable. The Kettering affair remained the dominant topic of conversation. Lady Tamplin was shamelessly capitalizing on her guest's peripheral connection to the scandal for every ounce of social currency it was worth. Catherine's most pointed rebuffs seemed to simply bounce off Lady Tamplin's formidable self-regard. Lennox observed it all with an air of detached amusement, seemingly entertained by her mother's transparent tactics, yet offering Catherine a silent, sympathetic understanding. The situation was hardly improved by Chubby, whose boyish enthusiasm was irrepressible. He introduced Catherine to every new acquaintance with, "Meet Miss Grey. You know, the whole Blue Train mess. She was right in the thick of it, actually spoke with Ruth Kettering just hours before the murder. Quite a bit of luck for her, wouldn't you say?" A few such remarks that morning had finally provoked Catherine into an uncharacteristically sharp retort. When they were alone, Lennox observed in her languid drawl, "You're not accustomed to being used as a social prop, are you? You have a great deal to learn, Catherine." "I apologize for my temper. It's not like me. Frankly, it's about time you learned to let off a little steam. Chubby is merely an amiable fool. There's no malice in him. Mother, of course, is insufferable. But you can rage at her until the end of days and it won't make a dent. She'll just widen those big, sorrowful blue eyes and not feel a thing." Catherine offered no comment on this candid assessment of maternal character. Lennox continued after a moment, her tone shifting to one of wry confession. "I must admit, I'm rather like Chubby in one regard. I do delight in a sensational murder mystery. And besides, well, knowing Derek personally does make it all rather more compelling." Catherine simply nodded in agreement. "So you had lunch with him yesterday?" Lennox continued thoughtfully. "What's your impression, Catherine? Do you like him?" Catherine took a moment before answering. "I'm not entirely sure," she said, her words measured. "He has a certain charm." "He certainly does," Lennox agreed. "But what is it that bothers you?" Catherine didn't answer the question directly. Instead, she said, "He mentioned his wife's death. He stated quite plainly that he considered it a piece of extraordinary good fortune for him." "That must have been unsettling for you," Lennox observed. After a brief pause, she added in a peculiar tone, "He's taken an interest in you, Catherine." "He provided an excellent lunch," Catherine replied with a slight smile, attempting to deflect the comment. Lennox, however, was not to be diverted. "I noticed it the evening he visited," she said, her expression thoughtful. "The way he watched you. And you're not his usual type at all. Quite the opposite. I suppose it's like finding a new conviction. It can happen at any time. Their conversation was interrupted by Marie appearing at the salon window. Mademoiselle, you are wanted on the telephone. And Monsieur Hercule Poirot wishes to speak with you. More intrigue from the detective world, Lennox remarked. Go on, Catherine. Go and converse with your investigator. The voice of Hercule Poirot came through the receiver, precise and clear. Is this Mademoiselle Gray? I have a message from Monsieur Van Alden, the father of Madame Kettering. He is most anxious to speak with you. You may meet him either at the Villa Marguerite or at his hotel in Nice, whichever you prefer. Catherine considered briefly. Having Mr. Van Alden come to the villa seemed both awkward and unnecessary. Lady Tamplin would undoubtedly make an excessive fuss over the arrival of a wealthy man, seeing it as a prime opportunity. She told Poirot she would prefer to come to Nice. Excellent, mademoiselle. I will call for you personally in an automobile, shall we say in approximately 45 minutes? Poirot arrived exactly on time. Catherine was ready and they departed immediately. Well, mademoiselle, how are things progressing? He inquired. She met his bright, observant eyes and felt again that there was something distinctly appealing about the little detective. This is our own little mystery novel, is it not? Poirot said. I promised we should examine it together. And I, Hercule Poirot, always keep my promises. You are very kind, Catherine murmured. Ah, you are teasing me. But tell me, do you wish to hear the latest developments in the case or not? Catherine admitted that she did, and Poirot proceeded to outline a concise portrait of the Comte de la Roche. So you believe he is the murderer? Catherine asked after a moment of thought. That is one theory, Poirot said cautiously. Do you share that belief? I did not say that. And you, mademoiselle, what is your opinion? Catherine shook her head. How could I possibly know? I have no experience in these matters. But from your description, the Count does not strike me as the sort of man who would personally commit murder. Ah, very good, Poirot exclaimed, clearly pleased. You agree with me, that is precisely the point I have made. He studied her closely. But tell me, you have now met Mr. Derek Kettering. I met him at Lady Tamplin's, and I lunched with him yesterday. He spent part of the meal trying to convince me to take a drive along the coast with him this weekend, an invitation I politely declined. A scoundrel, Poirot declared, shaking his head. But women, they often find such men intriguing, do they not? He twinkled at her, and Catherine laughed. He is certainly a man who draws attention, Poirot continued. No doubt you observed him on the blue train. Yes, I noticed him. In the dining car? No, I didn't see him during meals at all. I only saw him once. He was entering his wife's compartment. Poirot nodded. A strange affair, he murmured. I believe you mentioned you were awake and looked out of your window when the train was at Lyons. You did not see a tall, dark man resembling the Comte de la Roche leave the train? Catherine shook her head. I don't believe I saw anyone at all, she said. A young man in a cap and overcoat stepped off the train, though he didn't seem to be leaving for good, just pacing the platform for a bit of air. Then there was a portly Frenchman with a beard, still in his pyjamas, but wrapped in an overcoat, who was asking one of the attendants for a cup of coffee. Aside from them, the platform was quiet, occupied only by the train's own staff. Poirot gave several knowing nods. You see how it is, he confided. The Comte de la Roche possesses an alibi. An alibi is always a troublesome thing, highly suspicious by its very nature, but here we are. They proceeded directly to Van Alden's suite, where Knighton greeted them. After Poirot made the introductions and a few polite words were exchanged, Knighton said, I'll let Mr. Van Alden know Miss Gray has arrived. He slipped through a connecting door into the adjoining room. A low murmur of voices followed, and then Van Alden himself entered. He came forward, hand extended, his gaze shrewd and assessing as he took Catherine in. It's good to meet you, Miss Gray, he said simply. I've been very anxious to hear what you can tell me about Ruth. The millionaire's quiet, straightforward manner struck Catherine deeply. She sensed a profound and genuine grief beneath his composed exterior, all the more moving for its lack of outward display. He pulled a chair forward for her. Please, sit down. Just tell me everything. Poirot and Knighton withdrew discreetly into the other room, leaving Catherine alone with Van Alden. She found the telling came easily, as naturally as she could. She recounted her entire conversation with Ruth Kettering, striving to recall it word for word. He listened in silence, leaning back with one hand shading his eyes. When she finished, he said quietly, Thank you, my dear. For a moment they both sat without speaking. Catherine felt any words of sympathy would be superfluous. When Van Alden spoke again, his tone had shifted. "I am very grateful to you, Miss Grey. I believe you brought some peace to my poor Ruth's mind in her final hours. Now, I need to ask you something. You are aware. Poirot will have told you of the scoundrel my girl had become entangled with. He was the man she spoke to you about, the one she intended to meet. In your opinion, after talking with you, do you think she might have changed her plans? Could she have decided to go back on her word?" "I honestly can't say," Catherine replied. She had definitely reached some decision, and she seemed brighter because of it. "Did she give you any indication of where she planned to meet that rat, whether in Paris or down in Hyères?" Catherine shook her head. "She didn't mention anything about the location." "Ah," Van Alden said thoughtfully. "And that is the crucial point. Well, time will tell." He rose and opened the connecting door. Poirot and Knighton returned. Catherine declined Van Alden's invitation to stay for lunch. Knighton escorted her down and saw her into the waiting car before returning to the suite, where he found Poirot and Van Alden deep in discussion. If we only knew, the millionaire mused, what decision Ruth finally made. It could have been any one of half a dozen possibilities. She might have intended to leave the train at Paris and send a cable to me. She may have planned to continue on to the south of France and have a confrontation with the Count there. We are completely in the dark. But we have the maid's statement that Ruth was both startled and dismayed when she saw the Count on the platform in Paris. That was clearly not part of any preconceived plan, don't you agree, Knighton? The secretary started slightly. "I beg your pardon, Mr. Van Alden. My mind was elsewhere." "Daydreaming, eh?" said Van Alden, a hint of a smile touching his lips. "That's not like you. I do believe that young woman has made quite an impression." Knighton felt a flush rise to his cheeks. "She is a remarkably fine girl," Van Alden added, his tone softening with reflection. "Very fine indeed. Did you happen to notice her eyes?" Knighton replied. "Any man would be bound to notice them." Several days had passed. Returning from a solitary morning walk, Catherine found Lennox waiting with an expectant grin. "Your admirer has been calling for you, Catherine." "Who exactly are you calling my admirer?" "A new contender, Rufus Van Alden's secretary. You're making quite an impression. First Derek Kettering, and now this Mr. Knighton. Funny enough, I actually remember him from when I was a child. He was a patient at the war hospital Mother managed here. I was only about 8 then. Was his injury severe? A gunshot wound to the leg, if I recall, a rather nasty affair. I believe the doctors botched it somewhat. They claimed he wouldn't have a limp, but when he was discharged, he was still hobbling quite noticeably." Lady Tamplin joined them. "Are you discussing Major Knighton? Such a delightful man, I must confess. I didn't recall him at first, one met so many, but it's all coming back now." "Let's be honest, he was a bit too insignificant to remember before," Lennox remarked. "Now that he's secretary to an American millionaire, it's a completely different story." "My dear, you are too harsh," Lady Tamplin chided in her vague, reproachful tone. "What was the purpose of Major Knighton's call?" Catherine inquired. "He invited you to the tennis matches this afternoon. He offered to collect you by car. Mother and I accepted enthusiastically on your behalf. While you're occupied with the millionaire's secretary, you might at least give me a chance with the millionaire himself, Catherine. He must be around 60, so he'll likely be searching for a charming young companion like me." "I should very much like to meet Mr. Van Alden," Lady Tamplin said earnestly. "One hears such stories, those formidable self-made figures from the West." She paused, murmuring, "So utterly fascinating." Major Knighton was most insistent that the invitation came directly from Mr. Van Alden, Lennox noted. He repeated it so often I began to suspect an ulterior motive. "You and Knighton would make a lovely pair, Catherine. My blessings to you both." Catherine laughed and went upstairs to change. Knighton arrived shortly after lunch, enduring Lady Tamplin's effusive greetings with polite patience. As they drove toward Cannes, he observed to Catherine, "Lady Tamplin has changed remarkably little, in her manner or her appearance. Both. She must be, I suppose, well past 40, yet she remains a strikingly beautiful woman." "She is," Catherine agreed. "I'm very pleased you could join us today," Knighton continued. "Monsieur Poirot will also be there. He is a most extraordinary little man. Do you know him well, Miss Grey?" Catherine shook her head. "I met him on the train journey here. I was reading a mystery novel and happened to remark that such dramatic events don't occur in real life. Naturally, I had no idea who he was. He is a truly remarkable individual," Knighton said thoughtfully. He possesses a unique genius for uncovering the core of a matter, and until the very end, no one has any inkling of what he is truly thinking. I recall a house party in Yorkshire where Lady Clanrivan's jewels were stolen. It appeared a straightforward theft at first, but it utterly confounded the local police. I urged them to consult Hercule Poirot, insisting he was the only man who could assist, but they placed all their faith in Scotland Yard. What was the outcome? Catherine asked with curiosity. The jewels were never recovered, Knighton stated dryly. You truly have faith in him, then? Absolutely. The Comte de la Roche is a notoriously slippery character. He's evaded consequences time and again. But I believe he has finally met his match in Hercule Poirot. The Comte de la Roche, Catherine mused. So you are convinced he is guilty, without a doubt, Knighton replied, looking at her with some surprise. You don't think so? Oh, I do, Catherine replied quickly. That is, I mean, if it wasn't simply a routine train robbery. It could be naturally, the other agreed, but to me the Comte de la Roche fits into this affair rather perfectly. And yet he has an alibi.
Oh, alibis!
Knighton laughed, his face breaking into that charming, youthful grin.
You admit you read detective novels, Miss Grey. You must realize that anyone with a flawless alibi is instantly under deep suspicion. Do you believe real life works that way? Catherine asked with a smile.
Why wouldn't it? Fiction is built on reality, but often improves upon it, Catherine suggested. Perhaps, in any case, if I were a criminal, I would not want Hercule Poirot on my trail. Neither would I, said Catherine, laughing. Poirot met them upon arrival. The day was warm, and he was dressed in a crisp white linen suit, a white camellia adorning his lapel. Bonjour, mademoiselle, said Poirot. I appear very English, do I not? You look splendid, Catherine offered tactfully. You tease me, Poirot replied genially, but it is of no consequence, Papa Poirot. He always gets the last laugh. Where is Mr. Van Alden? Knighton inquired. He will join us at our seats. To be honest, my friend, he is not entirely pleased with me. Oh, these Americans, they know nothing of repose, of calm. Mr. Van Alden, he wishes I would dash about nice chasing criminals through every alley. I would have thought that a rather sound plan, Knighton observed. You are mistaken, said Poirot. In such matters, one requires not energy, but finesse. At the tennis, one encounters everyone. That is what matters. Ah, and there is Mr. Kettering. Derek approached them abruptly. He looked both reckless and irritated, as if something had upset him. His greeting to Knighton was noticeably cool. Poirot alone seemed unaware of any tension, chatting amiably in a commendable effort to put everyone at ease. He offered small compliments. It is remarkable, M. Kettering, how fluently you speak French, he remarked. So well that you could pass for a Frenchman if you wished. That is a most uncommon skill among Englishmen. I wish I could, said Catherine. I'm all too aware my French is painfully, unmistakably British. They found their seats and settled in. Almost immediately, Knighton noticed his employer signalling to him from across the court and excused himself to speak with him. Me? I approve of that young man, said Poirot, beaming after the departing secretary. And you, mademoiselle? I like him very much. And you, M. Kettering? A sharp retort seemed ready on Derek's lips, but he checked it, as if something in the little Belgian's twinkling eyes had suddenly made him wary. He chose his words with care. Knighton is a very decent fellow, he said. For just a moment, Catherine thought Poirot looked almost disappointed. He is a great admirer of yours, M. Poirot, she said, and she recounted some of Knighton's earlier praise. It amused her to see the little man preen like a bird, puffing out his chest and assuming an air of mock modesty that fooled no one. That reminds me, mademoiselle, he said abruptly. I have a small matter of business to discuss. When you were conversing with that unfortunate lady on the train, I believe you may have dropped a cigarette case. Catherine looked surprised. I don't think so, she said. Poirot drew from his pocket a cigarette case of soft blue leather adorned with a gold initial K. No, that isn't mine, Catherine stated. Ah, 1,000 apologies. It must have been the lady's own K, of course, stands for Kettering. We were uncertain because she had another cigarette case in her bag, and it seemed odd she would carry two. He turned suddenly to Derek. Derek appeared momentarily startled by the question. He hesitated before answering, his words coming out with a slight stumble. I really couldn't say. I imagine it must have been... You're certain it doesn't belong to you? Absolutely not. If it were mine, it wouldn't have been among my wife's things. Poirot adopted an expression of pure, almost childlike innocence. My apologies. I merely wondered if you might have misplaced it during a visit to her compartment. Derek's response was sharp. I was never there. I've made that perfectly clear to the authorities on numerous occasions. 1,000 pardons, Poirot murmured, his tone deeply apologetic. It was Mademoiselle Gray who mentioned seeing you enter, he trailed off, feigning awkwardness. Catherine watched Derek closely. Had his face paled slightly, or was it a trick of the light? His laugh, when it came, sounded convincingly casual. A simple mistake, Miss Gray, he said smoothly. The police informed me my own compartment was just a few doors down from my wife's, a fact I was completely unaware of at the time. You must have seen me going into my own room. He rose abruptly as he spotted Van Aldine and Knighton approaching. If you'll excuse me, he said, his voice dropping, I find my father-in-law's company rather trying at the moment. Van Aldine offered Catherine a curt, polite greeting, though his mood was evidently sour. Found a taste for tennis. Have you, Poirot? He grumbled. It is a most delightful diversion. Yes, Poirot replied cheerfully. A luxury you can afford here in France, Van Aldine retorted. We Americans are built of sterner stuff, business before pleasure, always. Poirot remained unruffled, offering the irritated millionaire a gentle, knowing smile. Please, do not distress yourself. Every man has his own technique. For my part, I have always found it most agreeable to blend professional inquiry with personal enjoyment. He glanced toward the other two, noting they were now deeply engrossed in a private conversation. Satisfied, Poirot leaned closer to Van Aldine, his voice dropping to a confidential murmur. My presence here is not solely for amusement, Monsieur Van Aldine. Observe the elderly gentleman directly across from us, the one with the sallow complexion and the impressive white beard. What about him? That, Poirot stated, is Monsieur Papapoulos. A Greek, I take it. Precisely. He is an antiquities dealer of international repute. He maintains a modest shop in Paris, and the police suspect his activities extend beyond mere commerce. In what way? He is believed to be a fence for stolen goods, particularly jewelry. There is no one more knowledgeable about the recutting and resetting of precious stones. His clientele ranges from the aristocracy of Europe to the most disreputable elements of the criminal underworld. Van Aldine's attention was now fully captured, his demeanor shifting. Go on, he urged, a new intensity in his voice. I ask myself, Poirot declared, thumping his chest for emphasis. I, Hercule Poirot, ask why Monsieur Papapoulos has chosen this precise moment to appear in Nice. Van Aldine was visibly impressed. His earlier fleeting doubt about the detective's capabilities evaporated. He met Poirot's gaze directly. I owe you an apology, Monsieur Poirot. Poirot waved it away with a flourish. Bah, it is of no consequence. Now, listen carefully. I have information for you. The millionaire leaned in, every sense alert. Poirot gave a solemn nod. It is as I say, you will find this pertinent. As you are aware, the Comte de la Roche has been under close observation since his meeting with the examining magistrate. The following day, during his absence, the police conducted a thorough search of the Villa Marina. Well, Van Aldine pressed. Did they find anything? I'd wager they came up empty. Poirot inclined his head in a small bow. Your intuition does not fail you, Monsieur Van Aldine. They discovered nothing of an incriminating nature. It was, of course, not to be expected. The Comte de la Roche, as your vivid idiom puts it, was not born yesterday. A subtle, almost imperceptible tension had entered the air around them, as if the very sunlight on the court had grown sharper, more revealing. He is a shrewd man of the world with considerable experience, Poirot remarked. Continue, Van Aldine grumbled. It is possible, naturally, that the Count had nothing incriminating to hide. Yet we cannot dismiss the possibility. If he did possess something he wished to conceal, where would it be? Not in his residence. The police conducted an exhaustive search, not on his person, for he is aware he could be detained at any moment. That leaves his automobile. As I mentioned, he was under observation. He was trailed that day to Monte Carlo. From there he drove himself along the coast road toward Menton. His vehicle is exceptionally powerful. It outpaced his pursuers, and for nearly 20 minutes they lost sight of him entirely. And you believe during that interval he hid something beside the road? Van Aldine asked, his interest sharply piqued beside the road. No, that is not practical. But consider, I proposed a small notion to M. Carriget. He was kind enough to approve. At every post office in the vicinity, arrangements have been made to have someone who recognizes the Count by sight. You see, gentlemen, the most effective way to conceal an item is to dispatch it through the mail. Well? Van Alden demanded, his face alive with anticipation. Well? With a theatrical gesture, Poirot produced from his pocket a loosely wrapped brown paper parcel, its string already removed. During that 20-minute gap, our distinguished gentleman mailed this. The address, Van Alden asked sharply. Poirot gave a regretful nod. It might have told us much, but alas, it does not. The parcel was addressed to one of those small Parisian newsagents where letters and packages are held until collected, for a modest fee. Yes, but what is inside? Van Alden pressed, impatient. Poirot carefully unfolded the brown paper, revealing a square cardboard box. He glanced around the room. The moment is favorable, he said softly. All attention is on the tennis match. Observe, monsieur? He lifted the lid for only a fraction of a second. A stunned exclamation escaped the millionaire. His face went chalk white. Good heavens, he breathed. The rubies. He sat motionless for a full minute, as if in a daze. Poirot slipped the box back into his pocket. Abruptly, Van Alden seemed to shake off his stupor. He leaned forward, seizing Poirot's hand and shaking it with such vigor that the smaller man winced. This is tremendous, Van Alden declared. Tremendous! You are the genuine article, Mem Poirot. Once and for all you have proven your worth. It is a simple matter of procedure, Poirot replied modestly. Order, method, preparing for all eventualities in advance. That is the essence of it. And now, I assume, the Count de la Roche has been arrested? Van Alden continued eagerly. No, said Poirot. A look of complete astonishment crossed Van Alden's features. But why? What more could you possibly need? The Count's alibi remains unchallenged. That's absurd. Indeed, Poirot agreed. I rather think it is absurd. Unfortunately, we must still demonstrate it to be so. In the meantime, he'll slip through your fingers. Poirot shook his head emphatically. No, he will not. The one thing the Count cannot afford to forfeit is his standing in society. At any cost, he must remain and face the situation with defiance. Van Alden was still unconvinced. But I don't understand. Poirot raised a hand. Indulge me a moment longer, monsieur. I have a small notion. Many have scoffed at the little ideas of Hercule Poirot, and they have invariably been mistaken. Very well, said Van Alden. Proceed. What is this little idea? Poirot paused deliberately before responding. I shall call upon you at your hotel tomorrow morning at 11 o'clock. Until then, speak of this to no one. Mep Papapoulos was having breakfast. Seated across from him was his daughter Zia. A knock sounded at the sitting-room door, and a bellboy entered. Presenting a calling card to Mr. Papapoulos, the older man examined the card closely, his eyebrows lifting in surprise before he handed it to his daughter. Ah, murmured Mr. Papapoulos, thoughtfully scratching his left ear. Hercule Poirot? Now, I wonder? Father and daughter exchanged a long, knowing look. I noticed him yesterday at the tennis courts, Mr. Papapoulos said quietly. Zia, this makes me uneasy, but he was helpful to you in the past, his daughter reminded him softly. That is true, Mr. Papapoulos acknowledged with a slow nod. And from what I hear, he is retired from active detective work. This brief conversation passed between them in their native tongue. Turning back to the bellboy, Mr. Papapoulos switched to flawless French. Please show the gentleman up. Minutes later, Hercule Poirot entered the room, impeccably dressed and swinging his cane with a cheerful air.
My dear Mr. Papapoulos? My dear Mr. Poirot?
And Mademoiselle Zia, Poirot offered her a deep, gallant bow. You must forgive us for continuing our breakfast, said Mr. Papapoulos as he poured himself another cup of coffee. Your visit is, shall we say, rather early in the day. It is disgraceful, I admit, Poirot said with a wave of his hand. But you see, I am under some pressure. Ah, Mr. Papapoulos murmured, his expression turning thoughtful. You are on a case, then? A most serious case, Poirot confirmed. The death of Madame Kettering. Let me think, Mr. Papapoulos said, gazing innocently toward the ceiling. That was the lady who died on the blue train, was it not? I read something about it in the papers, but there was no mention of anything suspicious. For the sake of the investigation, Poirot explained, it was decided to keep that detail private for now. A brief silence followed. And how may I be of assistance, Mr. Poirot? The dealer inquired politely. Very well, said Poirot. I shall be direct. He reached into his pocket and produced the same small box he had shown in Cannes. Opening it, he took out the rubies and slid them across the table. Though Poirot watched him intently, not a flicker of emotion crossed the older man's face. He picked up the gems, examining them with an air of detached curiosity before looking back at the detective questioningly. "Magnificent, are they not?" Poirot prompted. "Quite remarkable," Mr. Papadopoulos agreed calmly. "What would you say they are worth?" A faint quiver passed over the Greek gentleman's features. "Is it truly necessary for me to tell you, Mr. Poirot? You are as perceptive as ever, my friend." "No, it is not. They are not, for example, worth $500,000. Papopoulos let out a low chuckle, and Poirot joined him. "As imitations," Papopoulos said, returning the stones, "they are, as I said, remarkable. Would it be too forward to ask where you encountered them?" "Not at all," Poirot replied amiably. "I have no hesitation in telling an old friend like yourself. They were in the possession of the Comte de la Roche." Mr. Papapoulos's eyebrows rose eloquently. "Indeed," he murmured. Poirot leaned forward, adopting his most disarming manner. "Mr. Papapoulos, I intend to be perfectly frank. The original jewels were stolen from Madame Kettering aboard the Blue Train. Let me be clear from the start. Recovering the jewels is not my primary concern. That is a matter for the police. I am not working for them, but for Mr. Van Alden. My goal is to find the man who killed Madame Kettering. The jewels interest me only insofar as they might lead me to him. Do you understand?" He delivered the last two words with great emphasis. Mr. Papapoulos, his face still unreadable, replied quietly, "Continue." "It seems likely to me, monsieur, that the jewels will change hands here in Nice. Perhaps they already have." "Ah," said Mr. Papapoulos. He took a slow sip of his coffee, looking more noble and patriarchal than ever. Honestly, the man could give lessons in serene inscrutability. I said to myself. Poirot went on with renewed energy. "What excellent luck. My old friend Mr. Papapoulos is in Nice. He will help me. And how exactly do you imagine I can help?" Mr. Papapoulos inquired, his tone cool. "I assumed naturally that you were in Nice on business." "Not at all," Mr. Papapoulos replied smoothly. "I am here for my health, strictly on doctor's orders." He punctuated the statement with a faint, hollow cough. "I'm truly sorry to hear that," Poirot replied, his sympathy sounding a touch rehearsed. "But let us proceed. When a Russian Grand Duke, an Austrian Archduchess, or an Italian Prince needs to discreetly sell their family jewels, to whom do they turn? It is to M. Papapoulos, is it not? A man renowned across the globe for his delicate handling of such sensitive matters." The other man gave a slight bow. "You're too kind."
Discretion is a rare and valuable quality. Poirot mused aloud, earning a brief, knowing smile from the Greek gentleman. I, too, understand the importance of being discreet. Their eyes met in a moment of silent understanding. Poirot then continued, choosing each word with deliberate care. "I have been thinking, if those particular jewels had recently changed hands here in Nice, M. Papapoulos would surely have heard of it. His knowledge of the jewel trade is unparalleled." "Ah," said M.
Papapoulos, selecting a croissant from the basket. "The police, you must understand," Poirot clarified, "are not involved. This is a private matter. One does hear whispers, of course," M. Papapoulos admitted cautiously. "What sort of whispers?" Poirot prompted. "Is there a particular reason I should share them?" "Yes," Poirot stated firmly. "I believe there is. You may recall, M. Papapoulos, that 17 years ago a certain item was left in your care as security by a rather prominent individual, while in your keeping it vanished inexplicably. You were, as the English say, in a rather difficult position." Poirot's gaze drifted subtly toward the young woman at the table. She had pushed her breakfast aside, leaning forward with her chin resting on her hands, listening with rapt attention. Keeping her in his periphery, he went on. "I was in Paris at the time. You sent for me. You placed the matter entirely in my hands. You promised that if I could recover that item, I would earn your lasting gratitude. Well, I did recover it for you." A long, weary sigh escaped M. Papapoulos. "It was the most distressing episode of my professional life," he murmured. 17 years is a long time, Poirot observed thoughtfully. "Yet I believe I am correct in saying, monsieur, that your people have long memories." "A Greek, you mean?" Papapoulos murmured with a trace of irony. "It was not as a Greek that I meant," Poirot clarified gently. A silence fell between them before the older man straightened with quiet dignity. "You are right, M. Poirot," he said softly. "I'm a Jew. And as you say, our people do not forget. Then you will help me? In the matter of the jewels themselves, monsieur, I can do nothing." The old man, mirroring Poirot's earlier caution, selected his words with precision. I know nothing. I have heard nothing. However, I might be able to offer you a useful piece of information if you have any interest in horse racing, that is. Under certain circumstances, I might be very interested indeed, said Poirot, watching him steadily. There is a horse running at Longchamps that would, in my opinion, merit close attention. I cannot be certain. You understand, this information has passed through many channels. He paused, fixing Poirot with a look to ensure his meaning was clear. Perfectly, perfectly, Poirot replied with a nod. The name of the horse, said M. Papopoulos, leaning back and joining his fingertips, is the Marquis, I believe, though I am not entirely sure that it is an English-bred horse. Is that not so, Zia? I believe it is, the girl confirmed. Poirot rose briskly. I thank you, monsieur. It is a great advantage to receive what the English call a tip from the stable. Goodbye, monsieur, and my sincere thanks. He turned to the girl. Goodbye, Mademoiselle Zia. It feels as if I saw you in Paris only yesterday. One would swear no more than 2 years had passed. There is a difference between 16 and 33, Zia said with a wistful smile. Not in your case, Poirot declared gallantly. You and your father must dine with me one evening. We would be delighted, Zia replied. Then it shall be arranged, Poirot declared, and now I must be on my way. Poirot strolled down the street, humming a cheerful little tune to himself. He twirled his cane with a jaunty air, and more than once a quiet, knowing smile touched his lips. He entered the nearest post office and composed a telegram. The wording took a moment as he relied on memory to craft a coded message. It was addressed to Inspector Japp at Scotland Yard and, on the surface, concerned a lost piece of jewellery. Deciphered, its meaning was blunt and direct. Send all available information on the individual known as the Marquis. At precisely 11 o'clock, Poirot arrived at Van Alden's hotel suite. The millionaire was alone. Right on time, Monsieur Poirot, he remarked, rising with a faint smile. Punctuality is a discipline I never neglect, Poirot replied. Precision and method, they are everything. Without them. He stopped himself with a slight wave. But I suspect I have lectured you on this before. Let us proceed directly to the purpose of my call. Your new theory? Indeed, my little idea. Poirot's eyes twinkled. First, if you please, I wish to speak again with the maid, Ada Mason. Is she available? She's here, Van Alden confirmed, his curiosity evident as he rang for a messenger. When Mason arrived, Poirot greeted her with characteristic courtesy, a manner that always seemed to put her class of person at ease. Good afternoon. Please sit down if Mr. Van Alden allows it. Yes, sit, girl, Van Alden said. Thank you, sir, Mason said stiffly, perching on the very edge of a chair. She appeared more gaunt and severe than ever. I have a few more questions for you, Poirot began. We must illuminate the shadows of this affair. My thoughts keep returning to the man on the train. You have seen the Comte de la Roche. You believe it could have been him, but you are not certain. As I said, sir, I never properly saw the gentleman's face. That's what makes it so hard to be sure. Poirot beamed in agreement. Precisely. I understand the difficulty perfectly. Now, you were in Mrs. Kettering's service for 2 months. In that time, how often did you see her husband? Mason thought for a moment. Only twice, sir. And were these glimpses from a distance or up close? Well, once he came to the house on Curzon Street. I was upstairs and I peeked over the railing and saw him down in the hall. I was curious, you see, knowing how things stood between them. Mason concluded with her usual discreet, dry cough. And the other time? I was in the park with Annie. One of the housemaids, sir. She pointed the master out to me, walking with a foreign lady. Poirot nodded thoughtfully. Now listen carefully, Mason. This man you observed speaking with your mistress in the corridor at the Gare de Lyon. How can you be certain it was not Mr. Kettering? The master, sir? Oh, I really don't think it was. But you are not positive. Poirot pressed gently, watching her reaction closely. The idea clearly unsettled her. I never considered it, sir. You are aware your master was on the same train. Would it not be perfectly natural for him to walk along the corridor? But the gentleman talking to the mistress seemed to have just come from outside, sir. He wore an overcoat and a soft hat. Just so, just so. But reflect for a minute. The train had only just arrived. Many passengers step out to stroll on the platform. Your mistress was likely preparing to do the same, hence her fur coat, yes? Yes, sir, Mason conceded. So, imagine your master does the same. The train is warm, but the station is chilly. He dons his overcoat and hat, walks alongside the carriages, and glancing up at the lit windows, he suddenly sees Mrs. Kettering. Until that moment, he had no idea she was aboard. Naturally, he would enter the carriage and go to her compartment. Poirot leaned forward, his tone shifting to one of light, almost sarcastic speculation. It's a wonderfully simple scene, is it not? The estranged husband, the chance encounter, the inevitable awkward conversation. One might almost call it a dreadful coincidence, or a terribly convenient one. She let out a small gasp upon seeing him and promptly closed the connecting door, as their discussion might well be private. Poirot settled back, observing the idea gradually take root. He understood perfectly that someone like Mason could not be rushed. She needed time to release her own assumptions. After a thoughtful pause, she finally spoke. "Well, sir, I suppose it could be possible? I hadn't considered it like that. The master is tall and dark and about that same build. It was seeing the hat and coat that made me think it was an outsider. Yes, it might have been him. I really couldn't say for certain either way. Thank you, mademoiselle. That will be all for now. Ah, just one more thing." He produced the cigarette case he had shown Catherine earlier. "Is this your mistress's case?" "No, sir, it isn't hers at least." She paused, a new realization dawning on her face. "I believe, though I can't be sure, I think the mistress bought one like that to give to the master." "I see," Poirot replied neutrally. "Though whether she ever actually gave it to him, of course, I cannot say." "Precisely," Poirot agreed. "That is all, mademoiselle. Good afternoon." Ada Mason withdrew quietly, shutting the door without a sound. Poirot turned to Van Alden with a slight smile. The millionaire looked utterly stunned. "You think it was Derek?" he asked incredulously. "But everything points the other way. The Count was caught with the jewels right on him." "No, but you told me. What did I tell you?" "That story about the jewels. You showed them to me." "No," Van Alden stared. "Are you saying you didn't show them to me?" "No." "Yesterday at the tennis?" "No. Am I going mad, M. Poirot, or are you?" "Neither of us is mad," the detective replied calmly. "You asked me a question, and I answered it. You asked if I showed you the jewels that day. I said no. What I showed you, Van Alden, was an excellent imitation, virtually indistinguishable from the real ones, except by an expert." It took the millionaire several moments to absorb this. He gazed at Poirot, speechless. The little Belgian gave a gentle nod. "Yes," he said. "It changes things, doesn't it? An imitation." Van Alden leaned forward intently. "You've thought this all along, M. Poirot? This is what you've been hinting at? You never believed the Comte de la Roche was the murderer?" "I have had my doubts," Poirot said quietly, "as I mentioned to you before. Robbery combined with violence and murder." He shook his head firmly. "No, it does not fit the Comte's character. But you think he intended to steal the rubies?" "Undoubtedly. There is no question about that. Let me reconstruct the affair as I see it. The Comte knew about the rubies and devised his plan accordingly. He invented a story about writing a book to persuade your daughter to bring them along. He obtained an exact duplicate. Clearly, substitution was his aim. Your daughter was not a jewelry expert. It might have been quite some time before she noticed the switch. And even if she did, Poirot's tone turned lightly sarcastic here. Prosecuting the charming Comte would have been inconvenient. He likely held certain letters of hers. Oh yes, from his perspective it was a clever, low-risk scheme, one he'd probably pulled off before. "It makes sense, I suppose," Van Alden said slowly. "It matches what we know of the Comte de la Roche." "Exactly," said Poirot, but now Van Alden looked at him searchingly. "What really occurred? I need you to explain it to me, Mem Poirot." Poirot gave a slight shrug. "The explanation is straightforward," he replied. Another individual arrived before the Comte could act. A heavy silence filled the room. Van Alden appeared to be turning the information over carefully in his mind. When he finally spoke, he was direct and unflinching. "For how long have you had suspicions about my son-in-law, Mem Poirot?" "From the very beginning. He possessed both the motive and the means. Everyone, myself included, assumed the man in the ladies' compartment in Paris was the Comte de la Roche. Then you mentioned you had once mistaken the Comte for your son-in-law. That revealed they shared a similar height, build, and colouring, which planted a seed of doubt. The maid had not been in your daughter's employ for long and was unlikely to recognize Mr. Kettering on sight, especially as he had not been residing at the Curzon Street address. Furthermore, the man was careful to keep his face averted. You think he killed her? Van Alden said, his voice rough with emotion. Poirot raised a hand quickly. I did not say that definitively, but it is a distinct possibility and a strong one. He was in a desperate situation, facing financial ruin. This presented a singular escape route. But why take the jewels? To make the crime appear to be a common robbery by thieves on the train. Otherwise, suspicion would have pointed directly at him almost immediately. If that's the case, what did he do with the rubies? That remains to be uncovered. There are several avenues to explore. There is a gentleman in Nice who may provide assistance, the same man I indicated to you at the tennis match. Poirot stood and Van Alden rose as well, placing a hand on the smaller man's shoulder. His voice was thick with feeling. Find Ruth's killer for me, that is all I ask. Poirot drew himself up to his full height. Entrust this matter to Hercule Poirot, he declared with assurance. Have no fear, I will uncover the truth. He flicked an imaginary speck from his hat, offered the millionaire a reassuring smile, and exited the room. Yet, as he descended the stairs, some of that confidence seemed to slip from his expression. It is all very promising, he murmured to himself, but there are complications. Yes, significant complications indeed. Passing through the hotel lobby, he stopped abruptly. A car had pulled up outside. Inside was Catherine Gray, and Derek Kettering stood beside it, speaking to her with intense earnestness. After a moment, the car drove away, leaving Derek on the pavement watching it depart, an unreadable look on his face. He gave a sudden, impatient shake of his shoulders, sighed deeply, and turned to find Hercule Poirot standing quite close. Derek started slightly despite himself. The two men regarded one another, Poirot with a steady, unwavering gaze, and Derek with a hint of defiant nonchalance. A sneer lurked behind the easy mockery in his tone as he spoke, raising his eyebrows slightly. Rather a dear, isn't she? He asked casually, his manner perfectly composed. Yes, Poirot replied thoughtfully. That phrase describes Mademoiselle Catherine quite aptly. It is a very English expression, and she herself is very English. Derek remained silent, not offering a reply. And yet she is sympathetic, is she not? Yes, Derek said softly, almost to himself. There are not many like her. Poirot nodded meaningfully. Then he leaned closer, his tone shifting to something quiet and grave, a manner unfamiliar to Derek Kettering. You will pardon an old man, monsieur, if he offers what you may consider an impertinence. There is an English proverb I would recall to you. It is well to be off with the old love before being on with the new. Kettering turned on him angrily. What on earth are you implying? You grow angry with me, said Poirot calmly. I anticipated as much. As for my meaning, I mean, monsieur, that there is a second automobile waiting with a lady inside. If you turn your head, you will see her. Derek spun around, his expression clouded with fury. Mirelle, curse her, he growled under his breath. I'll deal with her soon enough. Poirot gently stayed the man's impulsive gesture. Is the action you contemplate truly prudent? He inquired, his tone laced with caution. A sharp, almost emerald glint flickered in his eyes, yet Derek was too agitated to heed any warning. His defenses were entirely down. I've ended things with her completely, and she knows it, Derek snapped, his anger raw. You have ended it, certainly, Poirot conceded. But has she, in turn, released you? A short, bitter laugh escaped Derek. She won't let go of a £2 million prospect if she can possibly cling to it, he stated with cold bluntness. You can count on Mirelle for that? Poirot's eyebrows arched delicately. Yours is a rather cynical perspective, he murmured. Is it? Derek's broad smile held no warmth. I've been around long enough, Mem Poirot, to learn that most women are fundamentally the same. Then, abruptly, his face softened. All except for one. He held Poirot's gaze, a flash of defiance in his eyes. A brief alertness surfaced and then dissolved. That one, he said, with a slight nod toward the direction of Cap Martin. Ah, Poirot replied, his deliberate calm expertly designed to needle the other man's impetuous nature. I know exactly what you're thinking. Derek rushed on. My past, the life I've led, how utterly unworthy I am of her. You'll claim I've no right to even entertain the idea. You'll remind me it's not merely a case of a bad reputation, and that it's indecent to be speaking this way so soon after my wife's death, a murder at that. He paused to draw breath, and Poirot seized the moment to interject in a mildly wounded tone. But I assure you, I have said nothing of the sort. You were about to? Eh? Said Poirot. You were going to say I haven't a ghost of a chance with Catherine. No, Poirot corrected thoughtfully. I would not say that. Your reputation is indeed questionable, but with women, such things rarely deter them. Now, if you were a man of impeccable character, of rigid morality, who had done nothing he ought not, and perhaps everything he ought, eh bien, then I would have serious doubts about your success. You see, moral worth is not particularly romantic. It is, however, often appreciated by widows. Derek Kettering stared at him, then turned sharply on his heel and strode toward the waiting automobile. Poirot watched with keen interest as the elegant figure inside leaned out to speak. Derek did not pause. He merely lifted his hat in a curt gesture and continued walking past. "Shy y est," murmured Hercule Poirot to himself. "I believe it is time I returned home." He found his unflappable valet, George, meticulously pressing a pair of trousers. "A stimulating day, George, somewhat tiring, yet not without its points of interest," Poirot announced.
"Indeed, sir," George responded in his characteristically impassive manner. "The personality of a criminal, George, is a fascinating study. Many who commit murder possess considerable personal charm. I have always heard, sir, that Dr. Crippen was a most agreeable gentleman, and yet he disposed of his wife as if she were butcher's scraps." "Your examples are invariably apt, George," Poirot remarked. The valet offered no further comment, and at that moment the telephone rang.
Poirot lifted the receiver. "Allo? Yes, this is Hercule Poirot speaking. This is Knighton. One moment, please, M. Poirot. Mr. Van Alden wishes to speak with you." After a brief pause, the millionaire's voice came through the line. "Poirot, I wanted to inform you immediately. Mason came to me just now of her own accord. She's been reflecting, and she now states she is almost positive the man she saw in Paris was Derek Kettering. She says something about him felt familiar at the time, though she couldn't place it then. She seems quite certain now." "Ah," said Poirot. "Thank you, M. Van Alden. That is most helpful." He replaced the receiver and stood for a long moment, a peculiarly knowing smile playing on his lips. George had to address him twice before he received a response. "Eh," said Poirot, finally turning. "What did you just say to me? Would you be dining in, sir, or heading out?" "Neither," Poirot replied. "I will retire to my room and prepare a soothing herbal infusion. The anticipated event has come to pass, and when the expected occurs, it invariably stirs a profound emotional response within me." The Mystery of the Blue Train, Chapter 25, A Show of Defiance. As Derek Kettering walked past the parked automobile, Morel leaned from the window. "Derek, I must speak with you for just a moment." But Derek merely tipped his hat and continued on without breaking his stride. Upon returning to his hotel, the concierge emerged from behind the front desk to intercept him. "A gentleman is waiting to see you, sir." "Who is he?" Derek asked. "He did not provide his name, sir, but he insisted his business was urgent and that he would wait." "Where is he?" "In the private parlor, sir. He said he preferred it to the main lounge for the sake of discretion." Derek nodded and turned toward the indicated room. The small salon was empty save for the visitor, who rose and offered a graceful, distinctly continental bow as Derek entered. Derek had only seen the Comte de la Roche on one prior occasion, but he had no trouble recognizing the aristocratic figure now. A surge of anger tightened his jaw. The sheer audacity of the man was staggering. "The Comte de la Roche, I presume," he said, his voice icy. "I'm afraid you've made a wasted trip." "I sincerely hope not," the Comte replied pleasantly, a flash of white teeth appearing in his smile. The Comte's polished charm was almost entirely lost on other men, who universally found him insufferable. Derek was already fighting a powerful urge to physically eject him from the premises. Only the knowledge that a public scene would be deeply inconvenient at that particular moment held him back. He felt a fresh wave of disbelief that Ruth could ever have been taken in by such a character, a pretentious fraud, and something far worse beneath the surface. His gaze dropped with open distaste to the Comte's perfectly manicured hands. "I have called," the Comte began, "regarding a small matter of business. I believe it would be prudent for you to hear me out." Again Derek wrestled with the impulse to throw him out. Again he restrained himself. The subtle undertone of a threat was not lost on him, though he interpreted it in his own way. There were, he conceded, several reasons it might be wiser to listen. He sat down and began drumming his fingers impatiently on the table. "Well?" he snapped. "Get on with it." The Comte was not one to come directly to the point. "Permit me, monsieur, to offer my condolences on your recent tragic loss." If I hear one more word of impertinence from you, Derek said, his voice dangerously quiet, you will be leaving through that window. He nodded toward the pane beside the Comte, who shifted uncomfortably in his seat. I could have my associates call upon you, monsieur, if that is your wish, the Comte retorted with a haughty lift of his chin. Derek let out a short, humourless laugh. A duel, my dear Count. I don't take you nearly seriously enough for that. But I would derive considerable satisfaction from personally escorting you the length of the Promenade des Anglais with my boot. The Comte, having no desire to be offended, merely raised his eyebrows and murmured, "The English are such barbarians?" "Enough," Derek said. "What is it you want to say to me?" "I shall be frank," the Comte announced. "I will come straight to the heart of the matter. That should suit us both, should it not?" He offered another agreeable smile. "Proceed," Derek said curtly. The Comte looked up at the ceiling, steepled his fingertips, and said softly, "You have come into a significant inheritance, monsieur." "What in blazes does that have to do with you?" The Comte drew himself up with an air of wounded pride. "Monsieur, my reputation has been stained. I am suspected falsely accused of a heinous crime." "The accusation did not come from me," Derek stated coldly. "As a party with a personal interest, I have refrained from expressing any opinion." "I am innocent," the Comte declared, raising a hand dramatically. "I swear before heaven itself that I am innocent. I believe Magistrate Courage is the investigating officer handling the case," Derek remarked with pointed politeness. The Comte ignored the hint entirely. "Not only am I falsely accused of a crime I never committed, but I am also in desperate financial straits." He gave a soft, meaningful cough. Derek stood up. "I was expecting that," he said quietly. "You blackmailing scoundrel. You won't get a single cent from me. My wife is gone, and no scandal you stir up can harm her now. I suppose she wrote you some foolish letters. Even if I paid you a lump sum for them today, I'm quite sure you'd hold a few back for later. And let me make this clear, Monsieur de la Roche, blackmail is an ugly business, whether you're in England or France. That's my final answer. Good day." "Wait a moment." The Comte reached out as Derek turned to leave. "You misunderstand me, monsieur. You're entirely mistaken. I consider myself, I hope, a gentleman." Derek laughed sharply. "Any letters a lady might entrust to me, I would treat with the utmost respect." He drew himself up with an air of wounded honor. "What I was proposing was something entirely different. As I mentioned, I find myself in severe need of funds, and my conscience might compel me to go to the police with certain revelations." Derek slowly turned back into the room. "What are you implying?" The Comte's pleasant smile returned. "Surely we need not dwell on specifics," he murmured. "They say, follow the money, do they not? As I indicated earlier, you have recently come into a considerable fortune." Derek scoffed. "If that's all you have." But the Comte was already shaking his head.
"Ah, but it is not all, my dear sir. I would not approach you without far more precise and detailed information than that. It is most disagreeable, monsieur, to be arrested and tried for murder."
Derek moved close to him, his face contorted with such sudden fury that the Comte instinctively took a step back. "Is that a threat?" the younger man demanded. "You will hear nothing further on the matter," the Comte assured him smoothly. "Of all the outrageous bluffs I've ever encountered," the Comte raised a pale hand. "You are mistaken. It is no bluff. To convince you, I will reveal this. My information comes from a certain lady. She is the one who holds irrefutable proof of your guilt." "She? Who?" "Mademoiselle Mirelle." Derek recoiled as if struck. "Mirelle," he muttered. The Comte pressed his perceived advantage. "A trifling sum of 100,000 francs," he said. "I ask for no more." "What?" said Derek, distracted. "I was saying, monsieur, that a mere 100,000 francs would settle my conscience." Derek seemed to collect himself. He fixed the Comte with a hard stare. "You want my answer now, if you please, monsieur?" "Then here it is. You can go straight to hell, understand." Leaving the Comte speechless, Derek turned on his heel and strode out of the room. Once outside the hotel, he hailed a cab and directed it to Morel's hotel. Upon inquiry, he learned the dancer had just returned. Derek handed the concierge his card. "Take this up to mademoiselle and ask if she will see me." After a very brief wait, a bellboy escorted him upstairs. A wave of heavy, exotic perfume hit Derek as he entered the dancer's suite. The room was overflowing with carnations, orchids, and mimosa. Morel stood by the window in a frothy lace dressing gown. She came toward him, arms outstretched. "Derek, you've come to me. I knew you would." He brushed aside her clinging hands and looked down at her sternly. "Why did you send the Comte de la Roche to me?" She looked at him with what appeared to be genuine astonishment. "I send the Comte to you? Whatever for?" "Apparently," said Derek grimly. "For blackmail again." She stared. Then suddenly she smiled and nodded in recognition. But of course, it was to be expected. That is exactly the sort of thing he would do. That one. I should have known. No, Derek, I did not send him. He studied her face intently, searching for any hint of deception. "I will confess," Morel said, her voice dropping. "It shames me, but I will tell you, the other day, you understand, I was in a blind fury, completely unhinged." She gave a dramatic, sweeping gesture. "My nature is not a patient one. I wanted revenge on you, so I went to the Comte de la Roche. I told him to go to the police with a certain story, but do not worry, Derek. I did not lose my head entirely. The proof remains with me alone. The police can do nothing without my word, you see. And now, what now?" She moved to press herself against him, gazing up with pleading eyes. He pushed her away, his movement rough and dismissive. She stood back, her chest rising and falling rapidly, her eyes narrowing to dangerous slits. "Be careful, Derek. Be very careful. You have returned to me, haven't you?" "I will never return to you," Derek stated, his voice firm and cold. "Ah." The dancer's expression became utterly feline, her eyelids fluttering. "So there is another woman? The one you lunched with that day, am I correct?" "I intend to ask that lady to be my wife. You may as well know now, that prim, cold Englishwoman. Do you believe for one moment I will stand for that? No." Her graceful body trembled with suppressed emotion. "Listen, Derek. Do you recall our conversation in London? You said the only thing that could save you was your wife's death. You lamented how healthy she was. Then the idea of an accident formed in your mind, and it was more than just an accident, wasn't it?" "I suppose," Derek said with contempt. "That is the conversation you repeated to the Comte de la Roche." Morel let out a low laugh. "Do you take me for a fool? What could the police do with such a vague tale? See, I offer you one final chance. You will give up this Englishwoman. You will come back to me. And then, Cherry, never, never will I breathe a word." "Breathe a word about what?" She laughed softly, a sound devoid of warmth. "You believed no one saw you. What are you talking about? As I said, you thought no one saw you. But I saw you, Derek, my friend. I saw you leaving your wife's compartment just before the train arrived in Lyons that night. And I know more. I know that when you came out, she was already dead." He stared at her, his face draining of color. Then, moving as if in a trance, he turned very slowly and walked out of the room, his steps unsteady. The Mystery of the Blue Train, Chapter 26. A warning. "And so it is," Poirot remarked, "that we are good friends and keep no secrets from one another." Catherine turned to look at him. There was a new undercurrent of gravity in his tone, one she hadn't heard before. They were seated in the Monte Carlo gardens. Catherine had come over with her party and had almost immediately encountered Knighton and Poirot. Lady Tamplin had instantly claimed Knighton, overwhelming him with a stream of reminiscences, most of which Catherine quietly suspected were fabricated. The two had drifted away together, Lady Tamplin's hand firmly on the young man's arm. Knighton had glanced back a couple of times, and Poirot's eyes held a knowing twinkle as he observed them. "Of course we are friends," said Catherine. "From the start, we have been sympathetic to each other," Poirot mused. "Ever since you acknowledged that a detective novel can unfold in real life. And I was correct, was I not?" he challenged, tapping a decisive forefinger in the air. "Here we are, plunged into the very heart of one. That is natural for me, it is my profession, but for you it is different? Yes," he added thoughtfully, "for you it is profoundly different." She looked at him sharply. It felt less like a comment and more like a warning, as if he were pointing out a lurking danger she had failed to notice. "Why do you say I am in the middle of it? It's true I spoke with Mrs. Kettering shortly before she died, but that is all over now." A sudden, vivid memory flashed in her mind, the strained look on Ruth Kettering's face in the dining car, a detail she had never shared with anyone. "I'm no longer involved with the matter." "Ah, mademoiselle, can we ever truly say I'm done with this or that?" Catherine turned sharply to face him, her expression defiant. "What is it?" she demanded. "You are attempting to tell me something, or rather, to suggest it. But I am not adept at picking up hints. I would greatly prefer you speak plainly." Poirot regarded her with a sorrowful look. "Ah, but that is so very English," he murmured. "Everything in stark contrast, everything precise and clearly outlined. Yet life, mademoiselle, is not like that. There are things which have not yet come to pass, but which still cast their shadows ahead of them." He patted his forehead with an oversized silk handkerchief and added softly, "Ah, but I am becoming poetic. Let us, as you say, confine ourselves to facts. And speaking of facts, tell me your opinion of Major Knighton." "I like him very much," Catherine replied with genuine warmth. "He is truly delightful," Poirot sighed. "What is the matter?" Catherine asked. "You answer with such heartiness," said Poirot. "If you had said in a casual tone, 'Oh, he's quite nice,' well then, I would have been more at ease." Catherine fell silent, feeling somewhat unsettled. Poirot continued thoughtfully. "And yet, who can say? With women, they possess so many methods for concealing their true feelings, and enthusiasm is perhaps as effective a mask as any other." He sighed again. "I don't understand," Catherine began. He gently interrupted. "You do not see why I am being so intrusive, mademoiselle? I am an old man, and now and then, not often, I encounter someone whose well-being becomes important to me. We are friends, you have said so yourself. It is simply this. I wish to see you happy." Catherine stared fixedly ahead. She held a printed cotton parasol, and with its tip she began tracing small, intricate patterns in the gravel at her feet, as if mapping unseen territories of her own mind. "I asked you about Major Knighton. Now I will ask another. What are your feelings toward Mr. Derek Kettering?" "I hardly know him," said Catherine. "That is not an answer. It is an evasion. I believe it is answer enough." He studied her, struck by something in her tone. Then he nodded slowly and gravely. "Perhaps you are correct, mademoiselle. Listen, I who speak to you have seen much of the world, and I know two truths. A good man can be destroyed by his love for a wicked woman, but the reverse holds true as well. A wicked man can equally be undone by his love for a good woman." Catherine looked up quickly. "When you say destroyed, I mean from his own perspective. One must be fully committed in crime, as in all things." "You are trying to warn me," Catherine said quietly. "Against whom?" "I cannot see into your heart, mademoiselle. I do not believe you would permit it, even if I could. I will only say this. There exist men who possess a peculiar and powerful fascination for women." "The Comte de la Roche," said Catherine with a faint smile. "There are others, far more dangerous than the Comte de la Roche. They have qualities that appeal: recklessness, boldness, audacity. You are captivated, mademoiselle. I perceive that. Yet I believe it goes no deeper than that. I hope so. This man of whom I speak, the emotion he feels is sincere enough, but nevertheless." "But what?" He rose and stood looking down at her, then spoke in a low, clear voice. "You could perhaps love a thief, mademoiselle, but not a murderer." On that final, unmistakable phrase, he turned abruptly and left her sitting there. He heard her soft, sharp intake of breath, but did not look back. He had said what he intended. He left her to ponder those chilling words. Derek Kettering, emerging from the casino into the bright sunlight, noticed her sitting alone on the bench and approached. "I've been gambling," he said with a light, almost breathless laugh. "Gambling quite unsuccessfully. I've lost everything." "Everything, that is, that I have on me?" Catherine looked at him with a troubled face. She was immediately aware of something new in his manner, a hidden, electric excitement that revealed itself in 100 subtle, nearly imperceptible signs. "You always struck me as a gambler at heart. That thrill of the wager seems to call to you. Every single day, you're not wrong. Isn't there something electrifying about it? Staking everything on one moment? There's nothing else like it." Catherine, who prided herself on being steady and composed, felt an unexpected, faint tremor of response. "I need to speak with you," Derek continued, "and who knows when I'll get another chance. There's a rumor going around that I killed my wife. Please, let me finish. It's ridiculous, obviously." He paused, collecting his thoughts before speaking with more measured deliberation. "In all my dealings with the police and the local authorities here, I've had to maintain a certain respectable facade. I'd rather not pretend with you. My intention was always to marry for money. I was actively seeking it when I first met Ruth Van Alden. She had this delicate, almost saintly look about her, and I made all sorts of earnest promises to myself, only to be completely let down. The truth is, my wife was in love with someone else when she married me. She never had any real affection for me. Not that I'm complaining. It was a straightforward transaction. She wanted the Leconbury estate, and I needed her wealth. The friction came entirely from Ruth's American sensibilities. Even though she didn't care for me personally, she expected me to be constantly at her beck and call. She reminded me time and again that she had essentially purchased me and that I was her property. The natural result was that I treated her terribly. My father-in-law will confirm that, and he's absolutely correct. By the time of Ruth's death, I was staring down total financial ruin. He let out a sudden, sharp laugh. And when you're up against a man like Rufus Van Alden, total ruin is precisely what you get. And then, Catherine asked, her voice soft. And then, Derek said with a shrug, Ruth was murdered. Very convenient, really. He laughed again, a sound that grated on Catherine and made her flinch. I know, he acknowledged. That was in poor taste. But it's the truth. Now, let me tell you something else. From the very first instant I saw you, I knew you were the only woman for me. It terrified me. I was convinced you might be my bad luck charm. Bad luck? Catherine repeated sharply. He stared at her. Why do you say it like that? What are you thinking? I was remembering things other people have said to me. Derek's face broke into a sudden roguish grin. They'll say plenty about me, my dear, and most of it will be true. Yes, and worse things too. Things I'll never tell you. I've been a gambler my whole life, and I've placed some incredibly risky bets. This isn't a confession, now or ever. The past is over. But there is one thing I desperately want you to believe. I swear to you, on my honor, that I did not kill my wife. He said the words with what seemed like earnest gravity, yet there was a performative quality to them, as if he were on a stage. Meeting her troubled eyes, he pressed on. I know I lied before. It was my wife's compartment I entered that night. I see, said Catherine. It's hard to explain why, but I'll try. It was a pure impulse. You have to understand, I was more or less following her. I'd kept out of sight on the train. Morel had told me Ruth was meeting the Comte de la Roche in Paris, but from what I'd seen, that wasn't happening. I felt ashamed of myself, and it suddenly seemed like a good idea to confront her and settle things once and for all. So, I pushed the door open and went in. He paused, the memory vivid. She was there, he continued, lying on the bunk asleep. Her face was turned away. All I could see was the back of her head. I could have woken her, of course, but a sudden wave of exhaustion washed over me. What was there left to say that we hadn't already screamed at each other 100 times? She looked so peaceful there, so I left the compartment as quietly as I'd entered. Then why lie about it to the police? Catherine asked. Because I'm not an idiot, he replied flatly. I've understood from the start that as far as motive goes, I am the perfect suspect. If I ever confessed to being in her compartment right before she was killed, I'd be sealing my own fate for good. I understand. Did she really? She couldn't be sure. Derek's presence pulled at her, a magnetic force she felt herself leaning into, yet something inside held back, a quiet resistance. Catherine, yes, you know how I feel about you. Tell me, do you feel anything for me? I'm not certain. That hesitation gave her away. You either know or you don't, if only. She glanced around almost desperately, searching for an anchor. A flush rose in her cheeks as a tall, fair-haired man, with a slight limp, hurried down the path toward them. Major Knighton. Her voice warmed with unmistakable relief as she greeted him. Derek rose, his expression darkening like a storm. Is Lady Tamplin trying her luck? He said lightly. I should go lend her my system. He turned sharply and left them alone. Catherine sank back onto the bench. Her pulse raced unevenly, but as she made small talk with the quiet, somewhat shy man beside her, her composure slowly returned. Then, to her surprise, she realized Knighton was bearing his heart much as Derek had, but in a wholly different way. His words were hesitant, stumbling without any practiced charm. From the moment I first saw you, I shouldn't speak so soon, but Mr. Van Alden could leave any day, and I might not get another chance. I know you can't possibly care for me yet. That's too much to ask. It's probably presumptuous anyway. I have some means, though not a fortune. Please don't answer now. I know what you'd say, but if I had to go suddenly, I just wanted you to know that I care. She was moved, shaken even. His gentleness was disarming. There's one more thing, he added softly. If you're ever in trouble, anything I can do. He took her hand, held it tightly for a moment, then let go and walked quickly toward the casino without looking back. Catherine sat perfectly still, watching him go. Derek Kettering and Richard Knighton. Two men couldn't be more different. There was a kindness in Knighton, a steadiness you could trust. As for Derek, then, quite suddenly, she felt a strange, vivid sensation. It was as though she wasn't alone on that garden bench anymore, as if someone stood beside her. Ruth Kettering. The impression was so strong, so urgent, it couldn't be ignored. Catherine felt absolutely certain the spirit of the dead woman was trying desperately to tell her something vital. The feeling faded as quickly as it came. She stood up, trembling slightly. What was it Ruth had been so determined to say? When Knighton left Catherine, he went looking for Hercule Poirot and found him in the gaming rooms, cheerfully placing a modest bet on the even numbers. Just as Knighton reached him, the ball landed on 33, and Poirot's chips were swept away. "Unlucky," Knighton remarked. "Will you try again?" Poirot shook his head. "Not now." "Does gambling hold a fascination for you?" Knighton asked curiously. "Not roulette," Poirot replied. Knighton gave him a quick, searching look. His own expression grew troubled. He spoke with hesitant respect. "M. Poirot, if you're not occupied, there's something I'd like to ask you about. I'm at your service. Shall we step outside? The sunshine is pleasant." They walked out together, and Knighton drew a deep breath. "I've always loved the Riviera," he said. "I first came here 12 years ago during the war when I was sent to Lady Tamplin's convalescent hospital. After the trenches in Flanders, this place felt like paradise."
"It must have."
Poirot agreed quietly. Knighton reflected that the war felt like a distant memory now. They continued walking without speaking for a short distance. "Something is troubling you," Poirot observed. Knighton glanced at him, surprised. "You are correct," he admitted, "though I am uncertain how you perceived it." "It was, unfortunately, quite evident," Poirot replied with dryness. "I had not realized my thoughts were so visible. Observing expressions is part of my profession," the small man explained with some dignity. "I will confide in you, M. Poirot. You are aware of the dancer known as Mirel, the one who is the dear friend of M. Derek Kettering." "Precisely. Knowing this, you will comprehend why Mr. Van Alden holds a natural prejudice against her. She wrote to him requesting a meeting. He instructed me to dictate a brief refusal, which I did. This morning, however, she appeared at the hotel and sent up her card, insisting it was urgent and critical she speak with Mr. Van Alden immediately." "You have my attention," said Poirot. Mr. Van Alden was incensed. He told me exactly what message to deliver. I dared to disagree. It seemed both likely and probable that this woman Morel could offer valuable information. We know she was aboard the blue train. She may have witnessed or overheard something of vital importance. "Do you share my view, M. Poirot?"
I do.
Poirot stated flatly. "Van Alden, if I may say so, acted most unwisely." "I am relieved you see it that way," the secretary responded. "Now I will tell you something further, M. Poirot. So strongly did I feel his attitude was a mistake that I went down privately and met with the lady myself. And the difficulty was her insistence on seeing Mr. Van Alden personally. I softened his message as much as possible. In fact, to be candid, I presented it quite differently. I said Mr. Van Alden was currently too occupied to see her, but that she could relay any communication to me. That, however, she would not do, and she departed without saying more. Yet I have a firm impression, M. Poirot, that woman knows something." "This is serious," Poirot said quietly. "You know where she is staying?" "Yes." Knighton provided the hotel's name. "Good," said Poirot. "We shall go there at once." The secretary looked uncertain. "And Mr. Van Alden?" he questioned. "M. Van Alden is a stubborn man," Poirot remarked dryly. "I do not debate with stubborn men. I act despite them. We will go see the lady immediately. I shall inform her you are authorized by M. Van Alden to represent him, and you will take care not to contradict me." Knighton still appeared hesitant, but Poirot disregarded his doubts. At the hotel, they learned Mademoiselle was in. Poirot sent up both his and Knighton's cards with "From Mr. Van Alden" penciled on them. Word soon came that Mademoiselle Morel would receive them. Upon being shown into the dancer's suite, Poirot immediately took charge. "Mademoiselle," he murmured, bowing deeply, "we come on behalf of M. Van Alden." "Ah, and why did he not come himself?" "He is unwell," Poirot fibbed. "The Riviera throat has seized him. But I am empowered to act for him, as is Major Knighton, his secretary. Unless, of course, Mademoiselle would prefer to wait a fortnight or so." Poirot was reasonably certain that to a temperament like Morel's, the mere word wait was poison. Very well. I will speak, messieurs, she cried. I have been patient. I have held my tongue. And for what? To be insulted? Yes, insulted. Ah, does he think he can treat Morel this way? To cast her aside like a worn glove. Let me tell you, no man has ever grown tired of me. It is always I who tire of them. She paced the room, her slender form trembling with fury. A small table blocked her path, and she hurled it aside, sending it crashing into a corner where it shattered against the wall. That is exactly what I intend to do to him, she shouted, and this too. She snatched up a glass bowl brimming with lilies and flung it into the fireplace, where it exploded into countless shards. Knighton watched her with a chilly, typically British disdain, feeling both awkward and uncomfortable. Poirot, however, observed the scene with sparkling eyes, thoroughly amused. "Ah, magnificent!" he exclaimed. "One can see. Madame possesses a true temperament." "I am an artist," declared Morel. "Every artist has temperament. I warned Derek to be careful, but he refused to listen." She spun suddenly to face Poirot. "Is it true he intends to marry that English girl?" Poirot gave a slight cough. "I have heard it said," he murmured, "that he adores her passionately." Morel stepped closer, her voice rising to a scream. "He killed his wife there now, you know. He told me beforehand he planned to do it. He found himself in an impossible situation, and so he took the simplest way out." "You are claiming that Mr. Kettering murdered his wife?" Yes. Have I not just said so? The police," Poirot noted quietly, "will require proof of such a statement. I tell you I saw him leaving her compartment that night on the train." "When?" Poirot's tone turned sharp. "Just before the train reached Lyon. And you are willing to swear to that, mademoiselle?" It was a different Poirot now, focused and authoritative. "Yes." A tense silence followed. Morel was breathing heavily, her eyes shifting between the two men, defiant yet uneasy. "This is an extremely serious matter, mademoiselle," the detective stated. "You understand the gravity?" "Of course I do." "Good," said Poirot. "Then you will appreciate, mademoiselle, that we must act without delay. You will accompany us now to the office of the examining magistrate." Morel hesitated, caught off guard, but as Poirot had anticipated, she found no way to refuse. "Very well," she muttered. "Let me fetch a coat." Alone together, Poirot and Knighton exchanged a look. "We must act while the iron is hot, as the saying goes," Poirot murmured. "She is impulsive. In an hour she may regret this and try to withdraw. We cannot allow that." Morel returned, draped in a sand-coloured velvet wrap, trimmed with leopard fur, looking every bit the dangerous tawny leopardess. Her eyes still burned with anger and resolve. They found Monsieur Coe and the examining magistrate together. After a few brief words from Poirot, Mademoiselle Morel was politely asked to recount her story. She did so in terms similar to those she had used earlier, though now with a more controlled manner. "This is an extraordinary account, mademoiselle," said Monsieur Courage slowly. He leaned back, adjusted his pince-nez, and studied the dancer intently. "You wish us to believe Mr. Kettering actually boasted of the crime to you in advance?" "Yes, he said she was too healthy. If she were to die, it would have to look like an accident. He would arrange everything." "You realize, mademoiselle," Monsieur Carrage said sternly, "that you are effectively presenting yourself as an accessory before the fact." "Me?" "Not at all, monsieur. I never took his words seriously." "Goodness, no. I understand men, monsieur. They say all sorts of wild things. It would be absurd to take every word literally." The examining magistrate raised his eyebrows. "So, we are to understand you considered Mr. Kettering's threats to be mere idle talk. May I ask, mademoiselle, what prompted you to abandon your engagements in London and come to the Riviera?" Morel met his gaze with soft, dark eyes. "I wanted to be with the man I loved," she said simply. "Is that so unnatural?" Poirot gently interjected another question. "Was it, then, at Mr. Kettering's urging that you followed him here?" Morel hesitated noticeably before responding to the question about accompanying Kettering to Nice. When she finally spoke, her tone was one of haughty indifference. "In such matters I do as I please, monsieur," she declared. The three men exchanged silent glances, recognizing her reply as no answer at all. The inquiry shifted. "When did you first become convinced that Monsieur Kettering murdered his wife?" "As I have said, I saw him leaving his wife's compartment just before the train arrived in Lyons," Morel recounted. His expression was haunted, terrible, a look I could not comprehend at the time, but one I shall never forget. Her voice rose dramatically, and she flung out her arms in an extravagant gesture. Precisely, murmured Monsieur Carrage. Afterward, when I learned Madame Kettering was already dead when the train departed Lyons, everything became clear. And yet, the commissary noted mildly, you did not go to the police, mademoiselle. Morel regarded him with a superior air, evidently relishing her performance. Should a woman betray her lover? I could not do such a thing. But now, hinted Monsieur Cole. Now it is different, she retorted sharply. He has betrayed me. Should I endure that in silence? The examining magistrate intervened with a soothing murmur. Quite so now, mademoiselle. If you would review your statement, confirm its accuracy, and sign it. Morel gave the document only a cursory glance. Yes, it is correct, she said dismissively, rising to her feet. Do you require anything further, messieurs? Not at present, she was told. And Derrick will be arrested? Immediately. A cruel laugh escaped her as she drew her furs closer. He should have considered this before insulting me, she cried. There was a polite cough from Poirot. One small detail, if I may. Yes? What leads you to believe Madame Kettering was dead when the train left Lyons? Morel stared. But she was dead. Was she? Of course She stopped abruptly, a wary look entering her eyes under Poirot's intense gaze. I have heard it said. Everyone knows it. Oh, said Poirot. I was not aware that information had circulated beyond this office. Morel appeared discomposed. One hears things? She said vaguely. Such news travels? Someone told me. I cannot recall who. As she moved toward the door, opened courteously by Monsieur Coe, Poirot's gentle voice rose again. And the jewels? Forgive me, mademoiselle. Can you tell us anything about those? What jewels? The rubies of Catherine the Great. Since you hear so much, you must have heard of them. I know nothing about any jewels, Morel stated sharply before exiting. Monsieur Coe returned to his seat. The examining magistrate sighed. What a fury, he remarked, but undeniably chic. I wonder if she is telling the truth. I believe so. There is certainly some truth in her account, Poirot agreed. We have corroboration from Miss Grey, who saw Monsieur Kettering enter his wife's compartment shortly before the Lyons' arrival. The case against him appears quite clear, the commissary said, with a sigh. It is 1,000 pities. How so? Inquired Poirot. It has been the ambition of my career to apprehend the Comte de la Roche. This time I truly thought we had him. This other matter is far less satisfying. Monsieur Carrage rubbed his nose thoughtfully. If anything goes awry, he observed cautiously, it will be most awkward. Monsieur Kettering is aristocracy. The newspapers will take interest. If we have made a mistake, he shrugged forebodingly. As for the jewels, the commissary continued, what do you suppose he has done with them? He likely took them as a deliberate plant, of course, said Monsieur Carrage remarked. They must have been a tremendous inconvenience to him and quite difficult to get rid of. Poirot allowed a faint smile. I have formed my own theory regarding the jewels. Now, gentlemen, what can you tell me about an individual known as the Marquise? The commissary leaned forward, his interest visibly piqued. The Marquis? He echoed. Do you suspect his involvement in this matter, Monsieur Poirot? I am inquiring as to what you know of him. The commissary offered an expressive shrug. Less than we would prefer, he admitted with some regret. He operates from the shadows, you understand. He employs subordinates to handle the less savory tasks. But we are certain he is a person of significant standing. He is not of the common criminal class. A Frenchman? We believe so, yes. Although we cannot be entirely certain, his activities have spanned France, England, and America. A string of robberies in Switzerland last autumn was attributed to his organization. By all accounts, he is a gentleman of refinement, speaking both French and English flawlessly. His true origins remain a mystery. Poirot gave a thoughtful nod and rose to leave. Can you share nothing more, Monsieur Poirot? Pressed the commissary. At this moment, no, Poirot replied, but I may find news awaiting me at my hotel. Carrage shifted uneasily. If the Marquis is involved in this, he started, then fell silent. It complicates our theories, M. Coase complained. It does not complicate mine, Poirot countered. On the contrary, it aligns with them quite neatly. Good day, gentlemen. Should any news of importance reach me, you will be informed at once. He returned to his hotel with a solemn expression. A telegram had arrived in his absence. Retrieving a paper knife from his pocket, he carefully opened it. The message was lengthy. He read it through twice before tucking it slowly away. Upstairs, his valet, George, was in attendance. "I am weary, George, profoundly weary. Would you be so kind as to order a small pot of chocolate for me?" The chocolate was procured and presented, placed by George on the little table beside his master. As George turned to withdraw, Poirot spoke again. "I believe, George, that you possess a considerable familiarity with the English aristocracy," Poirot murmured. George permitted a modest, apologetic smile. "I flatter myself that I do, sir," he answered. "I suppose it is your view, George, that criminals are invariably recruited from the lower ranks of society." "Not invariably, sir. There was considerable difficulty some years ago with one of the younger sons of the Duke of Devizes. His departure from Eton was under a cloud, and he subsequently caused significant distress on multiple occasions. The authorities were disinclined to accept a diagnosis of kleptomania. A most intelligent young man, sir, but fundamentally corrupt, if you grasp my meaning. His Grace arranged for his passage to Australia, and I later heard he was convicted there under an assumed name. Most peculiar, sir, but there it is. The young gentleman, I hardly need add, was in no financial distress." Poirot nodded slowly. A craving for excitement, he mused, coupled with a slight twist in the psyche. "I wonder now." He withdrew the telegram and studied it once more. "Then there was the affair of Lady Mary Fox's daughter," George continued, slipping into a reminiscent tone. "She swindled local merchants in a most shocking fashion. It is profoundly troubling for the better families, if I may say so, and I could cite numerous other curious instances." "You have a broad experience, Georges," Poirot murmured. "I have often wondered why, after moving in such exclusively titled circles, you would lower yourself to serve as a valet to me." "I had attributed it to your own fondness for excitement." "Not precisely, sir," said George. "It so happened that I read in society snippets of your reception at Buckingham Palace. That coincided precisely with my search for a new position." A brief, unexpected memory surfaced for George then. A rainy afternoon years prior, watching from a window as a similarly well-dressed gentleman was discreetly escorted from a grand house. A incident never spoken of, but quietly understood by the staff. Some family secrets, he reflected, were simply better left unpolished. His Majesty, the message conveyed, had been exceedingly gracious and held your abilities in the highest regard. "Indeed," Poirot remarked, "one does appreciate understanding the reasoning behind things." He fell into a brief contemplation before asking, "You did telephone Mademoiselle Papopoulos?" "Yes, sir. Both she and her father are delighted to accept your dinner invitation for this evening."
Ah!
Poirot murmured thoughtfully. He finished his chocolate, placed the cup and saucer precisely in the center of the tray, and spoke softly, almost to himself. "Consider the squirrel, my good George. It gathers nuts in the autumn, storing them away for future need. To truly succeed in our human endeavors, we must learn from those creatures beneath us. I have long practiced this. I have been the patient cat at the mouse hole. I have been the tenacious hound, nose to the trail, refusing to be distracted. And yes, George, I have also been the squirrel. I have tucked away a small fact here, another there. Now, I go to my storehouse and retrieve one particular nut, a nut I stored away, let me see, nearly 2 decades past. Do you follow my meaning, Georges?" "I wouldn't have thought, sir," George replied, "that nuts could remain edible for quite so long, though I understand preserving jars can work wonders." Poirot looked at him and permitted himself a small smile. He set out to keep his dinner engagement with a deliberate 3/4 of an hour to spare, having a specific purpose. The car did not go directly to Monte Carlo, but first to Lady Tamplin's residence at Cap Martin, where he inquired for Miss Grey. As the ladies were still dressing, he was shown into a small salon to wait. After a few minutes, Lennox Tamplin joined him. "Catherine isn't quite ready," she said. "May I give her a message, or would you prefer to wait for her?" Poirot studied her, his reply delayed as if weighed by significant consideration. "No," he finally said. "No, I do not believe it is necessary for me to see Mademoiselle Catherine. Perhaps it is better that I do not. Such matters can be delicate." Lennox waited, her eyebrows slightly arched in polite inquiry. "I have some news," Poirot continued. "You may wish to tell your friend. Monsieur Kettering was arrested tonight for the murder of his wife." "You want me to tell Catherine that?" Lennox asked. Her breathing seemed a bit labored, as if she had been running, and her face, Poirot noted, appeared pale and tense. "If you would be so kind, mademoiselle." "Why?" Lennox pressed. "Do you think it will distress Catherine? Do you believe she cares for him?"
I do not know, mademoiselle,
Poirot admitted frankly. Usually I know everything. In this instance, however, I find I do not. You, perhaps, possess a clearer insight than I. Yes, Lennox said flatly. I do know, but I am not going to tell you. She fell silent for a moment, her dark brows drawn together. You believe he is guilty? She asked abruptly. Poirot gave a non-committal shrug. The police are convinced. Ah, Lennox retorted. Hedging, are we? That suggests there is something worth hedging about. She was silent again, frowning. The late afternoon light through the window caught the dust motes in the air, making the tension in the room feel almost tangible. Poirot said gently, You have known Derek Kettering for a considerable time, have you not? On and off since I was a child, Lennox answered brusquely. Poirot nodded several times without speaking. With one of her characteristic abrupt movements, Lennox pulled a chair forward and sat, leaning her elbows on the table and resting her chin in her hands. She looked directly at Poirot. What evidence do they have? She demanded. Motive, I suppose. He likely inherited money upon her death. He inherited $2 million, Poirot confirmed, and without her death he would have been financially ruined. Yes, but there must be more to it than that, Lennox persisted, her voice edged with a skepticism that bordered on defiance. He took the same train. I'm aware, but that alone wouldn't be sufficient evidence. A monogrammed cigarette case with the letter K was discovered in her compartment, one that didn't belong to Mrs. Kettering. Furthermore, 2 separate witnesses saw him entering and then leaving her carriage shortly before the train arrived at Lyons. Who were these witnesses? Lennox asked sharply. One was your acquaintance, Miss Grey. The other was the dancer, Mademoiselle Mirel. And what does Derek himself say about all this? Lennox demanded, her tone edged with impatience. Poirot replied calmly. He denies ever having entered his wife's compartment. What an idiot, Lennox muttered crisply, a frown deepening on her face. Just before Lyons, you said? Is there no clearer idea of when she actually died? The medical testimony is, by necessity, somewhat indefinite, Poirot explained. The physicians are inclined to believe death was unlikely to have occurred after the train departed Lyons. What we do know for certain is that mere moments after leaving Lyons, Mrs. Kettering was deceased. How can you be sure of that? A peculiar, knowing smile touched Poirot's lips, because another individual entered her compartment and discovered her body, and this person didn't raise the alarm. No. Why on earth not? They undoubtedly had their reasons. Lennox studied him intently. Do you know what those reasons were? I believe I do, yes. Lennox fell silent, turning the pieces over in her mind while Poirot observed her patiently. When she finally looked up, a soft flush colored her cheeks, and her eyes gleamed with a sudden, fierce intelligence. You're assuming the murderer was a passenger, but that's not necessarily true. What prevented someone from boarding the train when it stopped at Lyons? They could have gone directly to her compartment, strangled her, taken the jewels, and slipped off the train again without anyone noticing. She might have been killed right there on the platform at Lyons station. That would mean she was still alive when Derek visited her, and already dead when the other person found her. Poirot leaned back in his chair, drawing a long, deep breath. He looked across at the young woman and gave 3 deliberate, appreciative nods before releasing a sigh. Mademoiselle, he said, his voice filled with a newfound respect, what you have just proposed is remarkably astute, profoundly logical. I have been groping in the shadows, and you have shown me a light. There was a particular point that confounded me, and you have made it perfectly clear. He rose from his seat. And what about Derek? Lennox pressed. Who can say? Poirot replied with a characteristic shrug. But I will tell you this. I am not satisfied. No, I, Hercule Poirot, am not yet content. It is possible that before this very night is through, I will learn something more. At the very least, I intend to make the attempt. You're meeting someone? Yes. Someone with information. Someone who might possess information. In affairs such as these, one must leave no stone unturned. Au revoir, mademoiselle. Lennox saw him to the door. Have I been of any help? She asked, her earlier confidence giving way to a hint of vulnerability. Poirot's expression softened as he looked up at her standing on the step above him. Yes, mademoiselle, you have helped. When circumstances seem their darkest, it is wise to remember that. Once his car had driven away, Poirot sank back into a state of frowning concentration, yet in his eyes was that faint, telltale green glimmer that always heralded an approaching triumph. He arrived a few minutes late for his appointment, finding M. Papopoulos and his daughter already waiting. His apologies were extravagantly humble, and he surpassed himself in politeness and small, considerate gestures. The Greek gentleman appeared particularly benign and dignified this evening, like a sorrowful patriarch of impeccable virtue, while Zia looked handsome and amiable. The dinner was a congenial affair. Poirot was at his most brilliant and entertaining, sharing anecdotes, making witty remarks, offering graceful compliments to Zia, and recounting numerous fascinating episodes from his career. The menu had been carefully chosen, and the wine was superb. As the meal concluded, M. Papopoulos inquired with polite courtesy, "And that little tip I provided? Have you had your modest wager on the horse?" "I'm currently in communication with my bookmaker," Poirot replied. The eyes of the two men met in a moment of perfect understanding. "A well-known horse, is it?" "No," said Poirot. "It is what our English friends refer to as a dark horse." "Ah," said M. Papopoulos, the single syllable hanging in the air, rich with unspoken meaning. Papopoulos considered this for a moment. "And now we should make our way to the casino for a small wager at the roulette wheel," Poirot announced with cheerful enthusiasm. Inside the bustling casino, the group dispersed. Poirot attached himself exclusively to Zia, while her father melted into the crowd. Poirot's own luck was poor, but Zia enjoyed a fortunate streak, quickly accumulating several thousand francs. "It would be wise," she noted with dry practicality, "for me to quit while I'm ahead." Poirot's eyes sparkled with approval. "Magnificent," he declared. "You are truly your father's daughter, Mademoiselle Zia. To recognize the precise moment to stop, that is the true art of the game." He let his gaze sweep across the crowded rooms. "I do not see your father anywhere," he mentioned casually. "I will retrieve your wrap, mademoiselle, and we shall take some air in the gardens." Yet he did not proceed directly to the cloakroom. His keen observation had noted Papopoulos's departure a short time earlier, and he was intensely curious about the whereabouts of the shrewd Greek. He discovered him quite by chance in the grand entrance hall, standing near a marble column deep in conversation with a lady who had just arrived, the dancer Morel. Poirot edged inconspicuously around the perimeter of the room, coming to a stop on the opposite side of the same pillar, unnoticed by the pair. Their exchange was animated, though it consisted chiefly of the dancer speaking rapidly, while Papopoulos offered the occasional grunt and a wealth of expressive shrugs. "I'm telling you I require more time," Morel was insisting, a note of desperation in her voice. "With just a little time, I will secure the funds. To wait." The Greek's shoulders lifted in a gesture of profound inconvenience. "This is difficult. Only a short while longer," she pleaded. "You must a week, perhaps 10 days. That is all I request. You can be certain of the outcome. The money will be there." Papopoulos shifted his weight and glanced around uneasily, only to find Poirot beaming at his elbow with an expression of pure innocence. "Ah, there you are, Monsieur Papopoulos. I have been searching for you. Do I have your permission to escort Mademoiselle Zia for a brief stroll in the gardens?" "Good evening, mademoiselle." He offered a deep bow to Morel. "1,000 pardons for not noticing you immediately." The dancer acknowledged his greeting with visible impatience, clearly irritated by the interruption of her private discussion. Poirot was swift to take the hint. Papopoulos had already murmured, "But of course, certainly," and Poirot withdrew promptly. After collecting Zia's cloak, they walked out into the night air. "They say this is where the despairing come to end their lives," Zia remarked as they walked. Poirot gave a philosophical shrug. "So it is claimed. But men are foolish, are they not, mademoiselle? To eat, to drink, to breathe this good air, it is a most pleasant thing. One is a fool to surrender all that simply due to an empty purse, or," he added with a pointed change in tone, shifting from light commentary to a sharper, almost sarcastic edge, "a supposedly broken heart. Lamer, it is credited with so many dramatic exits, is it not? As if no other misery in the world could possibly compare." Zia laughed at his sudden vehemence. "You should not mock love, mademoiselle," Poirot said, wagging a vigorous finger at her, his manner softening again. "You who are young and beautiful." "Hardly that," Zia replied frankly. "You forget I am 33, Monsieur Poirot. I'm honest with you because pretense is useless. As you reminded my father, it is precisely 17 years since you assisted us in Paris. When I look at you, the years seem far fewer," Poirot said gallantly. You were then much as you are now, a little slimmer, perhaps a little paler, and certainly more serious. 16 years old and freshly out of school. Not quite the sheltered schoolgirl, yet not fully a woman. You were utterly charming, Mademoiselle Zia. Doubtless others thought so as well. At 16, Zia reflected, one is naive and rather foolish. That may be true, Poirot agreed, his tone becoming dreamy. Yes, that may well be at 16. One is credulous. Is one not? One tends to believe what one is told. He pretended not to notice the quick, searching glance the girl darted in his direction and continued. It was a most curious business, that whole affair. Your father, miss, never truly grasped the full picture of what happened. No. When he pressed me for specifics, for a clear explanation, I told him plainly. Without any fuss, I have recovered what was taken. You must not ask for details. Do you know why I chose to say that? I have no idea, the girl replied, her tone icy. It was because I felt a certain sympathy for a young boarder, so pale, so slight, so solemn. I don't understand what you're referring to, Zia snapped, her anger rising. Don't you, miss? Have you forgotten Antonio Parezio? He heard the sharp, almost startled catch of her breath. He came to work as an assistant in the shop, but that position alone wouldn't have given him access to what he desired. An assistant can set his sights on his employer's daughter, can't he? Especially if he's young, handsome, and smooth with his words, and since they couldn't spend every moment whispering sweet nothings, they would sometimes talk of matters that fascinated them both, like that exceptionally intriguing object, which was for a time in Mr. Papapoulos's care. And since, as you might agree, the young can be foolish and trusting, it was easy to believe him, and to let him glimpse that particular item to show him exactly where it was kept. And then afterwards, when it vanished, when the unthinkable disaster struck. Poor little boarder. What a dreadful situation she found herself in. She was terrified, the poor thing. To speak up or to stay silent. And then along comes that remarkable fellow, Hercule Poirot. It must have seemed almost miraculous how everything fell into place. The priceless family treasures are returned and no uncomfortable questions are asked. Zia whirled on him, her expression fierce. You've known all along? Who told you, was it Antonio himself? Poirot shook his head. No one told me, he said calmly. I deduced it. It was a sound deduction, was it not, miss? You see, unless one is skilled at deduction, there is little point in being a detective. The girl walked beside him in silence for several moments. Then she said, her voice hardened, Well, what do you intend to do? Are you going to tell my father? No, Poirot said sharply. Certainly not. She studied him with curiosity. You want something from me? I would like your assistance, miss. What makes you believe I can help you? I do not presume to know. I merely hope. And if I refuse to help you, then you will tell my father. But no, rid yourself of that notion, miss. I am not a blackmailer. I do not dangle your secret over you as a threat. If I refuse to help you, the girl began slowly, then you refuse, and that is the end of the matter. Then why? She stopped, reconsidering. Listen, and I will tell you why. Women, miss, can be generous. If they can do a service for someone who has once done a service for them, they often will. I was generous to you once, miss. When I could have spoken, I chose to remain silent. Another silence fell between them. Then the girl said, My father gave you a clue the other day. It was most kind of him. I don't believe, said Zia slowly, that there is anything I can add to that. If Poirot was disappointed, he gave no sign. Not a single muscle in his face twitched. Very well, he said cheerfully. Then we shall speak of other things. And he launched into light, cheerful conversation. The girl, however, was distracted, her replies mechanical and occasionally missing the mark. It was only as they neared the casino once more that she seemed to reach a decision. Mr. Poirot? Yes, miss. I would like to help you if I can. You are very kind, miss. Very kind. Another pause lingered. Poirot did not pressure her. He was perfectly content to wait, allowing her to proceed at her own pace. Oh, what does it matter? Zia finally said with a sigh. Why shouldn't I tell you? My father is cautious, exceedingly cautious in everything he says. But I know that with you such caution isn't necessary. You've told us you are only seeking the murderer, and that the jewels are not your concern. I believe you. You were absolutely correct in assuming we came to Nice for the rubies. They were delivered here as arranged, and my father has them now. He did give you a clue recently about the identity of our mysterious patron. The Marquis? Poirot murmured. Indeed, the Marquis. Have you laid eyes on the Marquis yourself, Mademoiselle Zia? Only once, the girl replied, and not very clearly. It was through a keyhole. That method does present certain observational challenges, Poirot said with understanding. But you did see him. Would you recognize him? Zia shook her head. He was wearing a mask, his hair was white. It could have been a wig, but it was very convincing. I don't believe he was elderly, though. His posture and his voice seemed youthful. His voice? Poirot said thoughtfully. Ah! His voice. Would you know that voice again? Perhaps? Zia answered. You were intrigued by him, then. That curiosity led you to the keyhole. Zia nodded. Yes, I was. One hears such stories. He isn't an ordinary thief. He seems like a character from a historical tale or a novel. Perhaps, Poirot reflected. Perhaps so. But this isn't what I intended to tell you, Zia continued. There's one more small detail I thought might be helpful. Yes? Poirot encouraged. As I said, the rubies were given to my father here in Nice. I didn't see who delivered them, but I know one thing for certain. It was a woman. Dear Catherine, I suppose now that you're mixing with such elevated company, our little bits of news won't interest you much. But as I always considered you a sensible girl, perhaps you're not quite as full of yourself as I imagine. Everything here is much the same. There's been quite a fuss over the new curate, who is disgracefully high church. In my opinion, he's practically a Roman Catholic. Everyone has complained to the vicar, but you know how he is, all forgiveness and no backbone. I've had endless trouble with maids lately. That Annie was useless, her skirts up to her knees, and she refused to wear proper woolen stockings. None of them can stand being corrected. My rheumatism has been a trial, and Dr. Harris finally badgered me into seeing a specialist in London, a complete waste of 3 guineas and train fare, as I told him. I waited until Wednesday to get a cheaper ticket. The London doctor hemmed and hawed, talking in circles, until I finally said, Doctor, I'm a plain woman, and I like plain speaking. Is it cancer or not? Then, of course, he had to admit it was. They give me a year with care, and promise it won't be too painful, though I'm sure I can bear pain as well as any woman. It feels lonely at times, with so many friends passed on or moved away. I wish you were here in St. Mary Mead, my dear, and that's the truth. If you hadn't inherited that money and run off into high society, I'd have offered you twice what poor Jane paid you to come and care for me. But there's no use wishing for what we can't have. Still, if things should go badly for you, and that's always possible, I've heard no end of stories about fake noblemen marrying girls for their money and abandoning them at the church door. I expect you're too level-headed for that, but one never knows. And since you're not used to male attention, it might easily turn your head now. So just in case, remember there's always a home for you here. I may be blunt, but I'm not cold-hearted. Your affectionate old friend, Amelia Viner. P.S. I saw your name in the paper with your cousin, Viscountess Tamplin, and I cut it out for my scrapbook. On Sunday, I said a prayer for you, asking that you be protected from pride and empty vanity. Catherine read this very typical letter a second time before setting it aside. She gazed from her bedroom window over the deep blue of the Mediterranean, an unexpected tightness forming in her throat. A powerful, sudden homesickness for St. Mary Mead washed over her. It was a place so filled with ordinary, silly little routines, and yet it was home. For a moment, she felt a strong urge to rest her head in her arms and have a proper, relieving cry. Lennox's entrance interrupted her. "Hello, Catherine," Lennox said. "I say, are you all right?" "I'm fine," Catherine replied, quickly snatching up Miss Viner's letter and stuffing it into her purse. "You looked a bit strange," Lennox observed. "Listen, I hope you don't mind. I telephoned your detective friend, Monsieur Poirot, and invited him to have lunch with us in Nice. I told him you wished to see him, since I doubted he'd come just for me." "Did you want to see him?" Catherine asked. "Absolutely," Lennox said, with a grin. "I've rather lost my heart to him. I've never met another man whose eyes are genuinely green like a cat's." "Fine," Catherine said, her tone flat. The past several days had been exhausting. Derek Kettering's arrest was the only topic anyone discussed, and the so-called Blue Train mystery had been picked apart from every possible angle. "I've ordered the car," Lennox went on. "And I told Mother some fib or other, unfortunately. I can't even recall what it was, but it hardly matters since she never remembers anyway. If she knew where we were going, she'd insist on joining us just to interrogate poor Monsieur Poirot." The 2 young women arrived at the Negresco to find Poirot awaiting them. He was the picture of Gallic courtesy, showering them with so many elaborate compliments that they were soon laughing helplessly. Despite this, the lunch itself was not a cheerful one. Catherine seemed distant and preoccupied, and Lennox's attempts at conversation came in fits and starts, punctuated by awkward silences. As they sat on the terrace finishing their coffee, Lennox turned to Poirot directly. "How are things progressing? You know what I'm referring to." Poirot merely shrugged. "They follow their own course," he said, "and you're just letting them drift along," Lennox pressed. He gave her a somewhat sorrowful look. "You're young, mademoiselle, but there are three forces that cannot be rushed. The good Lord, nature, and old men." "Don't be silly," Lennox retorted. "You are not old." "Ah, what a charming thing to say." "Look, there's Major Knighton," Lennox noted. Catherine glanced over quickly before turning back. "He's with Mr. Van Alden," Lennox continued. "There's something I need to ask the Major about. I'll only be a moment." Left alone with Poirot, he leaned forward and murmured to Catherine, "You are distracted, mademoiselle. Your thoughts. They are far from here, are they not? Only as far as England, no farther." Acting on a sudden impulse, she retrieved the letter from her purse and handed it to him. "That is the first word I've had from my old life. Somehow it stings." He read it carefully and returned it. "So you are returning to St. Mary Mead?" he asked slowly. "No, I am not," Catherine said firmly. "Why should I?" "Ah," Poirot said, "that is my error. You will excuse me for one small moment." He wandered over to where Lennox was now speaking with Van Alden and Knighton. The American looked weary and aged, his face drawn. He gave Poirot a brief, grim nod, showing no other warmth. As Van Alden turned to answer a remark from Lennox, Poirot gently drew Knighton aside. "Monsieur Van Alden appears unwell," he remarked quietly. "Is it any wonder?" Knighton replied, "The scandal of Derek Kettering's arrest has been the final blow for him. He even regrets now that he asked you to uncover the truth." "He should return to England," Poirot said. "We are leaving the day after tomorrow." "That is good to hear," Poirot said. He paused, his gaze drifting back across the terrace to where Catherine sat alone, lost in her thoughts. "I wish," he said softly, "you could inform Miss Grey of that." "Inform her of what?" "That M. Van Alden is returning to England." Knighton appeared slightly confused, but he promptly walked across the terrace to join Catherine. Poirot watched him go with a contented nod before turning to Lennox and the American. Soon, the whole group was together again. They exchanged a few more pleasantries before the millionaire and his secretary took their leave. Poirot also made ready to depart. "1,000 thanks for your wonderful hospitality," he exclaimed. "That was a truly splendid luncheon. My word, I needed it." He puffed out his chest and gave it a firm tap. "Now I am a lion, a veritable giant. Ah, Mademoiselle Catherine, you have not yet witnessed my full capabilities. You have seen only the gentle, composed Hercule Poirot. But there exists another version entirely. I am off to intimidate, to menace, to instill sheer dread into those who must hear me out." He observed them with evident self-satisfaction, and both women seemed properly impressed, though Lennox was biting her lip and Catherine's mouth twitched with a hint of suppressed amusement. "And I shall succeed," he stated solemnly. "Oh yes, I will achieve my aim." He had taken only a few steps when Catherine's voice called him back. "M. Poirot, I need to tell you something. I believe you were correct in what you said earlier. I have decided to return to England very soon." Poirot fixed her with an intense stare, and under his direct gaze she flushed. "I understand," he said gravely. "I don't think you do," Catherine replied. "I know more than you might assume, mademoiselle," he answered quietly. He left her then, a peculiar little smile playing on his lips. Hailing a waiting car, he directed the driver to Antibes. At the Villa Marina, Hippolyte, the Comte de la Roche's impassive manservant, was meticulously polishing his master's exquisite cut-glass table. The Comte himself had departed for Monte Carlo earlier in the day. Glancing out the window, Hippolyte spotted an uncommon visitor striding purposefully toward the front door, a man of such an unusual appearance that even Hippolyte, with all his experience, struggled to categorize him. He called to his wife, Marie, who was busy in the kitchen, drawing her attention to what he termed this odd character. "It isn't the police again, is it?" Marie asked anxiously. "See for yourself," said Hippolyte. Marie looked. "Definitely not the police," she confirmed. "What a relief." "Truthfully, they haven't troubled us much," Hippolyte remarked. "In fact, had Monsieur le Comte not warned us, I would never have guessed that fellow at the wine shop was an investigator." The doorbell chimed, and Hippolyte, adopting his most formal and dignified manner, went to answer it. "Monsieur le Comte, I regret to say, is not at home." The small man with the impressive mustache smiled serenely. I am aware, he replied. You are Hippolyte Flavel, correct? Yes, monsieur, that is my name. And you have a wife, Marie Flavel? Yes, monsieur, but I wish to speak with you both, said the stranger, deftly stepping past Hippolyte into the hall. Your wife is likely in the kitchen. I will proceed there. Before Hippolyte could gather his wits, the visitor had chosen the correct door at the rear of the hall, moved down the passage and entered the kitchen, where Marie stood gaping at him in astonishment. There we are, said the stranger, settling into a wooden armchair. I am Hercule Poirot. Yes, monsieur. You are not familiar with the name? I have never heard it, Hippolyte admitted. Then permit me to say your education has been lacking. It is the name of one of the world's great figures. He sighed and folded his hands across his chest. Hippolyte and Marie stared at him uneasily, utterly perplexed by this unexpected and bizarre guest. Monsieur wishes, Hippolyte began mechanically. I wish to know why you lied to the police. Monsieur, Hippolyte cried out, I lied to the police? I have never done such a thing. Poirot merely shook his head in disagreement. You are mistaken, he stated calmly. You have done so on multiple occasions. Allow me to illustrate. He retrieved a small notebook from his pocket and glanced at its pages. Indeed, on at least 7 separate instances, I can list them for you now. In a soft, measured tone, he began to detail each of those 7 occasions. Hippolyte was visibly stunned. However, it is not these past errors I wish to discuss, Poirot continued. Only, my dear fellow, do not fall into the habit of believing yourself infallible. I refer now to the specific untruth that concerns me. Your claim that the Count de la Roche arrived at this villa on the morning of January 14th. But that was no lie, sir. That was the truth. The Count arrived here on the morning of Tuesday the 14th. That is correct, isn't it, Marie? Marie quickly agreed. Oh, yes, I remember it perfectly. Indeed, said Poirot. And what did you serve your esteemed master for lunch that day? Marie hesitated, struggling to recall. Curious, Poirot mused, how some memories remain clear while others fade. He leaned forward suddenly, striking the table with his fist, his eyes flashing with intensity. Yes, it is exactly as I say. You tell your falsehoods and believe no one is the wiser. But 2 people know. 2. One is the good Lord. He raised a hand toward the ceiling, then settled back into his chair, closing his eyes as he added comfortably, and the other is Hercule Poirot. I assure you, sir, you are entirely wrong. The Count left Paris on Monday night. Correct, Poirot acknowledged on the rapide. I do not know where he interrupted his journey. Perhaps you are unaware of that detail. What I do know is that he arrived here on Wednesday morning, not Tuesday. Sir is mistaken, Marie insisted stubbornly. Poirot rose to his feet. Then the law must run its course, he murmured. A pity. What do you mean, sir? Marie asked, a note of anxiety in her voice. You will be arrested and held as accomplices in the murder of Mrs. Kettering, the Englishwoman who was killed. Murder. The man's face turned ashen, his knees trembling. Marie dropped her rolling pin and began to cry. But that's impossible. Unthinkable, I believed. Since you insist on your story, there is nothing more to say. I consider you both exceedingly foolish. He was turning toward the door when a frantic voice stopped him. Sir, just a moment. I had no idea it was something of this nature. I thought it was merely a matter concerning a lady. There have been minor troubles with the police over ladies before. But murder, that is entirely different. I have no patience for this, Poirot exclaimed. He turned back, shaking his fist angrily in Hippolyte's face. Am I to stand here all day arguing with a pair of fools? It is the truth I seek if you refuse to provide it. That is your concern. For the final time, when did the Count arrive at the Villa Marina? Tuesday morning or Wednesday morning? Wednesday, the man gasped, and Marie nodded in confirmation behind him. Poirot studied them for a moment, then gave a grave nod. You are being sensible, my friends, he said quietly. You were very close to serious trouble. He left the Villa Marina, a faint smile on his lips. One assumption confirmed, he murmured to himself. Shall I venture a guess on the other? It was 6 o'clock when Morel was presented with the card of Hercule Poirot. She stared at it briefly, then nodded. When Poirot entered, he found her pacing the room agitatedly. She turned on him fiercely. Well, she cried. What is it now? Haven't you all tortured me enough? Haven't you made me betray my poor Derique? What more could you possibly want? Just one small question, mademoiselle. After the train departed Lyons, when you entered Mrs. Kettering's compartment, what about it? Poirot looked at her with an air of mild reproach and began again. I'm telling you that you went into Mrs. Kettering's compartment. I did not, and discovered her. I never did. Ah, for heaven's sake. He spun toward her, his temper flaring, and raised his voice so sharply that she shrank back. Do you really think you can deceive me? I know exactly what took place, as clearly as if I had been standing beside you. You entered her compartment, and you found her body. I am certain of it. Lying to me is a very risky choice. Be careful, Miss Morel. Her eyes flickered under his intense stare and finally dropped. I didn't, she started, then trailed off, her voice unsteady. There is only one detail that still puzzles me, Poirot went on, his tone shifting from accusation to something almost conversational. I wonder, Miss Morel, whether you located what you were searching for, or whether perhaps someone else had already been there before you. What are you implying? Or whether another person had already paid a visit? I will not answer another question, the dancer shrieked. She wrenched her arm free from Poirot's light hold and threw herself to the floor in a sudden, dramatic fit, weeping and screaming uncontrollably. A startled maid hurried into the room. Hercule Poirot merely lifted his shoulders, arched his brows, and made a quiet exit, yet he appeared content. The Mystery of the Blue Train, Chapter 30. Miss Viner renders an opinion. Catherine stood by the window in Miss Viner's bedroom, watching the rain. It fell not in a storm, but with a steady, polite insistence. Outside, a narrow front garden held a gravel path leading to the gate, bordered by tidy flower beds where roses, pinks, and blue hyacinths would soon appear. Miss Viner was propped up in a large, old-fashioned bed. A breakfast tray had been pushed aside, and she was occupied with her morning mail, offering sharp remarks on each letter. Catherine held an opened envelope, reading its contents a second time. It was sent from the Ritz Hotel in Paris. Dear Miss Catherine, it began, I trust you're well and that the return to an English winter has not been too dismal. As for me, I continue my inquiries with the greatest diligence. Do not imagine I am here on holiday. I expect to be in England very soon, and I look forward to the pleasure of seeing you again. We shall meet, yes? Upon my arrival in London, I will write to you. Recall that we are colleagues in this matter, though I believe you are already quite aware of that. Please accept, miss, my most respectful and devoted sentiments. Hercule Poirot. A faint frown touched Catherine's brow. Something in the letter left her both curious and unsettled. A choir boys' picnic of all things, Miss Viner announced suddenly. Tommy Saunders and Albert Dykes ought to be left behind, and I won't contribute a penny unless they are. What those two imagine they're doing in church on Sundays is beyond me. Tommy sang, "Oh God, make speed to save us," and then didn't utter another note. And if Albert Dykes wasn't sucking a peppermint the whole time, then my sense of smell has utterly failed me. They really are dreadful, Catherine agreed absently. She opened her second letter, and a warm flush spread across her cheeks. Miss Viner's voice seemed to fade into the background, distant and muffled. By the time Catherine tuned back in, Miss Viner was finishing a triumphant speech. And I told her, not at all. As it happens, Miss Grey is Lady Tamplin's own cousin. What do you think of that? Were you defending me? That was very kind. You may call it that if you like. A title means nothing to me. Because, wife or not, that woman is a spiteful gossip. She all but said you bought your way into polite society. Perhaps she wasn't entirely wrong. And just look at you? Miss Viner pressed on. Have you returned a proud, fine lady as well you might have? Not at all. Here you are, as sensible as ever, wearing practical stockings and sensible shoes. I said to Ellen only yesterday, Ellen, you take a good look at Miss Grey. Catherine allowed herself a small, private smile. It seemed her efforts to dress according to Miss Viner's rather strict standards had paid off. The older woman continued, her voice gaining energy. It's been such a comfort to me that you haven't let all that glamour go to your head. Just the other day, I was trying to find my newspaper clippings. I have quite a few about Lady Tamplin and her war hospital, but I simply can't put my hands on them. Would you be a dear and look? Your eyes are sharper than mine. They're all in a box in the bureau drawer. Catherine looked down at the letter she held, on the verge of speaking, but she stopped herself. Instead, she went to the bureau, found the box, and began sifting through the clippings. Since coming back to St. Mary Mead, her admiration for Miss Viner's quiet courage had only grown. She knew there was little she could materially do for her old friend, but experience had taught her how much these small attentions meant.
Here's one,
she said after a moment. It says, Viscountess Tamplin, who has turned her villa in Nice into an officers' hospital, has been the victim of a daring robbery. Her jewels were stolen, including some famous emerald heirlooms of the family. Probably fake, Miss Viner sniffed. So many of those society women wear paste. Here's another, Catherine said. A photograph. A charming snapshot of Viscountess Tamplin with her young daughter Lennox. Let me see, said Miss Viner, taking the clipping. You can hardly see the child's face, can you? Just as well, I suppose. The world works in opposites, and lovely mothers often have perfectly dreadful children. I expect the photographer knew showing the back of her head was the kindest thing he could do. Catherine laughed softly and read from another piece. One of the most prominent hostesses on the Riviera this season is Viscountess Tamplin with her villa at Cap Martin. Her cousin, Miss Grey, who recently inherited a substantial fortune in a most romantic fashion, is currently staying with her. That's the one I wanted, Miss Viner said with satisfaction. I imagine I've missed a picture of you in the papers somewhere. You know the sort. Mrs. Somebody or other Jones-Williams at a point-to-point, usually clutching a shooting stick and with one foot awkwardly in the air. It must be a dreadful shock for some of them to see how they actually look. Catherine didn't reply. She was smoothing the cutting with her finger, her expression troubled and thoughtful. She drew a second letter from its envelope and read it through once more before turning to her friend. Miss Viner, I wonder, a friend of mine, someone I met on the Riviera, would very much like to come down and visit me here. A man, stated Miss Viner. Yes, who is he? He's the secretary to Mr. Van Alden, the American millionaire. What's his name? Knighton. Major Knighton. A millionaire's secretary, and he wants to come here. Now, Catherine, I'm going to speak plainly for your own good. You are a sensible girl with your head on straight about most things, but every woman is entitled to one spectacular lapse in judgment. The odds are 10 to 1 this man is interested in your money. She held up a hand to stop Catherine's protest. I've been expecting something like this. What is a millionaire's secretary, really? 9 times out of 10, it's a young man who enjoys an easy life. Pleasant manners, a taste for luxury, but no particular drive or ambition. And if there's a softer job than being a rich man's secretary, it's marrying a wealthy woman for her fortune. I'm not saying you couldn't be someone's genuine choice, of course, but you are certainly not a young woman, and while your complexion is lovely, you are no great beauty. My advice to you is simply this. Don't make a complete fool of yourself. However, if you are determined to go through with it, at least ensure your money is secured properly in your own name. There, I've said my piece. What do you have to say for yourself? Nothing, Catherine replied quietly. But would you object terribly if he did come to visit? I wash my hands of the entire affair, declared Miss Viner. I have done my duty. Whatever follows is entirely your responsibility. Would you prefer he join us for lunch or dinner? I suppose Ellen could manage dinner, provided she doesn't become flustered. Lunch would be perfectly nice, said Catherine. It's very kind of you, Miss Viner. He asked me to telephone him, so I'll let him know we would be pleased to have him for lunch. He plans to drive down from the city. Ellen prepares a steak with grilled tomatoes tolerably well, Miss Viner mused. Not excellently, mind you, but better than her other attempts. A tart is out of the question, her pastry is leaden. Her small castle puddings, however, are acceptable. I expect you could find a decent piece of Stilton at Abbott's. Gentlemen, I've always heard, appreciate a nice Stilton, and there is a good deal of your father's wine remaining, perhaps a bottle of sparkling Moselle. Oh, that's really not necessary, Miss Viner. Nonsense, my dear. No gentleman enjoys a meal without something to drink. There is some excellent pre-war whiskey if you believe he would prefer that. Now, do as I say, and don't argue. The key to the wine cellar is in the 3rd drawer down in the dressing table, inside the 2nd pair of stockings on the left-hand side. Catherine obediently went to the location indicated. The 2nd pair, now mind, Miss Viner called after her. The 1st pair contains my diamond earrings and my filigree brooch. Oh, said Catherine, somewhat startled. Wouldn't you prefer them in your jewel case? Miss Viner released a tremendous and lengthy snort.
Certainly not. I have far too much sense for that, thank you. Dear me, I remember perfectly when my poor father had a safe installed downstairs. He was as pleased as Punch with it and told my mother, Now, Mary, you bring me your jewel case every night, and I shall lock it away for you. My mother was a tactful woman. She understood that gentlemen like having their way, so she brought him the locked case just as he instructed. and one night burglars broke in.
Naturally, predictably, the first thing they went for was the safe. My father had talked about it up and down the village, boasting until you'd think he kept King Solomon's diamonds inside. They took everything: the tankards, the silver cups, the presentation gold plate he'd been given, and the jewel case. She sighed, lost in the memory. My father was terribly upset over my mother's jewels. There was the Venetian set, some very fine cameos, pale pink corals, and 2 diamond rings with quite large stones. Then, of course, she had to confess that, being a sensible woman, she had kept her jewelry rolled up in a pair of corsets, and there it remained, perfectly safe. So the jewel case was completely empty? Catherine asked. Oh, no, dear, Miss Viner replied. It would have been too light then. My mother was a very intelligent woman. She saw to that. She kept her buttons in the jewel case, a very handy place for them. Boot buttons in the top tray, trouser buttons in the second, and assorted buttons below. Curiously, my father was quite annoyed with her. He said he didn't care for deceit. But I mustn't chatter on. You need to telephone your friend. And do select a nice piece of steak. Tell Ellen she is not to appear with holes in her stockings when she serves lunch. Is her name Ellen or Helen, Miss Viner? I thought. Miss Viner closed her eyes. I can pronounce my H's perfectly well, my dear, but Helen simply isn't a fitting name for a housemaid. I truly wonder what modern mothers from those sorts of families are thinking. The downpour had ceased by the time Knighton reached the cottage. Intermittent sunlight fell upon the little house, glinting on Catherine's hair as she waited in the doorway to greet him. He approached her with an eager, almost youthful haste. I do hope you'll forgive the intrusion. I just couldn't wait any longer to see you again. I also hope your hostess isn't cross with me for calling. Come inside and meet her properly, Catherine replied. She can seem rather formidable at first, but you'll quickly discover she has the kindest heart imaginable. Miss Viner held court in the parlour, adorned with the full set of family cameos that had been so fortunately preserved. She received Knighton with a stately and somewhat frosty courtesy that would have discouraged a lesser man. Knighton, however, possessed a natural and persistent charm, and within 10 minutes Miss Viner's demeanour had noticeably softened. Lunch was a cheerful affair, with Ellen, or Helen, sporting a pristine pair of silk stockings and managing the service with impressive dexterity. Afterwards, Catherine and Knighton took a walk through the damp, gleaming countryside, returning to share a private tea since Miss Viner had retired for her afternoon rest. After Knighton's car had disappeared down the lane, Catherine made her way upstairs. A voice summoned her to Miss Viner's bedroom. Has your young man departed? Yes. Thank you ever so much for allowing me to invite him. No thanks required. Do I strike you as the sort of miserable old creature who refuses to lift a finger for anyone? I think you're an absolute darling, Catherine said with genuine warmth. Humph, Miss Viner grunted, clearly pleased. As Catherine turned to leave, she called her back. Catherine? Yes. I must revise my earlier opinion of that young man. When a fellow is merely paying court, he can be all charm and flattery and delightful little gestures. But when a man is genuinely in love, he can't help looking rather like a besotted lamb. Every time that young man glanced your way today, he had precisely that expression. I retract everything I said this morning. His feelings are entirely authentic. Ah, declared Mr. Joseph Aarons with deep satisfaction. He took a substantial swallow from his tankard, set it down with a contented sigh, wiped the foam from his moustache, and beamed at his host, Monsieur Hercule Poirot.
Just give me, stated Mr. Aarons, a proper porterhouse steak and a pint of something actually worth drinking, and anyone else can keep their fancy French trimmings and bits and pieces, your hors d'oeuvres and your omelettes and your tiny birds. Give me, he repeated for emphasis, a porterhouse steak. Poirot, who had just ordered exactly that, offered a sympathetic smile. Not that I have anything against a good steak and kidney pudding, mind you, Mr. Aarons continued. Apple pie?
Yes, I'll have the apple pie. Thank you, miss. And a pitcher of cream.
The meal progressed. Finally, emitting another long sigh of fulfillment, Mr. Aarons set down his utensils, preparing to nibble at some cheese before directing his thoughts to other matters. You mentioned a small matter of business, I believe, Monsieur Poirot, he remarked. Anything I can do to assist? I'm sure I'd be delighted. That is most gracious, Poirot said. I told myself, if you wish to know anything concerning the theatrical world, there is one person who knows everything worth knowing, and that is my old friend, Mr. Joseph Aarons. And you wouldn't be far wrong. said Mr. Ahrens with complacency. Whether it's past, present, or future, Joe Ahrens is your man. Precisely. Now, I wish to ask you, Monsieur Ahrens, what you know of a young woman called Kid. Kid? Kitty, Kid. Kitty, Kid. Clever act she had. Male impersonator, song and dance. That's the one. That is the one. Very sharp. She earned a tidy income. Never short of work. It was mostly male impersonation, but honestly, you couldn't match her as a character actress. So I've been told, Poirot replied. Though she hasn't performed recently, has she? No, she dropped out of the scene entirely, went over to France and got involved with some high society nobleman. Left the stage for good after that, I'd say. How long ago was this? Let me think, about 3 years now, and let me tell you, it was a real loss. She was talented. Sharp as a tack. Do you happen to recall the name of the gentleman she became acquainted with in Paris? All I know is he was aristocracy, a count, or perhaps a marquis. Now that I consider it, I believe it was a marquis. And you've heard nothing of her since? Nothing at all. Haven't even bumped into her by chance. I'd wager she's floating around some European resort, playing the part of a marquise to perfection. You could never fool Kitty. She always gave as good as she got. I understand, Poirot said thoughtfully. I'm sorry I can't be more helpful, Monsieur Poirot, the other man said. I'd like to return the favor if possible. You did me a solid once. Ah, but we are even on that account. You assisted me as well. One good turn deserves another, as they say. Mr. Ahrens chuckled. Your line of work must be quite fascinating, Poirot remarked. It has its moments, Mr. Ahrens replied vaguely. You take the good with the bad. I manage well enough, but you always have to stay alert. You never know what the public will latch on to next. Dancing has become quite prominent in recent years, Poirot mused. I never quite understood the appeal of the Russian ballet myself, too intellectual for my taste. I encountered a dancer on the Riviera once, Mademoiselle Morel.
Morel?
By all accounts, she's quite the sensation. There's always money backing her, though, to be fair. The girl can dance. I've seen her perform, so I know what I'm talking about. I haven't had much direct dealings with her myself, but from what I hear, she's a handful. Nothing but drama and outbursts all the time. Yes, Poirot said thoughtfully. That does not surprise me. Temperament, Mr. Ahrens exclaimed. That's what they call it. My wife was a dancer before we married, and thank goodness she never had any of that so-called temperament. You don't want that kind of chaos at home, Monsieur Poirot. I quite agree, my friend. It is rather out of place there. A woman should be steady, understanding, and a decent cook, Mr. Ahrens stated. Morel hasn't been in the public eye for very long, has she? Poirot inquired. Only about 2.5 years, Mr. Ahrens answered. Some French duke launched her career. Now I hear she's taken up with the former Prime Minister of Greece. Those are the sorts who know how to stash money quietly. That is new information to me. Poirot admitted. Oh, she doesn't waste any time. There's even talk that young Kettering killed his wife because of her. Not that I know the truth of it. Anyway, he's in prison now, so she had to look out for herself, and she's been remarkably quick about it. They say she's sporting a ruby the size of a pigeon's egg. Not that I've ever actually seen one, but that's the phrase you always read in novels. A ruby the size of a pigeon's egg, Poirot repeated, his eyes taking on a keen, feline gleam. How intriguing. I heard it from a friend, Mr. Ahrens said, but for all I know it could be coloured glass. These women are all alike. They never stop spinning wild tales about their jewels. Morel goes around boasting that the stone is cursed. Heart of fire, I think she calls it. But if I recall correctly, Poirot noted, the ruby known as Heart of Fire is the centerpiece of a necklace. You see, didn't I tell you there's no limit to the stories women will invent about their jewelry? It was a single stone, suspended from a platinum chain around her neck. Yet, as I mentioned earlier, the odds are strong that it is merely a piece of coloured glass. I disagree, Poirot replied softly.
No, somehow I do not believe it is coloured glass.
The Mystery of the Blue Train. Chapter 32. Catherine and Pirate exchange observations. You are different, mademoiselle, Poirot remarked abruptly. They were seated across from one another at a cosy table in the Savoy. Yes, you have changed, he went on. How so? Mademoiselle, such subtleties are challenging to put into words. I am older. Indeed, you are older, but I do not refer to the arrival of wrinkles or crow's feet. When I first encountered you, mademoiselle, you were an observer of life. You possessed the calm, amused demeanor of someone sitting back in the theater stalls watching the performance unfold. And now you are no longer merely watching. It may sound peculiar, but you carry the cautious expression of a participant engaged in a complex and demanding match. My elderly charge can be challenging at times, Catherine said with a slight smile. But I assure you our interactions are hardly a battle to the death. You should visit her someday, Monsieur Poirot. I believe you are precisely the sort of person who would admire her courage and lively spirit. A quiet moment passed as the waiter skillfully presented their chicken casserole. Once he had left, Poirot continued, You recall my mentioning my friend Hastings. He once called me a human oyster. Well, mademoiselle, I believe I have met my equal in you. You, even more than I, prefer to operate independently. That's ridiculous. Catherine responded lightly. Hercule Poirot never speaks nonsense. It is exactly as I say. Another pause settled between them. Poirot eventually broke it with a question. Have you encountered any of our acquaintances from the Riviera since returning to England, mademoiselle? I have spent some time with Major Knighton. Aha. Is that so? Something in the twinkle of Poirot's eyes made Catherine glance away. So Mr. Van Alden is still in London? Yes. I must attempt to see him tomorrow or the day after. You have news for him. What gives you that impression? I merely wondered, that is all. Poirot looked across at her, his eyes still gleaming. And now, mademoiselle, I can see there is much you wish to ask me. Why hesitate? Is the affair of the blue train not our own little detective story? Yes, there are things I would like to ask you. Well, then? Catherine met his gaze with a newfound determination. What were you doing in Paris, Monsieur Poirot? Poirot offered a faint smile. I paid a visit to the Russian embassy. I see. I realize that means little to you, but I shall not be a human oyster. No, I will lay my cards on the table, something oysters certainly do not do. You suspect, do you not, that I remain unconvinced by the case against Derek Kettering? That is precisely what I have been wondering, I thought, back in Nice, that you considered the matter closed. You're not saying everything you mean, mademoiselle, but I will confess, it was my investigation that placed Derek Kettering in his current position. Without me, the examining magistrate would still be fruitlessly trying to pin the crime on the Comte de la Roche. Very well, mademoiselle, I do not regret what I have done. I have only one duty to uncover the truth, and that path led directly to Mr. Kettering. But did it end there? The police say yes, but I, Hercule Poirot, am not satisfied. He stopped suddenly. Tell me, mademoiselle, have you received any word from Mademoiselle Lennox recently? One very brief, hastily written letter. I think she is rather cross with me for returning to England. Poirot nodded. I spoke with her the night Monsieur Kettering was arrested. It was an interesting conversation in more ways than one. He fell silent again, and Catherine did not disturb his thoughts. Mademoiselle, he said finally, I tread on delicate ground now, yet I will say this to you. There is, I believe, someone who cares deeply for Monsieur Kettering. Correct me if I am wrong, and for her sake, well, for her sake, I hope that I am right and the police are mistaken. You know who that person is, don't you? A moment passed before Catherine replied. Yes, I believe I do. Poirot leaned closer over the table. I am not convinced, mademoiselle. The evidence, the primary evidence, points directly to Mr. Kettering. Yet there is one detail that has been consistently overlooked. What detail is that? The victim's disfigured face. I have asked myself 100 times, is Derek Kettering the sort of man who would deliver such a brutal blow after committing murder? What would it achieve? What possible purpose would it serve? Does such an act align with a man of his temperament? The answers, mademoiselle, are deeply unsatisfactory. I keep returning to that single question. Why? And the only clues I have to help solve it are these. He produced his pocketbook and carefully removed something held between his fingers. Do you recall you saw me collect these hairs from the rug in the railway car? Catherine leaned in, studying the strands intently. Poirot gave a slow, deliberate nod. They suggest nothing to you, I see, and yet I sense you perceive a great deal. I have had my own thoughts, Catherine said thoughtfully. Unusual ideas. That is precisely why I asked what brought you to Paris, Monsieur Poirot, when I wrote to you. From the Ritz Hotel, a peculiar smile touched Poirot's lips. Yes, as you say, from the Ritz, I can be rather indulgent on occasion, especially when a millionaire is footing the bill. The Russian embassy, Catherine murmured, her brow furrowed. I don't see how that fits. It does not fit directly. I went there to obtain specific information. I met with a certain official, and I threatened him. Yes, mademoiselle, I, Hercule Poirot, issued a threat. With the police? No, Poirot said dryly. With the press, a far more potent weapon. He watched her, and she offered a faint smile, shaking her head. Are you retreating into your shell again, Monsieur Poirot? Becoming an oyster with your secrets? Not at all. I have no wish to be mysterious. I will tell you everything. I suspected this man of orchestrating the sale of Mr. Van Alden's jewels. I confronted him, and eventually I extracted the entire story. I learned where the jewels were exchanged, and I also learned of a man who waited outside on the street, a man with a distinguished head of white hair, who nevertheless walked with the light, energetic step of a much younger man. In my mind, I gave that man a title, the Marquis. And now you've come to London to see Mr. Van Alden. Not solely for that reason. I had other business. Since arriving, I have consulted 2 additional individuals, a theatrical agent and a doctor from Harley Street. From each, I gathered certain facts. Assemble these pieces, mademoiselle, and see if you reach the same conclusion I have. Me. Indeed you. I will tell you one thing. There has always been a doubt in my mind about whether the robbery and the murder were committed by the same person. For a long time I was uncertain. And now I am sure. A silence settled between them. Then Catherine raised her head, her eyes bright. I am not as clever as you, Monsieur Poirot. Half of what you've told me seems to lead nowhere. The ideas that came to me arrived from a completely different direction. Ah, but that is always the way, Poirot said softly. A mirror reflects the truth. Yet everyone views it from a different angle. My thoughts might be absurd. They may be entirely unlike yours, but... Tell me, does this assist you in any way? She handed him a clipping from a newspaper. He read it, looked up, and gave a solemn, confirming nod. Catherine rose from her seat. I have to hurry, she said, her voice tight. I'll barely make my train, Monsieur Poirot. Of course, mademoiselle. It can't go on much longer, you understand. I don't think I can keep this up. Her words fractured, revealing the strain beneath. He gave her hand a reassuring pat. Courage. You must not falter now. We are very close to the end. New perspective. Monsieur Poirot is here to see you, sir. Confound that man, muttered Van Alden. His secretary, Knighton, offered no reply, maintaining a respectful silence. The millionaire pushed back from his desk and began to pace the length of the opulent room. I assume you've seen the damn papers this morning? I have looked them over, sir. And they're still at it? Beating the same drum? I'm afraid so, sir. Van Alden sank back into his chair, pressing his fingers to his temples. A low groan escaped him. If I had known it would come to this, I swear I wish I'd never hired that little Belgian to dig up the truth. All I wanted was to find Ruth's killer. Surely you wouldn't have wanted your son-in-law to escape justice? Knighton ventured. I would have preferred to handle the matter personally, Van Alden said, his voice heavy. That hardly seems a prudent course, sir. Be that as it may, are you certain he insists on seeing me? Quite certain, Mr. Van Alden. He was most emphatic. Then, I suppose he'd better come up. He can see me this morning if he must. Poirot, when shown in, was the picture of vitality and good cheer. He appeared utterly oblivious to any lack of warmth in his host's greeting, launching instead into pleasant chatter about trivial matters. He was in London, he explained, to consult a physician, naming a renowned surgeon. No, not a war wound, a souvenir from my police days, the bullet of a rather disagreeable ruffian. He gestured toward his left shoulder with a convincing wince. I have always considered you a fortunate man, Monsieur Van Alden. You defy the common caricature of the American millionaire, perpetually martyred by indigestion. I've kept myself in good shape, Van Alden replied. I live simply, plain food, and not too much of it. Have you chanced to see Miss Grey lately? Poirot inquired, turning with an air of innocence toward the secretary. Yes, on a couple of occasions, Knighton admitted, a faint blush colouring his cheeks. Van Alden looked surprised. That's odd, Knighton. You never mentioned you'd seen her. I didn't think it would be of interest, sir. I'm fond of that girl, Van Alden stated firmly. It is 1,000 pities she has chosen to immure herself once more in St. Mary Mead. Poirot sighed, almost to himself. Knighton's response was unexpectedly fervent. I think it's admirable. There aren't many who would bury themselves in the countryside to care for a difficult elderly relation who has no real claim on them. Poirot's eyes twinkled. I withdraw my comment, but I still say it is a pity. And now, gentlemen, let us attend to business. Both men looked at him, puzzled by the sudden shift in tone. You must not be alarmed by what I am about to propose, Poirot began, his manner now grave. Consider, Monsieur Van Aldine, a possibility. What if, after all, Derek Kettering did not murder his wife? What? They stared at him in utter astonishment. What if? Poirot repeated calmly. Monsieur Derek Kettering is innocent of this crime. Have you lost your mind, Monsieur Poirot? Van Aldine exploded. Not at all, Poirot replied. Eccentric, perhaps, so some people insist. But in my profession I am, as they say, entirely all there. I ask you sincerely, Monsieur Van Aldine, would such news bring you relief or regret? Van Aldine studied him for a long moment. Naturally, I would be relieved, he said at last. But is this merely a hypothetical exercise, or do you have some basis for it? Poirot's gaze drifted upward, as if consulting the ceiling. There is a chance, he said quietly, a slender chance that the guilty party may yet prove to be the Comte de la Roche. The suggestion hung in the air, a complete reversal of everything they had believed settled. At least I've managed to shake his alibi, Poirot remarked with quiet satisfaction. How on earth did you pull that off? Knighton asked, leaning forward. Poirot offered a modest shrug. One employs a certain delicacy, a touch of ingenuity, and the matter arranges itself. But the rubies, Van Aldine cut in, his voice tight. The Count had fakes in his possession, and naturally he would not have acted without the genuine stones. Yet you overlook one possibility, Monsieur Van Aldine. Where those rubies are concerned, someone else may have gotten there first. That's a completely new angle, Knighton exclaimed. Van Aldine's eyes narrowed. Do you actually believe all this, Poirot? It is not proven, Poirot replied calmly. For now it remains a theory, but I tell you plainly, the facts merit a closer look. You should accompany me to the south of France and examine the case where it happened. You really think it's necessary that I go personally? I assumed it would be your own wish, Poirot said, a faint note of reproach colouring his tone. Van Aldine caught it immediately. Yes, of course, the millionaire said, his resolve hardening. When do you want to leave? Sir, your schedule is packed just now, Knighton murmured cautiously, but Van Aldine waved the objection aside. This comes first, all right, Poirot, tomorrow. Which train? I believe we should take the blue train, Poirot said, and a subtle smile touched his lips. The mystery of the blue train, Chapter 34, once more, the blue train. Known to some as the millionaire's train, it rounded a bend at a speed that felt perilous. Van Aldine, Knighton, and Poirot rode in silence. Van Aldine and Knighton occupied two connecting compartments, just as Ruth Kettering and her maid had on that ill-fated journey. Poirot's own sleeping berth was farther down the car. For Van Aldine, every mile was an agony of fresh memory. Poirot and Knighton exchanged occasional low remarks, careful not to intrude. Once the train completed its slow circuit around the city and reached the Gare de Lyon, however, Poirot sprang to life. Van Aldine understood then that part of his purpose in choosing this route was to reconstruct the crime. Poirot began to act out each role, now the maid, shutting herself hurriedly into her compartment. Now Mrs. Kettering, recognizing her husband with surprise and a flicker of dread. Now Derek Kettering, discovering his wife was aboard. He tested how someone might hide in the second compartment, moving with a focused intensity. Then, abruptly, an idea seemed to strike him. He grabbed Van Aldine's arm. Mon Dieu, what a thing I have overlooked. We must break our journey in Paris, quickly. Now, let us get off at once. Snatching up suitcases, he hurried from the train. Van Aldine and Knighton, bewildered but compliant, followed. Once Van Aldine had formed his opinion of Poirot's skill, he was reluctant to doubt it now. At the barrier they were stopped. Their tickets were still with the train conductor, a detail all three had forgotten. Poirot launched into a rapid, impassioned explanation, but the official's stolid face remained unmoved. Let's settle this, Van Aldine said abruptly. I gather you're in a hurry, Poirot. For heaven's sake, pay the fares from Calais, and let's get on with whatever you've got in mind. But Poirot's flood of words ceased as suddenly as it had begun. He stood perfectly still, like a man turned to stone, his arm still extended in that dramatic gesture. I have been a fool, he said simply. Truly I lose my head these days. Let us go back and continue our journey quietly. With a fair bit of luck, they might still catch the train. They made it with seconds to spare, Knighton being the last to haul himself and his suitcase aboard just as the cars began to roll. The conductor gave them a stern talking to before helping them move their luggage back to their compartments. Van Olden remained silent, but his expression was one of pure irritation at Poirot's baffling behavior. Seizing a private moment with Knighton, he muttered, "This is a complete waste of time. The man's lost his touch. He's clever enough in theory, but anyone who panics and scurries around like a startled hare isn't the slightest bit of use to us." Poirot rejoined them shortly, brimming with such humble and crestfallen apologies that further criticism seemed unnecessary. Van Olden accepted them with a stiff nod, biting back the sharper remarks on the tip of his tongue. They dined on the train, and afterward, to the surprise of his companions, Poirot proposed they all remain together in Van Olden's compartment for the night. The millionaire studied him closely. "Are you holding something back from us, Monsieur Poirot?" "Aye." Poirot's eyes widened with an air of innocent surprise. What a notion. Van Olden said nothing more but was far from convinced. He instructed the conductor not to make up the berths, a potential objection swiftly smoothed over by a generous tip. The three men settled into a heavy silence. Poirot fidgeted, his restlessness palpable. After a while, he turned to the secretary. "Major Knighton, is the door to your compartment, the one to the corridor, securely bolted?" "Yes, I fastened it myself not long ago." "You are certain?" Poirot pressed. Knighton offered a tired smile. "I can go check if you like." No, do not trouble yourself. I will see." He slipped through the connecting door and returned moments later with a nod. "It is as you said. You must forgive the fussy habits of an old man." He shut the connecting door and resumed his seat in the corner. The hours dragged on. They dozed fitfully, jerking awake at intervals. It was, Knighton reflected, a profoundly absurd situation, three men paying for luxury sleeping accommodations only to stubbornly refuse to use them. Periodically, Poirot would check his watch, give a slight nod, and attempt to settle again. Once he rose, opened the connecting door, peered intently into the next compartment, and returned shaking his head. "What is it?" Knighton whispered. "You're expecting something to happen, aren't you?" "I have the nerves," Poirot confessed. "I'm like a cat on hot bricks. Every little noise makes me jump." Knighton stifled a yawn. "This is about the most uncomfortable trip I've ever endured," he murmured. "I assume you know what you're doing, Monsieur Poirot." He tried to make himself as comfortable as possible for sleep. Both he and Van Olden had finally drifted off when Poirot, checking his watch for the 14th time, leaned over and tapped the millionaire's shoulder. "Huh? What is it?" "In 5 or 10 minutes, monsieur, we arrive at Lyons." "My God." Van Olden's face looked pale and drawn in the dim light. "Then it was around this time that poor Ruth was killed." He stared blankly ahead, his lips trembling slightly as his mind was pulled back to the devastating tragedy. The familiar, drawn-out screech of the brakes sounded, and the train slowed, pulling into the station at Lyons. Van Olden lowered the window and leaned out. "If it wasn't Derek, if your new theory is correct, this is where the man got off the train?" he asked over his shoulder. To his surprise, Poirot shook his head. "No," he said thoughtfully. "No man left the train. But I think yes, I believe a woman may have done so." Knighton drew a sharp breath. "A woman?" Van Olden demanded sharply. "Yes, a woman," Poirot affirmed with a nod. "You may have forgotten, Monsieur Van Olden, but Miss Gray's testimony included a detail about a young person in a cap and overcoat stepping onto the platform, supposedly for fresh air. I am convinced that person was, in fact, a woman, but who could she possibly be?" Van Olden's face was a mask of disbelief. Poirot's reply was grave and absolute. "For many years she went by the name Kitty Kidd. You, however, Monsieur Van Olden, would have known her under a different identity entirely, that of your daughter's maid, Ada Mason." Knighton shot up from his chair. "What are you saying?" he exclaimed. Poirot turned to him smoothly. "Ah, yes, before it slips my mind." He produced an object from his pocket with a flourish. "Allow me to return one of your cigarettes from your own case. It was rather careless of you to let it fall when you hurried onto the train at the Paris Saintre station." Knighton stood frozen, staring as if struck dumb. He made a sudden instinctive move, but Poirot's hand shot up in a sharp, silencing gesture. "I would not advise that," he said, his voice deceptively soft. The adjoining compartment's door is open, and you have been under watch from there since we departed Paris. I took the liberty of unbolting the corridor door earlier, and our friends from the police were instructed to assume their positions. As you are no doubt aware, Major Knighton, or should I address you as Monsieur le Marquis? The French authorities have been most eager to make your acquaintance. Explanations? Poirot smiled, seated across from the millionaire at a luncheon table within the man's private suite at the Negresco. Van Alden, visibly relieved yet profoundly confused, waited. Poirot settled back, lit one of his diminutive cigarettes, and gazed thoughtfully at the ceiling. Indeed, I shall provide them. It began with a single point that troubled me. Can you guess what it was? The mutilated face. In my line of work, this is not so unusual a discovery, and it immediately raises the essential question of identity. Naturally, that was my first consideration. Could the deceased truly be Mrs. Kettering? Yet that path proved fruitless, for Miss Grey's account was both positive and exceedingly reliable. So I set that notion aside. The victim was Ruth Kettering. When did you first start to doubt the maid? Not immediately. However, one peculiar detail drew my notice to her. The cigarette case discovered in the railway carriage, which she claimed Mrs. Kettering had given to her husband. Now, given the notorious state of their relations, this seemed, on its face, highly improbable. It planted a seed of doubt in my mind regarding the general truthfulness of Ada Mason's statements. One had to consider the rather suspicious circumstance that she had been in her mistress's employ for only 2 months. Of course, it appeared she could have no direct involvement, since she was supposedly left behind in Paris, and Mrs. Kettering was seen alive by multiple witnesses afterward. But Poirot leaned forward, his expression intensifying. He raised a decisive forefinger, wagging it emphatically at Van Alden. But I am a thorough detective. I suspect everyone and everything. I take nothing stated to me at face value. I asked myself, how can we be certain Ada Mason was left in Paris? Initially, the answer seemed perfectly satisfactory. There was the testimony of your secretary, Major Knighton, an ostensibly impartial outsider, and there were the dead woman's own words to the train conductor. Yet I temporarily dismissed the latter point, because a rather curious, perhaps even fantastic idea was taking root in my mind. If by some remote chance this idea held any truth, then that particular piece of evidence became utterly worthless. Poirot's tone shifted here, taking on a dry, almost sarcastic edge. It's amusing, really, how the most reliable testimony often crumbles under the weight of a simple, inconvenient possibility. Everyone was so busy looking at the grand theft and the dramatic murder that they missed the quiet, calculated lie right under their noses. He continued, his voice returning to its analytical cadence. I then concentrated on the chief obstacle to my theory, Major Knighton's sworn statement that he saw Ada Mason at the Ritz Hotel after the blue train had already departed Paris. The evidence appeared solid, yet a closer look revealed 2 curious details. First, by a striking coincidence, he had also been in your employ for precisely 2 months. Second, his surname began with the same letter, K. Consider for a moment if it was his cigarette case discovered in the compartment. If Ada Mason was his accomplice, and she recognized it when we presented it, wouldn't she react exactly as she did? Initially startled, she promptly constructed a convincing narrative that pointed to Mr. Kettering's guilt. Of course, that wasn't the initial plan. The intended scapegoat was the Comte de la Roche, though Ada was careful not to identify him too definitively, in case he could provide an alibi. Recall a revealing incident from that period. I proposed to Ada Mason that the man she saw might have been Derek Kettering, not the Comte. She seemed hesitant then, but shortly after I returned to my hotel, you telephoned to say she had approached you, claiming that upon reflection she was now absolutely certain it was Mr. Kettering. I had anticipated such a shift. This sudden conviction could only stem from one source. After I departed, she consulted with someone and followed their instructions. That someone was Major Knighton. There was another minor, yet potentially significant detail. In casual conversation, Knighton mentioned a jewel theft at a Yorkshire estate where he was a guest. It might be mere coincidence, or it could be another subtle link in the chain, but one point still puzzles me, Monsieur Poirot. I must be slow not to have seen it earlier. Who was the man on the train in Paris? Was it Derek Kettering, or the Comte de la Roche? Ah, that is the beautiful simplicity of the scheme. There was no man at all. Do you not see the brilliance of it? Whose testimony do we have that a man was ever present? Only Ada Mason's, and we trusted Ada Mason because Knighton corroborated that she was left behind in Paris. Yet Ruth herself informed the conductor she had left her maid there. Van Aldine objected. "We are coming to that. We have what appears to be Mrs. Kettering's own statement, but in truth we do not. A dead woman cannot give testimony. What we possess is the conductor's account, a very different matter altogether. So you believe the conductor lied?" "No, not at all. He reported what he believed to be true, but the woman who told him she had left her maid in Paris was not Mrs. Kettering." Van Alden stared, bewildered. "Monsieur Van Alden, Ruth Kettering was dead before the train reached the Gare de Lyon. It was Ada Mason, wearing her mistress's distinctive clothing, who bought the dinner basket and made that necessary declaration to the conductor. Impossible, not at all, Monsieur Van Alden. Not impossible. Women today often resemble one another so closely that identification relies more on attire than facial features. Ada Mason was your daughter's height, dressed in that lavish fur coat and the small red lacquer hat pulled low, with just a hint of auburn curls visible at each ear. It is no wonder the conductor was deceived. He had never spoken to Mrs. Kettering before, remember. True, he glimpsed the maid briefly when she handed him the tickets, but his impression was merely of a slender woman in black. Unless he was unusually perceptive, he might not even have noticed a resemblance between mistress and maid. Such a thought would likely never have crossed his mind. Ada Mason, also known as Kitty Kidd, was a skilled actress, capable of altering her appearance and voice in an instant. There was little risk of him identifying the maid dressed in her mistress's attire, but a significant danger remained. When he later discovered the body, he might realize it was not the same woman he had spoken with the previous evening. This explains the deliberate disfigurement of the face. Ada Mason's primary concern was that Catherine Gray might visit her compartment after the train departed Paris. To prevent this, she ordered a dinner basket and securely locked herself inside. "But who actually killed Ruth, and when did it happen?" Van Alden pressed. "First, understand that the crime was a coordinated effort between Knighton and Ada Mason. Knighton was in Paris on your business that day. He boarded the train somewhere along the Cincha line. Ruth Kettering would have been surprised to see him, but entirely unsuspecting. Perhaps he drew her attention to something outside the window, and as she turned to look, he slipped a cord around her neck. The act was over in mere seconds. With the compartment door locked, he and Ada Mason began their grim work. They removed the dead woman's outer garments. Together, they wrapped the body in a rug and placed it on the seat in the adjoining compartment, hidden among luggage and suitcases. Knighton then left the train, taking the jewel case containing the rubies with him. Since the murder was not meant to appear committed until nearly 12 hours later, he was perfectly safe. His testimony, combined with the supposed Mrs. Kettering's statements to the conductor, would create an impeccable alibi for his accomplice. At the Gare de Lyon, Ada Mason obtained a dinner basket. Retreating to the toilet compartment, she swiftly changed into her mistress's clothes, attached 2 false auburn curls, and meticulously applied makeup to closely resemble Ruth. When the conductor arrived to prepare the berth, she delivered the rehearsed story about having left her maid in Paris. As he worked, she positioned herself facing the window, her back to the corridor and any passing passengers, a prudent precaution, as Miss Gray was among those who passed by and later swore Mrs. Kettering was still alive at that hour. "Continue," urged Van Alden. Before reaching Lyons, Ada Mason arranged her mistress's body in the bunk, neatly folded the dead woman's clothes at its foot, and changed into men's attire, preparing to disembark. When Derek Kettering entered his wife's compartment, and believing he saw her asleep in her berth, the scene was fully set. Ada Mason was concealed in the next compartment, waiting for the moment to leave the train unnoticed. As soon as the conductor stepped onto the platform at Lyons, she followed, slouching as if merely taking a breath of air. Seizing a moment when she was unobserved, she hurriedly crossed the opposite platform and caught the first train back to Paris and the Ritz Hotel. A female associate of Knighton's had already registered a room there in her name the previous night. All she had to do was wait calmly for your arrival. The jewels were never in her possession. Kettering had them. No suspicion fell on him, and as your secretary he brought them to Nice without any fear of discovery. Their delivery to Monsieur Papapoulos was prearranged, and they were entrusted to Mason at the last moment to hand over to the Greek. It was a neatly executed scheme, exactly what one would expect from a master like the Marquis. And you truly believe Richard Knighton is a seasoned criminal who has been at this for years? Van Alden asked, his tone shifting from grave disbelief to a sharp, almost sarcastic edge. What a charming resume for a personal secretary. Plausible, ingratiating, and utterly treacherous. Poirot nodded. One of the gentlemen known as the Marquise's greatest assets was precisely that plausible, ingratiating manner. You were taken in by his charm, Monsieur Van Alden, when you hired him as your secretary after such a brief meeting? I would have sworn he never angled for the position, the millionaire insisted. It was executed with such cunning that it fooled even a man of my experience in judging character. I investigated his background as well. On paper, his record was impeccable. Precisely, that was all part of the act. As Richard Knighton, his life appeared beyond reproach. He came from a good family, had respectable connections, served honorably in the war, and seemed above suspicion. Yet, when I began piecing together information on the elusive Marquis, the parallels became undeniable. Knighton spoke flawless French, and his movements across America, France, and England coincided perfectly with the Marquis's operations. The Marquis was last linked to a series of jewel thefts in Switzerland, and it was in Switzerland that you first encountered Major Knighton. Notably, it was also around that time the earliest whispers began circulating about your negotiations for the famous rubies. But why resort to murder? Van Alden murmured, his voice strained. Surely a thief of his skill could have stolen the jewels without risking the gallows. Poirot shook his head. This is not the first death at the Marquis's hand. He kills by instinct and believes in leaving no witnesses. The dead, as they say, tell no tales. The Marquis possessed a consuming passion for legendary jewels. His long-term plan involved installing himself as your secretary and placing his accomplice as your daughter's maid, correctly guessing the rubies were for her. Yet despite this meticulous scheme, he did not hesitate to attempt a quicker method by hiring thugs to ambush you in Paris the night you purchased the jewels. That plan's failure likely did not surprise him. His primary scheme was, in his mind, foolproof. Suspicion could never touch Richard Knighton. But like all masterminds, and the Marquis was one, he had his vulnerabilities. He developed genuine affection for Miss Grey. Suspecting her feelings for Derek Kettering, he could not resist the temptation to frame him when the opportunity arose. Now, Monsieur Van Alden, I will share something quite peculiar. Miss Grey is not a whimsical woman, yet she firmly believes she felt your daughter's presence beside her one afternoon in the casino gardens at Monte Carlo, immediately after a lengthy conversation with Knighton. She was convinced the spirit was urgently trying to communicate something, and it suddenly struck her that the message was that Knighton was the murderer. The idea seemed so outlandish at the time that she told no one, but her conviction was so absolute that she acted upon it. She did not discourage Knighton's attentions and even pretended to share his belief in Kettering's guilt. Remarkable, Van Alden said. Indeed, it is strange. Some matters defy simple explanation. Oh, there was one minor detail that puzzled me considerably. Your secretary has a pronounced limp attributed to a war wound. The Marquis, however, was never described as limping. This was a stumbling block. But Miss Lennox Tamplin happened to mention once that Knighton's limp had surprised the surgeons who treated him at her mother's hospital. This suggested a disguise. When in London, I consulted the surgeon in question and obtained technical details confirming my suspicion. I made a point of mentioning that surgeon's name in Knighton's hearing just the other day. It would have been perfectly natural for Knighton to bring up the fact that the doctor had treated him during the war, but he remained silent, and that small omission, more than anything else, gave me the absolute certainty my theory about the crime was right. Miss Grey also supplied me with a newspaper clipping proving a theft had occurred at Lady Tamplin's hospital while Knighton was present. She understood I was following the same trail when I contacted her from the Ritz in Paris. My inquiries there faced some obstacles, but I obtained the necessary proof evidence that Ada Mason arrived the morning after the murder, not on the evening before. A heavy quiet filled the room before the millionaire reached across the table to grasp Poirot's hand. His voice was rough with emotion. You understand what this means to me, Monsieur Poirot? A check will be delivered to you tomorrow, but no amount of money could ever convey my gratitude for what you've accomplished. You are the real article, Monsieur Poirot. Truly, you are the genuine article. Poirot stood up, his chest visibly expanding with pride. I am merely Hercule Poirot, he replied with practiced modesty. Yet, as you observe, in my own field, I am something of a figure, just as you are a figure in yours. It has been both a pleasure and an honor to assist you. Now I must attend to the disarray brought on by travel. Alas, my excellent valet Georges is not here to restore order. Later, in the hotel lounge, he came across an acquaintance, the distinguished Monsieur Papapoulos, accompanied by his daughter Zia. I believed you had departed nice, Monsieur Poirot, the Greek gentleman remarked softly, accepting the detective's warmly offered handshake. Business necessitated my return, my dear Monsieur Papapoulos. Business, indeed business, And while we speak of such matters, I trust your health has improved, my friend, considerably. In fact, we depart for Paris tomorrow. I am delighted by this good news. I hope you have not entirely bankrupted the Greek ex-minister. I? It is my understanding you sold him a rather remarkable ruby, which, strictly between us, is now being worn by Mademoiselle Mirelle, the dancer. Yes, murmured Monsieur Papopoulos. That is correct. A ruby not unlike the celebrated Heart of Fire. It bears certain similarities, certainly, the Greek conceded casually. You possess a masterful touch with jewels, Monsieur Papopoulos. My congratulations, Mademoiselle Zia. I am desolate you are returning to Paris so soon. I had hoped to enjoy more of your company now that my own task is complete. Would it be indiscreet to inquire about the nature of that task? Asked Monsieur Papopoulos. Not at all. I have just succeeded in placing the Marquis under arrest. A distant, thoughtful expression crossed Monsieur Papopoulos's noble features. The Marquis, he murmured. Why does that stir a memory? No, it escapes me. I am certain it would, said Poirot. I refer to a rather notorious criminal and jewel thief. He has just been taken into custody for the murder of the English lady, Madame Kettering. Is that so? How engrossing these affairs can be. A courteous exchange of farewells followed. Once Poirot was out of hearing, Monsieur Papopoulos turned to his daughter. Zia, he said with genuine feeling, that man is the devil. I like him. I like him myself, Monsieur Papopoulos admitted, but he is the devil all the same. The mimosa was almost past its season, its lingering scent faintly cloying in the air. Pink geraniums wound along the balustrade of Lady Tamplin's villa, while banks of carnations below released a sweet, heavy fragrance. The Mediterranean stretched out, a sheet of brilliant blue. Poirot sat on the terrace with Lennox Tamplin. He had just finished recounting the same narrative he had delivered to Van Alden 2 days earlier. Lennox listened with total concentration, her brow furrowed, her eyes dark and serious. When he concluded, she asked simply, "And Derek? He was released yesterday. And where has he gone? He left Nice last night." "For St. Mary Mead?" "Yes, for St. Mary Mead." A silence settled between them. "I was mistaken about Catherine," Lennox admitted. "I believed she felt nothing. She is a deeply private person," Poirot observed. "She places her faith in very few." "She could have placed it in me," Lennox replied, a trace of resentment colouring her words. "Indeed," Poirot said solemnly, "she could have. But Mademoiselle Catherine has passed many years in silence, observing. Those accustomed to listening often find speech difficult. They guard their heartaches and their happiness closely, sharing them with no one." "I was an idiot," Lennox declared. "I convinced myself her affections lay with Knighton. I should have known. I suppose I wanted to believe it because I wished it were true." Poirot took her hand, offering a brief, comforting pressure. "Have courage, mademoiselle," he murmured kindly. Lennox stared fixedly at the horizon, where the sea met the sky, and in that moment the stark, plain lines of her face held a profound and sorrowful grace. "Oh, what does it matter?" she said finally, her voice resigned. "It would never have worked. I'm too young in spirit for Derek. He's a perpetual boy, isn't he? He requires someone saintly, someone to idolize." A quiet stretch between them, broken only by the distant cry of gulls. Then, turning to him with sudden urgency, Lennox said, "But I was of use, Monsieur Poirot. I did help, didn't I?" "Without question, mademoiselle. You provided the essential clue when you remarked that the culprit need not have been aboard the train at all. Until that moment, the method of the crime had eluded me entirely." Lennox inhaled deeply, the salt air filling her lungs. "I'm glad," she stated softly. "That, at least, is something." From miles down the coast, the long, mournful whistle of a locomotive pierced the afternoon. "There goes that wretched blue train," Lennox said bitterly. "Trains are merciless, Monsieur Poirot. People are killed, lives are shattered, yet they rumble on without pause. I'm speaking nonsense, but you understand."
"Perfectly. Life is much like a train, mademoiselle. It continues, and we should be grateful for that."
"Why?" "Because the train always reaches its destination. There is a saying in your language about that." "Journeys end in lovers' meeting," Lennox quoted, offering a hollow laugh. "That will not prove true for me. But it will, it must. You are young, far younger than you realize. Trust in the train, mademoiselle, for it is the good Lord who is the engineer. The engine's whistle sounded again, fainter now, carried away by the wind. Trust the train, Poirot repeated, his voice barely above a whisper. And trust Hercule Poirot. He knows what he knows.